Chapter 1, Xiaodong. Here is. Xiaodong slowly opened his eyes, and what caught his eyes was an unfamiliar environment. White walls, white quilt, lying on a bed, there is an infusion stand beside the bed, but there is nothing on it. Sunlight projected in from the gaps in the blinds, forming patchy spots on the ground. Is this in the hospital? Xiaodong reacted immediately. He recalled what happened before the coma. He studied abroad in Sakurajima and participated in the Big Stomach King competition for the prize money. He was about to win the championship. As a result, he was suffering from abdominal pain and passed out in a coma. I was in the hospital, that is, I was rescued and sent here. I don't know what the cause of abdominal pain is, but now it seems that there is no pain except some hunger. Shouldn't be a big deal. But regardless of the severity, medical expenses will not be less. For the struggling self, any expenses will be too much for me to bear. Can only hope that the organizer will be able to pay for the medical expenses. Xiaodong thought, lying on the bed, waiting for the doctor to arrive. Squeak! Not long after, the door of the room suddenly opened, and Xiaodong immediately looked at the door, but it was not the doctor or nurse that he had expected. Standing at the door is a tall woman with blonde hair tied back in her head and a beautiful face. Her eyebrows are like willow leaves, her bright eyes exude a look of concern, her straight nose, lips, and a beautiful face are eye-catching. She is wearing a white t-shirt on her upper body, her stand upright, her arms are like lotus roots, she is carrying a paper bag in her hand, and she is also carrying a backpack. She wore jeans on her lower body, wrapped her upright buttocks, two straight long legs stepped on the ground, her feet stepped on a pair of sneakers. Who is this person? Is it also a patient? Xiaodong looked at each other, then looked at the bed on the other side, which was empty. Kazuya, you are awake. Seeing Xiaodong, the woman looked happy, came over with the paper bag, and sat down on the chair next to her. Heya? Who is that? What's happenin'? The woman sat there, put the backpack aside, put the paper bag down, looked at Xiaodong, and asked, how do you feel? It feels good, it doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaodong looked at the woman, and she asked about her situation, could it be the organizer? So Xiaodong tentatively asked, are you? Don't you recognize me? The woman frowned, looked at Xiaodong, and said, I am your sister, Qianqiu. Okay. Xiaodong stared at the woman and asked, are you my sister? Do not you remember? The woman looked at Xiaqiu, frowned, and looked at Xiaodong nervously. Qianqiu? I really don't know him. Xiaodong shook his head, not remembering that she knew a person named Qianqiu, but as Xiaqiu kept chanting, she became more and more familiar with this name. Who the is? Xiaodong kept thinking back, the word Qianqiu was like a key, opening a door hidden deep in memory, and countless memories emerged from the cracks in the door, instantly covering Xiaodong's consciousness. Scenes and scenes continue to emerge in my mind, and memories that do not belong to me appear in my mind. Ah! It hurts. Xiaodong only felt severe pain in her head, and she lay there with her head in her hands, her expression very painful. Heya, you, don't move, lie down first. Qianqiu shouted loudly, rang the bell on the wall to call the doctor, and grabbed Xiaodong's body. But more and more memories appeared, causing Xiaodong's brain pain. After only supporting it for a moment, he fainted. It turned out to be like this. When Xiaodong woke up again, it was evening, and the woman named Qianqiu was still lying on the bed to rest. Kiyobara Chiaki, his sister. My current name is Kiyobara Kazunari, and he is 18 years old this year. He is a student of Z City University and is a sibling with Kiyobara Chiaki. 2 years ago, the parents of the two died as a result of an attack by a weirdo. Now the two are dependent on each other and lead a somewhat impoverished life. Weirdos are dangerous groups that threaten human safety and cause disasters in this world. They generally refer to mutated creatures, but sometimes they also include humans. Weirdos are very harmful, but they are not impossible to solve. Because humans have also born many powerful people, some have powerful bodies, some have powerful superpowers, some are good at martial arts, and some have developed powerful weapons. They often stand up against weirdos, and some of them are called heroes. The most famous among them is the Trembling Tornado. In addition to the Trembling Tornado, there are two people who will be called Atomic Samurai and Silver Tusk. They have not yet used these two names, but they are often active in the battlefield, and they are impressive among ordinary people. Prestige. Yes, this is the world of One Punch Superman. The world is full of dangers and destroys the city at every turn. At this time, the Hero Association has not yet been established, and the strong have not organized to deal with the disaster. The famous heroes in the future are only just emerging. Actually crossed, and also crossed to One Punch Man. This guy named Kiyohara Kazunari who leaned over, was attacked by a strange man yesterday. Because he did not enter the shelter in time, he was affected by the strange man's attack and passed out in a coma. I woke up again today, and my soul has changed. Already dead. Whether it's him or Kiyobara Kazuya, both of them are dead in their respective worlds. This is a sad thing. Well. Xiaodong thought. After a while, Qiankaiu, who was lying next to him, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Xiaodong, his expression immediately became happy. Heya, you are awake. Sister. Xiaodong looked at Qianqiu, showing a smile. Do you remember me? Qiankaiu's expression became even more joy when he heard this. That's right. Xiaodong nodded and said, you are my sister Qiankaiu, and I am your younger brother Kazuya. Sure enough, my memory was restored. Qianqiu exhaled and said, you passed out just now, and I called the doctor to do an examination for you. But the result of the examination was fine. The doctor said you might be frightened and let you continue to observe. Now it seems that you have nothing to do, that's too all right. Well, I'm fine. Xiaodong couldn't help raising his hand, bending his arms, and said, I'm so good now. It's okay. Qiankaiu had a happy smile on his face, and then said, are you hungry now? I bought rice. Sister, I am very hungry now. Xiaodong nodded, he is very hungry now, and can't wait to eat a few bowls of rice. Great. Qiankaiu immediately opened the paper bag, took out the lunch box inside, put it on the bedside table, and said, I made your favorite tamagoyaki and added tomato sauce, but it seems to be cold. Thank you sister. After Xiaodong thanked him, he quickly stretched out his hand to burn the jade, but before touching it, he was slapped away by Qiankaiu's expert. You didn't wash your hands, so eat with chopsticks first. Qianqiu handed over a pair of chopsticks. Great. Xiaodong took the chopsticks, put a piece of jade and burnt it beside his mouth, and bit down gently. The tomato sauce on the surface of the tamagoyaki is mixed with a faint scent to bring a sweet and greasy taste. As the teeth close, a soft filling feeling spreads in the mouth. Tamagoyaki is the favorite food in summer and winter. Although the taste of the cold tamagoyaki is average, it is still delicious. Xiaodong chewed. Qiankaiu looked at Xiaodong expectantly, and asked, how is it? Taste good. Xiaodong swallowed the food, and gave Qiankaiu a thumb, as expected of my sister. You like it? Qiankaiu smiled and looked very happy. I'll have another piece. Xiaodong had an empty belly and was too hungry. She stretched out her chopsticks again, took a piece of jade, put it in her mouth, and swallowed it into her belly. Piece after piece. You reading www.yukonensha.com. It didn't take long for a box of uzayaki to be eaten up and down, and the summer and winter were still unsatisfactory. Kazuya, are you full? There are still rice here. Qianqiu opened the paper bag and took out the sushi. Are there any more? Xiaodong immediately reached for it, but thinking of what Qian Kaihu said, he ran to the bathroom, washed his hands, returned to the bed, sat there, picked up the sushi and ate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xiaodong couldn't stop the desire to eat, and after eating all 4 pieces of sushi in his stomach, he felt that the stomach was filled. It seems that you are really hungry. Qian Kaihu couldn't help but smiled and said, eat so much. Sorry, some are too hungry. Xiaodong couldn't help but said, then looked at the empty box and said, Sister, haven't you eaten yet? I am not hungry. Qian Kaihu said with a smile, but as soon as the voice fell, his stomach groaned. This. Xiaodong looked at Qianqiu, whose face was flushed, and the latter coughed and said, I can go to the cafeteria to eat. There is a cafeteria here. Great. Xiaodong nodded, but she was not sure whether Qian Kaihu would go. Her share of income would be responsible for the lives of 2 people. So many times, they cook their own meals, buy some limited time ingredients and specials, and try to avoid eating out. I ate too much just now. Xiaodong rubbed her head and leaned on the bed, looking a little annoyed. Qian Kaihu packed the lunch box, left the house, and went out to clean. Eat less in the future. Xiaodong thought, but at this time, a very weak heat suddenly emerged from his abdomen, flowing towards the surroundings of his body. Chapter 2, Hunger. A weak flow of heat rises in the abdomen and flows towards all parts of the body, bringing a sense of warmth. What is this? Xiaodong feels like the body is soaked in warm water, warm and itchy. From the position of the stomach. Xiaodong touched the position of her stomach and couldn't help frowning. Isn't it because the stomach still has a problem? But it doesn't feel painful. The heat flow lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds, and then weakened from the stomach until all the heat flow disappeared. Observe and talk about it. Xiaodong didn't worry too much, lying there quietly, looking a little bored. Not long after, my sister came back, put down the dinner plate, took out the laptop from the backpack, and asked, Kazun, are you not going to sleep now? Do not sleep. Xiaodong shook his head and said, I am not sleepy at all now. Then I will write a manuscript. Qian Kaihu put the laptop on the bedside table, arched his back, looking at the computer awkwardly. Qian Kaihu is now the editor of the Z-City branch of the News Daily, responsible for the review and writing of the Z-City section of the News Daily. Sister, is this uncomfortable? Xiaodong looked at Qian Kaihu's posture and said, or come to bed, prop up the dining table, sit on the bed and type. Said, Xiaodong moved her body inward. Also. Qian Kaihu nodded, got into bed, sat next to Xiaqiu, leaned on the back of the bed, and put the dining table on top. Xiaodong helped raise the back of the bed. Qian Kaihu leaned on the bed quilt, put the laptop on the dining table. Typing was much easier. Qian Kaihu was there crackling and typing. Xiaqiu lay next to her. Because the bed was small, their bodies were close together. Xiaqiu can feel the warmth from Qianqiu's body. This warm feeling has alleviated Xiaqiu's panic a lot. Coming into this world, Xiaqiu is not used to it. Sadness and fear have been lingering in her heart. Sadness is the nostalgia for the previous world, the sadness for not being able to see relatives and friends. Fear is the ubiquitous disaster in this world, worry about the unknown. As the only relative in this world, he inherited the summer and winter that he also remembered. Only by relying on Qian Kaihu can he ease this part of his emotions. Xiaodong looked at Qian Kaihu's serious face, slowly leaned her head on her shoulder, and took out her phone to read it carefully. At 5:25 p.m. yesterday, a strange man attacked the commercial street and caused huge damage. The police cooperated with the hero to kill him. The news page shows a huge gopher, about 7 or 8 meters high, capable of breaking through concrete floors. Taking advantage of no classes on Friday afternoon, he went to the commercial street to buy some things, but was attacked by this gopher and was injured and unconscious. Weirdo also attacked today. Xiaodong continued to browse the news. Today's city of Z was attacked by a huge dryad. The dryad came from the woods in the west and caused damage to the periphery. There are small-scale attacks almost every day. Xiaodong observes the news. In a small city of Z, there is an attack every day. Most of the attacks were relatively small in scale and the damage was not large, but the casualties were not small. Is such a dangerous city? Xiaodong browsed social networking sites and found that everyone was accustomed to this. Many disaster-related topics were discussing heroes. The Hero Association has not yet been established, but many people have already ranked the heroes. The number 1 ranking is Blasting. This hero has long been famous and has solved countless huge disasters. Blasting appeared in the original 18 years ago. Although he hardly appeared in front of the media, the Trembling Tornado had personally admitted his existence and admired him. The second is the Trembling Tornado. In terms of the status of everyone's hearts, it is already the number 1 in the world, and is called a unique superpower. There are also Metal Knights, Bang Gu and Bang Pu, who are now called Budo Brothers, as well as idol heroes and masked sweethearts in the future. Most of the other S-rank heroes have not shown their full strength now, and their fame is covered by a huge number of ordinary heroes. Fortunately there are these people. Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. Although this world is dangerous, these people are guarding it, giving Xiaodong a reassurance. Xiaodong does not expect to be a hero. Without excellent IQ, without superpowers, and without practice, he cannot become a hero. He may try to train with Saitama in the future, but what he has to do now is to find a good job after graduation to relieve the pressure of his sister. It didn't take long for the nurse to bring today's daily bill, what injections were given, what treatments were given, and all the prices were recorded on it. Qiankai took the bill, glanced at the last number, calculated it, and his eyes darkened. A lot, right? Xiaodong couldn't help asking. Not much. Qiankai immediately put the bill aside, and said with a smile, on the contrary, it's a little bit less, I thought it would be more. If it's reimbursed, it won't cost much. Is it? Xiaodong knew she was lying, her expression showed everything, but she didn't say much, she just waited for her to go to work later, and then she could do more. So hungry. An hour later, Xiaodong suddenly felt a sense of hunger in her abdomen. Hungry so soon? Xiaodong couldn't help frowning. He ate a box of yukoyaki and added 4 rice balls, which made him hungry in just over an hour. Hungry too fast. I dared to participate in the Big Stomach King competition in my previous life because I ate too much, but the main reason for eating too much is not digestion, but the size of the stomach that can swell. Some Big Stomach Kings, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. When eating, the stomach can expand up to 68 times, and it can expand more than 10 times or 20 times. But digestion is not fast, it takes a long time to be hungry after eating, and I have to go to the toilet several times a day. And if I eat less, I won't feel hunger. Human hunger is due to insufficient sugar in the body. After the human body eats food, it decomposes into sugar to supply energy for the body. When the sugar decomposed by food cannot provide energy, the blood sugar content decreases, and people will feel hunger. Of course, the appearance of hunger may also be related to the lack of gastrin and other life elements. Many people take the whole nutrient solution and do not eat for a week without feeling hungry. But the food I eat is enough for my body for 4 to 6 hours. Why do I get hungry so quickly? I'll buy something. Xiaodong thought about getting up from the bed and said, Sister, I went to the convenience store, I was a little hungry. Hungry? So fast. Qianqiu looked at Xiaodong with some surprise. Heya, have you eaten a lot? Well, I don't know why I became hungry. Xiaodong scratched his head. It's good to be able to eat. Qiankai directly reached out and took out a 10,000 yuan bill from the wallet next to him, handed it to Xiaodong, and said, You can go to the convenience store to buy something. No, I still have money. Xiaodong said with a smile, he still has 2,000 yen in cash, enough to buy some food. Hold it, lest you don't have enough. Qianqiu directly pressed the money into Xiaodong's hands, then retracted back and continued to type on the computer. Thank you, sister. Xiaodong took the money, got dressed, walked out of the ward, and walked away quickly. Is getting hungry. Chapter 3, Food Intake. Xiaodong left the ward and went down from the elevator to the lobby on the first floor. There were guards armed with guns. His eyes were swept over Xiaodong, and then he was allowed to leave. The hospital where Xiaodong is located is the affiliated hospital of the University School of Medicine in Z City and the largest hospital in Z City. There are 3 buildings in this hospital, an inpatient building, an outpatient building, and a women's and children's building. Each building has thick walls, and the defense strength is similar to that of the refuge. Moreover, there are towering walls outside the hospital, and there are guards armed with guns at the front and back doors. There are more than 20 people in a shift. As the largest hospital in Z City, it has a relatively high priority of protection. There are also many well-trained strong guards. If they are placed in the future, most of them will be at the level of C-rank heroes, and a few can even reach the end of the B level. Their tacit cooperation, coupled with powerful firearms, can kill even weaker tiger-level monsters. As for the ghost-level weirdo, then you can only wait for the stronger support. Even in the future, if you do not reach the strength of the first few A level, you will only be slaughtered in the face of the ghost level. Xiaodong left the inpatient building and went directly to the convenience store near the gate. The hospital here is equipped with a large convenience store, which sells a lot of items. On both sides of the door are umbrellas and raincoats, and hangers. Behind the hangers are bookshelves near the window, where magazines and newspapers are stored. Fruits, bananas, apples, and persimmons are placed on the shelves across the aisle from the bookshelves. Going deep horizontally, this part of the area sells daily necessities, from toothbrushes and toothpaste cups, to wheelchair crutches, and some medical treatments, such as inhalation atomizers, needles and masks. After, there are a lot of food. There are probably 2 horizontal rows of shelves with a lot of snacks, energy bars, chocolate cakes, persimmon cakes, biscuits and so on. On the opposite wall of this is a row of refrigerated cabinets. Below is a large number of bento boxes and above is a variety of beverages. Xiaodong went straight to the end and checked the bento, because by night, most of them were sold out, and only a small part remained. Tonkatsu rice bowl, shrimp fried rice with hoisin sauce, eel rice bowl, beef rice bowl, etc. The prices of these lunch boxes are high or low. The cheap ones are around 300 yen, and the high ones are around 500 yen. The portion is very small, 1 serving is not enough for adults, and 2 servings are quite full. Xiaodong is considered a big appetite king. There is no problem with eating 4 or 5 servings. A meal costs 2,000 yen. Even half-price lunch is not low. How else would you participate in the big appetite competition? A 40% discount is cheaper than half the price. Xiaodong glanced at the label, because it was approaching 12 o'clock, and after night, these lunch boxes were basically collected. A total of 6 copies, all are taken away. Xiaodong picked up 6 bento boxes, took 2 more bottles of water, and went to the cashier to pay. Do you want all of these? The cashier brother looked a little surprised when he saw this scene. I'm not the only one eating. Xiaodong said with a smile. Great. The cashier brother calculated the price, and said with a smile, the price after tax is 1,800 yen, 40% off is 720 yen, and 2 bottles of water are 200 yen, totaling 920 yen. Give you money. Xiaodong handed the money to the cashier brother, took the money he found, and took away the packed food. He didn't go back to the ward immediately, instead he came to the hospital building not far away, sat on a chair, and opened the lunch box. 6 servings are too much for Haya, so don't take it back to eat. Besides, I'm so hungry that I can't walk. Xiaodong opened a tonkatsu rice bento and tore off the plastic cover. From the outside, the amount of bento was quite a lot, but after opening it, it was not that much. Xiaodong picked up the chopsticks, took a big bite, put the pig in his mouth, swallowed the 2 bites into his stomach, and then took the rice into his mouth. After eating, I drank a few sips of water, but my abdomen was still empty. Have another one. Xiaodong opened a beef bowl again. The gravy has penetrated into the rice has no graininess and becomes soft, it tastes a bit salty, and the taste is relatively poor. But he couldn't care about so much anymore, Xiaoqiu still gobbled it up. It took more than 10 minutes to eat all 4 bento boxes. I filled a bottle of water, but Xiaodong still had some desire to eat. There are 2 remaining and go back to eat. Xiaodong threw away the bento box he had eaten, and then picked up the remaining 2 bento boxes and walked towards the hospital building. But as soon as I walked downstairs, there was a warmth in my stomach again, which was warmer than the last time. What is the problem? Summer and winter are puzzled, not painful, but rather comfortable. The warmth this time is a bit more than last time, but it only disappeared within 10 seconds. It's okay. Xiaodong directly took the elevator upstairs and returned to the ward, where her sister was still writing a manuscript on the bed. Sister, do you want to eat? Xiaodong carried the lunch and walked not far away. I'm not hungry, you can eat it. Qiankai shook his head, his eyes swept across Xiaodong, and then put it on the computer. So Xiaodong took out the remaining 2 bentos and continued to eat. 6 bentos. The food intake is larger than in the past, filling the stomach of summer and winter. I don't know how long it can last, but in sleep, the body's metabolism slows down and energy consumption is greatly reduced, so it should last longer. Xiaodong hiccups, and after cleaning up, he goes to the bathroom to wash, and then returns to the bed. He leaned on his sister's soft body, leaned his head on her sister's shoulder, and a warm abdomen flowed toward the body. In the warm blanket, Xiaodong fell asleep. This is the first night in this world and the beginning of Xiaodong's new life. Early the next morning, Xiaodong was directly awake from hungry. When she woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, she only slept for more than 5 hours. Endured the hunger until 6:30, went to the cafeteria to eat a big meal, and then Xiaodong returned to the ward with breakfast. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and other sisters after eating, planning to leave the hospital. After the doctor's examination, there was no problem. After Xiaodong's constant pleading, his sister agreed to his request to be discharged from the hospital. The 2 took the bus home and arrived at the station near the university in Z City, got off the bus and went to the nearby street to buy food. Then the 2 of them walked a distance and came to a building, which was a 4-story house with a dark grey exterior and exposed grey metal guardrails at the connection points of each floor. The 2 entered the 4th floor and arrived in front of 402. Qianqiu took out the key and opened the door, and the 2 walked in. This is a 2-person rented house, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room and 1 kitchen, totaling 22 square meters, and the monthly rent is 60,000 yen. The price is relatively high. In this world, rents are polarized. Because of the existence of weird people, some rents are high, and some rents are relatively low. The structure and wall strength of this building are excellent, which can ensure that the wolf-level monster cannot destroy the wall. Even if the tiger-level monster destroys a wall, the house will not collapse. With the government subsidy, the price of 60,000 yen is already relatively cost-effective. In other places, houses built in traditional ways in more dangerous areas cost only 10,000 to 20,000 yen, and many places are even unoccupied. Such a house can ensure the most basic safety. The reason why I chose to rent an apartment here is because it is close to the university. To go to school in summer and winter, you only need to ride a bicycle, while Qiankai takes a bus, which is quite convenient. The house is not too big, and there is only one bedroom, which is a bit cramped. Fortunately, there is no bed prepared, and bedding is laid on the bed at night. The two sleep in the same room. But although the house is small, the brothers and sisters depend on each other, but they are very warm. Chapter 4, Z-City University. The morning sun is swaying down, the air is very fresh, the streets are like weaving, and there are more vehicles. Go there is no need to wait for me. Kyunkaiu stood in front of the bus stop sign, looking at Xiaodong, who was riding on the bicycle next to him, with a smile on his face. Sister, I have to watch you get in the car. Xiaodong said earnestly, compared to the distance of only 1 kilometer from the school, my sister has to take 4 stops to get to the newspaper. Sister chooses to rent a house close to the school for her own convenience, which makes Xiaodong worry about her instead. Okay. Kyunkaiu is not in summer and winter. Although I am unwilling, I am still very happy in my heart. The car is coming. The bus slowly arrived at the stop. Kyunkaiu got on the bus, swiped the traffic card, stood by the window leaning here, and waved towards summer and winter. Goodbye. Xiaodong waved his hand, until the bus disappeared in the distance. He pedaled his bicycle to the supermarket chain in the nearby food court. I didn't have enough breakfast at all, of course I have to continue eating. 220 yen for 10 eggs, 198 yen for 2 packs of toast, and 2 bottles of low-priced milk for 196 yen. Leaving the convenience store, Xiaodong found a recliner, opened the egg box directly, picked up the egg, knocked it aside, and opened his mouth. Click! The egg was broken open, and the yolk and egg white inside went directly into the mouth. Xiaodong swallowed the egg directly, and his face immediately became a bit depressed. It's terrible. Summer and winter are not suitable for the taste of raw eggs, but eggs are the cheapest. 10 eggs are only about 200 yen. This is still a 1-day egg. If it is a 7-day egg, the price is cheaper, and the cheapest can reach 100 yen. Saving money is the kingly way. You can't spend too much, and the eggs are nutritious enough to fill your stomach. Xiaodong takes a bite, and swallows the raw eggs one by one. In a blink of an eye, 10 eggs disappeared without a trace. Xiaodong felt a little sick, took 2 slices of bread, drank a bottle of milk, and then took the rest of the food to the school. Xiaodong is a sophomore at Z-City University, majoring in civil engineering. The reason for choosing this major is because of good employment, which is considered the best occupation in the world, and the salary is very high. Architecture and civil engineering are 2 majors that have been misunderstood. Architecture is more inclined to the building itself and the surrounding environment, including architectural practicality and the pursuit of architectural art. Such as the lighting of the house, the width of the stairs, the height of the window edge, and the regional structure of various functional buildings, such as the outpatient department of the hospital, the emergency department, and the pharmacy. The waiting area and boarding area of the station area, the location of the toilet, etc. Import and export settings of large venues, etc. Civil engineering is more inclined to structure, bridges, houses, tunnels, railways, ports, and airports. On the basis of pursuing practicality and rationality, architecture also pursues art and beauty, and some people will take care of one and lose the other. Civil engineering pursues strong and safe construction, earthquake resistance, wind resistance, terrorist attack, high temperature and cold, etc. In the original world, architects are more famous. There is such a joking saying that an architect only needs to make an excellent building to become famous, and to become a structural engineer, the building you design needs to collapse. But in this world, because of the attacks of weirdos, the architects are more famous. How to resist the attack of the weird person, and if the safety of the personnel after the attack is ensured, it is closely related to the structural division. From shelters to hospitals, schools, highways, subways, and bridges, these architectural architects are always ranked first, and the salary level is extremely high in the industry. Being able to create a building that resists tiger-level monsters is enough to make you favored by everyone. Of course, the work is extremely hard, and it takes a long time to draw a picture every day. Isn't there such a saying, 2 lines of construction, structure all afternoon? Here. Put the bicycle in the parking area in summer and winter, the heat flow in the body has disappeared, and the heat flow provided by 10 eggs is almost the same as that provided by 6 bento. Then carrying a backpack into the teaching building number 3, came to the classroom number 8 and walked in. Heya! Just as Xiaodong entered, there was a chubby figure waving at him, here. Ryota. Xiaodong saw each other and walked over with a smile. Kawaii Ryota is a friend Xiaodong met in university. Both of them are civil engineering majors and they have a good relationship. Kazuya, see Friday. As soon as Xiaodong sat next to him, He Jingliangtai couldn't help but said, this comic is really exciting. The King of Thieves serialization has reached a critical moment. Ah, I forgot to buy Friday. Xiaodong realized this when he heard what Ryota Kawaii said. He went to the shopping street to buy Weekly Shonen Friday, but was attacked. Weekly Shonen Friday is also the best-selling comic in the world, and it is released every Friday. Both of them are fans of Friday, and their favorite comics are The Thieves before they became friends. I went to buy a magazine on Friday afternoon and was attacked by a stranger. I spent the 2 days in the hospital. Xiaodong said annoyed. Kazuya, you were attacked by a weirdo? Are you still hospitalized? Kawaii Ryo's eyes widened. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com asked, why don't you tell me? Nothing big. Xiaodong waved his hand and said, I will be discharged from the hospital on Sunday, so don't worry. I am not worried about you. Ryota Kawaii said with a smile, you are hospitalized, your sister must be there, right? I'm going to see you, can't I see your sister? Go away. Xiaodong slapped him anger, and said, don't be wishful thinking about my sister. Your sister has no boyfriend. Kawaii Ryo took care of his clothes too much, and said with his head raised, you can't stop me, love is free. I'm sorry, my sister is not interested in the tail of the crane. Xiaodong said ruthlessly. What? He Jingliang clenched his fists and said, I will definitely study hard and get a good score. It is estimated that it will be another 3 days of fishing and 2 days of surfing the net. Xiaodong shook his head, did not pay attention to him, but took out the textbook. The first class today is theoretical mechanics. This is not a simple course, so I should review it. But at this time, the classroom broadcast sounded, attention to all students, attention to all students, there was a strange attack in the Department of Science. All students from the Department of Engineering of the Department of Science went to the indoor stadium to take refuge, and students from other departments should stay away from the Department of Science as much as possible. Weirdo attacked. Hearing the broadcast, Xiaodong suddenly stood up. Civil engineering is the faculty of engineering, which is relatively close to the faculty of science. If there are weird people, it is easy to be affected. Let's go. Hearing the broadcast, Xiaodong Hijing Ryota and the students in classroom 8 all stood up and ran outside the door. Chapter 5, Get Used to It. The sudden sound of the broadcast made all teachers and students nervous, but this happened more than once. Everyone was instilled in the principle of asylum from the moment they remembered, so although they were afraid, they still maintained good order. Xiaodong followed the crowd, got off the teaching building, and ran towards the distance of the stadium. The Faculty of Science is still behind, so I probably won't come to the Faculty of Engineering for now. I just don't know the level of the weirdo. If it's a wolf-level weirdo, then don't worry at all, the school guards can solve it. Tiger-class monsters, the stadium is enough to defend against their attacks. But if it is a ghost-level weirdo and a weird who is known for its destructive power, then avoidance has no effect. Everyone, leave quickly and keep order. They evacuated towards the distant gymnasium, and a teacher was in charge of the arrangement. Go, go! Xiaodong followed the crowd and ran away, but at this time, a figure in the distance did not retreat but instead moved forward, walking towards this side. This figure wears a metal mask on his face, and his right hand is wrapped in a small pile driver. The sharp drill bit emits a terrifying light and is running towards the Department of Science. That is. Xiaodong saw the other party, and some memories came to mind. Pile driver hero. At Z City University, there are also several heroes. Among them, there are heroes who use the pile driver to fight. They belong to the strongest among the Z City University heroes. They have extremely strong physical qualities and fight with masks. No one knows their identity. Somewhat familiar. Xiaodong looked surprised when he saw each other. He remembered that in the future, the Heroes Association would have a hero who used a pile driver to fight, called the Wild Siren, and ranked 6th in the B level. When he was in the original Z City for joint activities to catch monsters alive, he was invited to appear on the scene, saying that he has definite combat effectiveness and excellent commanding ability of civil workers. This is the Faculty of Engineering. Civil engineering is the hottest major. There is a big overlap with his identity information. Will it be a person? Is this a hero? Xiaodong was a little excited when he saw the hero for the first time, but after missing him, he turned his head and ran away. Let the hero do the punishment of the weird person, he is just a trivial ordinary person. Xiaodong shook his head, and ran towards the gym with the crowd. The gymnasium is extremely magnificent, with an oval appearance. The thick walls have extremely strong defensive power. The weird people who can easily destroy the stone can't break through the wall. The inside of the gymnasium is very wide. The seats can accommodate 2,000 people. If the venue is included, it can accommodate 4,000 to 5,000 people. This is just an indoor gymnasium. There are 3 such gymnasiums in Z City University. When they arrived at the gymnasium, after they entered through the main entrance, a teacher immediately arranged for them to go inside and enter. Hey! Ryota Kawai sat down on the ground, panting, and said, I'm really tired. Your physical strength is too bad. Xiaodong sat aside and said with a smile. Is it far away? Kawai Ryota looked at Xiaodong and said with some surprise, your physical strength is not much better than mine. It turned out that I was so tired that I was out of breath. Why does it look so easy now? Is it? Xiaodong also felt a little surprised. He ran 1,000 meters and didn't even feel tired at all. I don't know what weirdo is. Kawai Ryo was too curious to look into the distance, and pointed in a direction, that's the Faculty of Science, let's go over and listen. The two approached that direction, and immediately heard the people from the Faculty of Science talk about it. Algebra Weird, a book with algebraic figures, a ruler in one hand, a triangular ruler in the other, and a semicircular ruler on the back. You can cut even walls. Xiaodong listened to the description in his ear. If he could cut the wall, then he should be able to touch the side of the tiger-level monster. But now weird levels are not systematically classified, and it is difficult to measure strength. If a tiger-level weirdo, can that hero solve it? Even if the Wild Siren of B6 will deal with tiger-class monsters in the future, there is hope for the weaker ones, but the stronger ones are powerless. Forget it, any weird guys of this intensity can't break through the stadium. The old of Xiaodong was lying on the ground of the stadium, waiting patiently for the end. The alarm was lifted, and the strange man was killed by the hero's combined guards. About 20 minutes later, there was news that the alarm was lifted. So everyone filed out again, each went to the classroom in the teaching building. The course will continue according to the original plan, and at most one class will be missed. Living in such a world, most people are accustomed to such things. Attacks by strangers and disasters cannot make people lose confidence in life. When leaving, Xiaodong saw the traces of the ambulance passing by, and there were only 2 vehicles he saw. It looks like a lot of injuries. Xiaodong looked very gloomy when he saw this scene. The ubiquitous weird people made life in this world a lot more stressful. I'm hungry again. Back to the classroom, Xiaodong felt a little hungry in her abdomen. She picked up the toast and ate it. It took only 40 to 50 minutes to finish the meal by herself, so she became hungry so quickly. Xiaodong ate bread, drank milk, and settled all the food she carried, but she was still hungry at noon. At noon, Xiaodong ate 4 full bowls of rice in the canteen. Looking at the reduced wallet, she wanted to cry without tears. The cost is too high. Xiaodong looked a little helpless. Lunch cost 2,000 yen. In the morning, breakfast was made at home and 600 yen on egg toast. Including dinner and supper, the money I spend on meals a day must be at least 6,000 yen, and a month's meals will cost 180,000 yen. This kind of consumption is too high, and the income from part-time work is only 120,000 yen. Xiaodong works part-time in a fast food restaurant, Monday to Friday from 6 to 10 in the evening for 4 hours, Saturday and Sunday for 8 hours each, 36 hours a week. According to an hour's salary of 900 yen, approximately 32,000 yen can be earned every week. Reading www.yukansha.com. Around 130,000 yen for 4 weeks, plus overtime pay, can reach 150,000 yen in 30 days. This means that all my income is not enough for food. And Xiaodong's sister, Kyunkyu, has a monthly basic salary of 300,000 yen before tax, and there is a share of author's remuneration, which can get almost 350,000 to 400,000 yen. But personal income tax, resident tax, unemployment insurance, endowment insurance, and health insurance must be deducted, as well as national health insurance for summer and winter. These will be close to 30%, and there will be 2670,000 yen left. The monthly rent is 60,000 yen, the utility bill is 20,000 yen, the mobile phone fee is 10,000 yen for 2 persons, the transportation fee is close to 10,000 yen, and the broadband fee is 5,000 yen. The monthly food for 2 persons is about 80,000 yen, including occasional meals out. Entertainment expenses, clothing expenses for 2 people, and items consumption add up to at least 80,000 yen. Just for basic living needs, my sister's income has to be used up, so that my sister is rarely able to go out to dinner with friends, and the focus of work has always been at home. In high school, the bonus for 2 months each year was basically filled in the tuition fees for summer and winter. After going to university, the tuition fee of 850,000 yen for the first year and 550,000 yen for the next 2 years is no longer able to bear. After part-time work in summer and winter, you can ease your income, but you should also try to avoid large expenditures. But if you continue with this appetite, it will be difficult for you to sustain it. Damn belly! Xiaodong looked very depressed, touched his stomach. I really wish I could eat less. Go to work. Xiaodong left school on a bicycle, found a place to buy some rice to fill his stomach, and walked slowly towards the part-time job. Chapter 6, Changes in the Body. Xiaodong put the incubator with chicken nuggets in his hand into the cold storage, and was about to put it down, when footsteps came from behind. Saw them behind, 2 figures came in carrying an incubator and placed the incubator on the ground. Worn out. The 2 were panting, standing there with their arms moving. You are too bad, 2 people carry the box, and it is fast if there is no peace. Behind the 2, a woman in uniform walked out, standing there with her arms akimbo, her expression a little dissatisfied. This box must be 60 caddies, right? The youth stood there, panting, looking at Xiaodong and said, Heya, why are you so powerful? Yes, you have to carry a box by yourself, right? Another person couldn't help but said, this box weighs 50 or 60 caddies. It's too easy for you to carry it alone. I'm working out recently. Xiaodong said with a smile, this weight is still okay. Look at Haya. The woman shook her head and said, you two should practice too. Yes, the manager. The two lowered their heads, and the store manager clapped his hands and said, okay, there is another box. Toshihiko Shingo, you two will carry it, and you can go to rest. Yes. Toshihiko and Shingo said helplessly, and walked outside the door. Then I will go back. Xiaodong bid farewell to the manager, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and returned to the changing room. The power has grown. He sat on the bench and looked at his hands with a strange expression. I used to lift the 18.6 liters water bucket used by the straight drinking machine. I barely raised it with one hand, but I could only hold it for more than 10 seconds. If I moved with both hands and climbed the stairs, I had to rest twice in the middle, and the tired arm would be painful. 2 bags of 10 kilograms of flour, basically, I can't lift my tired arms when I move home. But now, if you lift the bucket yourself, you can lift it up with one hand and go upstairs easily. Carrying a 60 jin cargo box, 6 or 7 times, but it just feels a little heavy. The power has more than doubled. This kind of change began to take shape a week ago, and it has not been improved until today. Apart from work, there is no training. Xiaodong thought about the past, and found that she had no training, and she didn't know that her strength had improved so much. There is no similar experience in his memory. This change happened in half a month after I came into this world. The only difference between myself and the past is eating, and the only difference in my body is the heat flow generated during eating. Can only temporarily attribute the increase in strength to heat flow. I have to test it. Xiaodong waited until the end of today's part-time work. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaodong went directly to the gym and planned to take a test. With the help of a fitness instructor, Xiaodong did 3 tests: squat, bench press and deadlift. Without equipment, squat 155 kg, bench press 110 kg, deadlift 160 kg. According to the height of 1.82 meters in summer and winter and the weight of 82 kg, this standard is level 3, which belongs to the advanced standard for powerlifting. Many people need to train for almost a year on the basis of fitness to achieve this. Achievements are a bit unbelievable for Xiaodong. At least as an adult who has not been trained to maintain a basic routine, it is impossible to achieve this. You must know that the author's first bench press of 20 kg is only the standard weight of the Olympic bar, and most adults tremble when supporting a bar. But Xiaodong achieved this result without training, which is a bit weird. In addition, Xiaodong's height and weight have also changed. The height has increased by 1 cm and the weight has increased by 4 kg. Xiaodong did pull ups again. Originally, he could only do 2, but now he can do 16. Then Xiaodong went to the treadmill again at speed 8. After running for a full 40 minutes, I was so tired and out of breath. If you want to know who you are, you will be tired after running for more than 10 minutes. The physical strength has also greatly increased. Dramatic change. If there is no accident, there is only one source of this change: eating and the heat flow after eating, improving one's physical fitness. The more you eat, the better your physical fitness. With a strong physical quality, he is more able to live in this world and protect his sister. But after summer and winter, I was a bit distressed. I ate too much and spent too much money to make ends meet. Need to think of other ways. Xiaodong was a little distressed, and left the gym on a bicycle, first went to eat half full, then went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, and then returned home. Opened the door and entered the living room. What caught my eye was my sister Chiaki, who was sitting on the sofa and watching TV. She wore a pink vest on her upper body. One of the shoulder straps of the vest had slipped under her shoulders. The large white skin of her chest was exposed, and the deep gully could hold a mobile phone. Her lower body is wearing hot pants, her 2 long white legs are placed on the coffee table, and her cute feet rub against each other. I really don't pay attention to the influence. Kazuya is back. Seeing Xiaodong, Qianqiu immediately stood up, walked over to take the food in his hand, and said, "Give it to me, you have been working for a day, and you should be tired too. Go take a shower and I will cook the food." "Great." Xiaodong handed the vegetables to Qianqiu, then gave her the bag in the other hand, and said, "Sister, I bought the sesame eggs for you." "Hey!" Qianqiu's eyes lit up, but then he looked a little dissatisfied. "You bought 4? You bought too much, and you don't want to eat." "I don't eat it, but sister, do you like it?" Xiaodong put the sesame egg on the coffee table, pushed her sister into the kitchen, and said, "Okay, sister, I'm hungry, let's cook for me. I really can't do anything with you." Qianqiu shook his head, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was obviously happy inside. Sister went to cook. Xiaodong put the backpack in the corner of the bedroom, went to the bathroom to take a shower, walked out to dry her hair, and sat on the sofa watching TV. There was another attack. The local news station reported on the attack by a tiger-level monster. Is just a city of Z-wolf-level weirdos are on average once a day, tiger-level weirs are about once every 5 days, and ghost-level weirs are once a month to 2 months. This is already a relatively high frequency. In the original book, the ghost level is described once a month, which is already an unbearable result for other cities. And the city of Z has been known for its high attack rate in just over 10 years, and even has no man's land. Near the no man's land, most of the residents have already evacuated, forming a circle of empty areas, completely deserted. Weirdos often leave from no man's land, and of course many go to other cities. Z City is still too dangerous. Xiaoqiu couldn't help thinking, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Although there will be a strong Saitama in the future, there are also several great crises, meteorites, the Deep Sea King and the Weird Association. Although the meteorite was shattered, the broken stone also caused many casualties. The Deep Sea King kills fewer people, but the danger is not small. There is also the Weird Association, but the entire no man's land is destroyed, and the extent of the spread is unknown. If you have the ability, Xiaoqiu still plans to change the city. There are powerful heroes in many cities. The headquarters of the association is City A, where there are often S-class stationed, but they are completely destroyed by Poro's spacecraft. I City, there is a tornado, but her destructive power is so great that it even causes more damage than weirdos. Bang runs a martial arts field on the mountain. The Metal Knight is missing. The Atomic Warrior has no fixed place. The King is in M City, but it is a big water ratio. The safest place is City Q, the city guarded by the police dogman. Under his protection, the disaster in City Q has always been the least affected, and the degree of safety is extremely high. The victims of several cities around are rushing in, and it is still the only city that was not destroyed in the Weird Association's attack. Well, after graduation, I was looking for a job in Q City and took my sister to Q City. Xiaodong looked at the elder sister who was walking here with a tray and 2 long legs with sweat beads hanging on her chest and laughed. "What are you smirking?" Qianqiu put down the tray, glanced at him for nothing, and said, "Don't you help with the meal?" "Yes." Xiaodong immediately stood up, took the tray from Qianqiu's hand, and followed her into the kitchen to serve food. Compared with the dangerous battle and the illusory and powerful, Xiaodong wants to focus on the present. Let my sister live a happy life, this is Xiaodong's dream. Chapter 7, Chance Encounter. In the hot summer, the sun toasts the earth, and heat waves hit one after another. Xiaodong carried a huge wooden box and walked down the somewhat dilapidated building step by step, and then went to the truck and put the wooden box on the truck. "Heya, you are really amazing." Next to the truck, a middle-aged man was sorting out the goods. He looked at Xiaodong and said, "I have such great strength and good physical strength. Do you often exercise?" "Yes, I usually exercise." Xiaodong picked up a towel and wiped his face, picked up a bottle of water, and started drinking. It looks very strong. The middle-aged man patted Xiaodong on the shoulder, and then said, but the 2 classes are too hard. Can still bear it now. Xiaodong smiled and replied, put the water bottle down, ran upstairs, and continued to carry the goods. It is summer vacation now in summer and winter, so I changed jobs decisively and entered a moving company as a porter. In Sakurajima, the price of moving companies is very high. Especially in this world, the attacks of strangers make many people change their houses frequently, so the price is more expensive, and every month is a busy period. For example, a single room, a 1K house, 50,000 yen within 15 kilometers, 60,000 yen within 50 kilometers, and close to 70,000 yen within 200 kilometers within the same city. As for other cities, there is no development for the time being. The family of 3 people will cost 100,000 yen within 15 kilometers, 100,000 yen for 50 kilometers, and 150,000 yen for 200 kilometers. The income of porters is also very high. There are 2 porters in single rooms, 1 driver, and 1 car. There are 3 to 5 porters in the 3-person room, 1 or 2 drivers, and 2 vehicles are often required for goods. The porter earns 10,000 yen per person and the driver earns 5,000 yen for 15 kilometers, 10,000 yen for 50 kilometers, and 15 yen for 200 kilometers. The summer and winter meeting try to move twice a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, so that you can get 20,000 yen a day and 600,000 yen a month. Others, even if they often do this business, most of them do it once a day, and the skilled workers do it twice a day, but they also take a break on Sunday. Moving once a day will basically make you tired. Ordinary people can't do it at all. Even many people just work as a mover and can't lift their tired arms once. Many people would rather move once and do part-time jobs than do it twice a day. Like Xiaodong twice a day, I don't even take a break during holidays. I have basically never seen it. But no way, no money. I eat more and more in summer and winter, and now the average daily cost is 10,000 yen. Similarly, my physical fitness continues to improve. After eating for 2 months, Xiaodong is now 1.83 meters tall and weighs 90 kilograms. Squat 220 kilograms, bench press 145 kilograms, deadlift 225 kilograms. This kind of data has reached level 1, which belongs to the professional level. Many people cannot conduct professional training and cannot achieve this result. What's more frightening is that Xiaodong's speed has also increased to 100 meters in 10.67 seconds, 400 meters in 48 seconds, 1,500 meters in 3 minutes and 48 seconds, and 10,000 meters in 28 minutes and 15 seconds. If according to the standards of the previous generation of China, it means that the summer and winter's 100 meters and 200 meters have reached the national first-level athletes, the 400 meters and the 1,500 meters are close to and reach the level of athletes, and the 10,000 meters has reached the international sports level. The standard of a master. In other words, the farther the distance, the higher the performance in summer and winter, which also means that the endurance of summer and winter is strong. High jump, you can jump to 2 meters in summer and winter, which is still the national first-class standard. Strong strength, fast speed, good endurance, Xiaodong's body is getting stronger and stronger. But the appetite is also increasing, and the high food and beverage expenses make Xiaodong feel painful and happy. It's so annoying. Xiaodong thought, continuing to carry the goods, walking down, carrying the goods again and again. It's noon, eat quickly, and do another shift in the afternoon. Thanks, goodbye everyone. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaodong moved again, followed the car back to the moving company, and bid farewell to my colleagues, rode a bicycle, and headed towards home. So tired. Rao is strong in summer and winter, and you can still feel physical fatigue. But as long as you eat, the fatigue in summer and winter will be quickly relieved. Improve physical fitness, relieve fatigue and pain. This is the function of heat flow, so Xiaodong guesses that the so-called heat flow is a stream of energy that can strengthen oneself. With the passage of time, a month and a half ago, the heat flow provided by food could no longer flow through the whole body, and could only go to a certain part. This may be an improvement in physical fitness, and the energy contained in the heat flow can barely increase the strength of a part of the body. This also means that my improvement will become slower and slower in the future. But what Xiaodong is curious about is what this energy is and where it comes from. I didn't have this energy in the previous life, but I have it in this world. Is it a difference in the world, or is it your own reason? There are weird people and powerful humans in this world. Through cultivation, human beings can obtain powerful physical body, defense power, speed, and strength, far surpassing human beings in the previous world. So there must be some factors causing all this. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com may have such energy in this world. Energy can be strengthened, and the upper limit of the human body can also be changed. Secondly, it is my own reason, which is also very possible. Because of my strength gain, it is not through training, but through eating. Energy can increase the upper limit and advancement speed, but it cannot be obtained directly and requires practice. And eating in summer and winter should be equivalent to human cultivation. The two superimposed, which led to the continuous strengthening of myself. Xiaodong calls this energy strengthening energy, and temporarily sets his own ability as the ability to swallow. Whether the strengthening energy can be subdivided again, it needs more extensive examples to analyze, and it is temporarily impossible to judge. Buy something to eat first, and then go to the vegetable market. Today, my sister has to work overtime, so let me show off my cooking skills. Xiaodong thought, and walked away. But just turning the corner, Xiaodong directly hit a figure, banged, and made a loud noise. Okay. Xiaodong raised his head, saw the other party, instantly threw the car away, and ran away. You are running too fast. The huge figure watched Xiaodong disappear into the distance, shook his pliers, and said, "Forget it, let's find the kid with the cracked jaw first. If you dare to do such a thing to me, you must not spare him." The huge figure walked away and disappeared into the street. After he left, Xiaodong touched it lightly, frowned, and said, "I actually met this guy, which means, in terms of his strength, it is not too dangerous." Xiaodong picked up the bicycle and said, "Let's go and have a look." Chapter 8, Crab Monster. Is nearly 2 and 5 meters tall, has a burly body, 2 huge eyes on the top of his head, a crab face, his arms are crab claws, his chest and abdomen are wrapped in thick carapace, and his legs are indistinguishable from humans. Crab monster. A weird person who mutated because of eating too much crab. For this weird person, Xiaodong is no stranger to it, the first weird person Saitama defeated. The grandson of the tycoon Agniel drew 2 oily pens on the crab monster's chest while the crab monster was sleeping, because the crab monster's hands were crab claws and could not be wiped off at all, so he hunted down the mischievous boy. After encountering him by chance, Saitama rescued the boy and killed the crab monster. The young grandfather, Agniel, also founded the Heroes Association and developed it because of this. Not only that, Saitama also plans to become a hero instead of looking for a job because of this incident. Crab monster can be called the tiger-level monster with the highest sense of existence in the entire comic. Yes, this is a tiger-level monster. Although there is no systematic classification yet, the strength of the tiger-level monster is very powerful. If you want to deal with a tiger-level hero, you need an A-level hero or 5 B-level heroes in the future. His attack can easily damage the ground and is very powerful. Of course, Saitama was just an ordinary person at the time, using his shortcomings to attack with his eyes, pulling out the eyes and the contents of his head. Xiaodong pushed his bicycle and followed him at a long distance, hoping to see Saitama fighting with him, and establishing friendship with Saitama, this would be a good thing. Where is it? The crab monster stood still, looked around, then suddenly turned around. It looks like someone is following me. Is it an illusion? Crab monster shook his head, turned around, and walked in one direction. Hey, I was almost found. Xiaodong leaned against the wall and gasped, and it was the first time to follow a stranger. Before, he ran away when he met a stranger. Put the bicycle here. Xiaodong put the bicycle in the corner, locked it, and followed again. Ah, it's a weirdo. In the distance, several female high school students who had returned home saw the crab monster and screamed in fright, turned and ran. Hey, are you afraid of me? The crab monster looked a little proud, but instead of pursuing it, he continued to look for the child with a cracked jaw. He rarely attacked people in the original work, except for children with cracked jaws, who laughed at him. Keep searching. Crab monster kept wandering, while Xiaoqiu followed closely, occasionally jumping to the courtyard wall next to him, keeping a certain distance, but not being lost. When will you meet Saitama? Xiaodong thought, he would first meet Saitama, let him go, and then go to the park to find the double-chin child and meet Saitama again. 1 street, 2 streets. Crab monster still did not find the double-chin child, and also did not touch Saitama. Until... Is that a park? Xiaodong narrowed his eyes, and a park appeared in the distance, and the crab monster walked towards the park. Did you meet Saitama before meeting yourself? Xiaodong thought, and continued to approach. The crab monster walked into the park. Keep up. Xiaodong immediately followed, quickly narrowing the distance, and came to the entrance of the park. I saw the crab monster walk towards a young man. That boy, with double chins and a strange appearance, was exactly what the crab monster was looking for. Okay? Xiaoqiu was stunned, there was no Saitama. It is reasonable to say that Saitama will find the boy first, and save the child at the very moment, but now it seems that he is not here at all. How is this going? Found it. The crab monster looked excited, raised his right clamp high, and then smashed it down. Boom! After a muffled sound, the right clamp stopped in the air. Okay. The crab monster lowered his head slightly, and saw that in front of him, one of his hands was against his big arm, and his tongs could not fall down. Can withstand it. Xiaodong supported his arm with both hands. Because of the torque, the power of the big arm position was small, and he got stuck in advance, which caused the speed to not rise and the strength to decrease. With the strength of Xiaodong, he was able to hold his arm with ease. You can't let you kill this kid. Xiaodong gritted his teeth and said. This child is related to the establishment of the Hero Association in the future. Without the coordination of the Hero Association, more and more people will die. You can become stronger. According to this growth rate, how strong can you become? I am afraid that the stronger of the tiger-level monsters, he will not be an opponent. The Hero Association is indispensable. It is also about Saitama. Now Saitama has not appeared, and it is not clear how to resolve the future crises. If it is really because of my own arrival, Saitama will not appear. The existence of the Heroes Association is very important. So he can't die yet. Boy, run away! Xiaodong roared, his right foot hooked the crab monster's leg, and his body slammed forward, hitting the crab monster's side abdomen. Boom! The crab monster fell directly on the ground, dusty. Quick, let's run! Xiaodong picked up the boy who was standing there stupidly, ran away. He didn't plan to fight him, he didn't have the perverted physique of Saitama, and he could still move after so many hits. I only need to stop the crab monster and take the boy away. This is Xiaodong's plan, and it is perfectly implemented. It's you. Crab monster got up from the ground, recognized Xiaodong, who had just hit him, and moved his legs to chase after him. His legs are sturdy, but his upper body is larger, so his running speed is not too fast. Although Xiaodong is fast, but holding a person, the speed slows down too much. Fortunately, the endurance and strength are good, so I try my best to run forward and still maintain a little advantage. Bang! Bang! Crab monsters kept chasing them, while Xiaodong ran away. Quick! Quick! Xiaodong ran quickly, ran in the other direction, crossed the street, turned and ran away. Someone! Xiaodong saw a man in a suit walking forward not far away, shouting, "Quickly, get out of here, there are weirdos." Weirdo! The man in the distance tilted his head slightly, but didn't show any signs, but continued to walk slowly. Xiaodong passed him, holding the boy and continuing to run, ran a few steps. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com turned his head and looked at him loudly and shouted, "Run! Never mind." The man stood there, a pair of dead fish eyes without brilliance. It doesn't matter what weird people are. Okay. Seeing this man, Xiaodong's eyes widened, short black hair, handsome face and a pair of blind eyes, a little familiar. But the next moment, with a boom, a figure burst out from the corner. "I saw you." The crab monster looked at Xiaodong and the young man with a happy expression, and then strode towards this side and chased him. "Put down that kid, I'm going to kill him. Don't think about it." Xiaodong hugged the boy and continued to run away, while the man still walked forward slowly, not worried about the crab monster at all. "Don't get in the way." The crab monster strode after him, and when he passed the man, he slammed the crab claws. Boom! The man flew out and hit the wall in the distance. "Run!" Xiaodong continued to hold the boy and ran away, while the crab monster continued to catch up, running farther and farther. Hoo! The weight of the boy is about 60 kilograms. He is able to hold him easily, but running, especially at a sprint speed, consumes extremely fast physical strength. Even though the excellent physical strength in summer and winter allows it to be supported, the slowing down caused by physical exertion makes the crab monster shorten the distance. "Hurry up!" Xiaodong ran wildly, avoiding the opponent's attack. Boom! Boom! The voice behind is getting closer and closer, constantly narrowing the distance. Die! The crab monster jumped up, jumped behind Xiaodong, raised the crab claws, and slammed it towards Xiaodong. Chapter 9, Kill. The huge crab claw slammed down and hit the ground directly. Boom! A big hole was blasted into the ground, rocks were flying, smoke and dust filled. And Xiaodong appeared not far away holding the boy, but with blood flowing down her forehead, she was already injured. Damn it! Xiaodong ran away again holding the boy, and the crab monster rushed forward again. But the longer the time, the slower he speeds. Running with this young man, he can't escape his pursuit at all. What should I do next? Run? There is no problem running away alone. But what about this kid? Watching him die? It's still for the possible future, to work hard. Summer and winter don't want to die. Countless thoughts flashed in my heart. The sound of the wind suddenly appeared. Xiaodong immediately leaped forward. Boom! Crab claws swept across and hit the courtyard wall next to it, which immediately shattered. And Xiaodong avoided his attack again and lay down on the ground. How can I do? Run? Xiaodong stood up from the ground, gritted his teeth and looked at the crab monster. He suddenly saw something, narrowed his eyes and said, "You run quickly." Okay. The child with a cracked chin had already escaped from the panic. Hearing Xiaodong's words, he ran away. But his speed is slower than Xiaodong holding him. So someone must stop him. I won't let you chase him. Xiaodong wiped the blood from his forehead, glaring at the crab monster. Only you want to stop me. Crab monster raised the crab claws again and smashed towards Xiaodong. But Xiaodong did not retreat this time but instead moved forward, rushing directly. Boom! Xiaodong once again carried the crab monster's right tongs, and gritted his teeth to support it. It's useless. The crab monster saw this scene, raised the crab claws in his left hand, and slammed it towards Xiaodong. Boom! Xiaodong suddenly pulled out his right hand and pressed the crab claws. The huge force of the left pliers made Xiaodong's arm creak and approach. Without the help of his right hand, the crab monster's right tongs pressed down accordingly, while Xiaoqiu did not use his hands to block, but swiped back, resisted with his forearm, and then pressed on his shoulder. Carried the crab's right tongs on his shoulder, still pressing down. What? Xiaodong shouted loudly, holding the crab claws tightly, but the crab monster's left claw slowly pulled out and held it high. See how many times you can block it. The crab monster smiled, and then planned to drop it. But suddenly a tie hooked his eyes behind his back, and the crab's strange expression was taken aback. Die to me! There was a sound from behind the crab monster, his eyes were torn off directly, and all the material in his head was also pulled out. The crab monster let out a mournful cry, fell heavily and hit the ground. Hey, it's over! Xiaodong straightened up, moved her body, looked at the figure in the distance, smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." It was the listless young man in a suit who was standing there, with blood on his head. Just now, the reason Xiaodong dared to stay here alone to deal with it was to see the young man in suit chasing frantically in the distance, running towards this side, and giving Xiaodong a gesture. Xiaodong reacted immediately, attracted the crab monster, resisted his attack, and created a fatal blow for him. "Why did you choose to attack?" Xiaodong sat down on the ground, looked at the man in front of him and asked, "Didn't you just say that it doesn't matter?" "It doesn't matter." The man stood there, gasping for breath and said, "But seeing that you are desperate to save the child and are in danger, I think it's better to help." "Thank you." Xiaodong stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, "My name is Kazuya, Kiyahara Kazuya. Just call Saitama." The man and Xiaodong shook their hands and said with a smile, "Saitama? Is it really him? Only history has changed, and no one knows what will happen next." Xiaodong retracted his hand and moved his arms, but saw Saitama lower his head and reach for the crab claws. "What are you doing?" Xiaodong asked curiously. Saitama tore off the crab claws and said, "Of course you have to take such a big crab claws home and cook them. Eat, weirdo." Xiaodong looked at him somewhat unexpectedly, and asked, "Aren't you worried about what will happen?" "There is no need to worry." Saitama straightened up, took the crab claws and said, "I don't have any money to eat anymore, I just have something to eat." Saitama said, shaking the crab claws, "Don't you get some?" "This." Xiaodong feels a little moved, such a big crab claws, there must be a lot of crab meat, the value alone is more than 10,000 yen. Thinking of delicious crab meat, Xiaodong's belly gurgled. But he is worried about the side effects. If he eats a weird person, will he become a weird person? "Do not worry." Saitama said, "I have eaten it several times, and nothing will happen. Are you okay?" Xiaodong heard this, and Saitama hasn't started exercising yet, nor has he broken the limiter. If it's okay to eat weird people. Gone. Saitama took the huge crab claws and said to the distance, "It's getting late, I'm going home." "Okay." Xiaodong saw Saitama leave, he hesitated, pulled the crab claws off, and immediately followed, "Can I go back with you?" "Follow me." Saitama glanced at Xiaodong, and asked puzzledly, "Why?" "I want to talk to you." Xiaodong waved the crab claws, and Yu read www.yuyukanshu.com and said, "I can buy the seasoning, we will eat together." "Seasoning?" Saitama's eyes fluctuated slightly, and he smiled and said, "There is no seasoning at home, and I have no money. If you can buy it, come with me." "Great." Xiaodong left behind Saitama, passing by the shop, and bought some green onions and garlic plus salt and liquor. Then he followed Saitama to his house. Now Saitama has not lived in a no-man's land, but the distance from the no-man's land is not too far, and the price here is relatively cheap. The same house is located at the other end of the city near Z City University for 60,000 yen. The price in the city center is about 80,000 to 100,000 yen, while the price here is only 20,000 to 30,000 yen. This is it. Saitama went up to the third floor, took out the key to open the door, walked in. Give me the seasoning, I'll cook the crab. Great. Xiaodong gave him the spices, and sat at the table, lost in thought. My purpose is not just to eat. How to make Saitama a hero of interest according to the original history. Without Saitama, great changes will take place in the future history. What about that meteorite? The meteorite landed, and all Z cities were gone. I can leave Z city, but what about Poros? Just being a Poros, almost no one can contend, it is just a guess whether the blasting can stop him. Think about the wording. Xiaodong waited for a while. Saitama had already cooked the crabs with ease, came to Xiaodong and sat in front of Xiaodong. Mr. Saitama. Xiaodong looked at Saitama, holding the tea and asked, what do you do for work? Chapter 10/A. Jobs. Saitama looked a little helpless when he heard this topic, and said, I don't have a job. I went to find a job today, but I didn't pass the interview. That's it. Xiaodong took a sip of tea and said, it's better not to worry about finding a job. How about you? Saitama stared at Xiaodong and asked, you don't seem to be too old. I go to school in Z City University, and sophomore after school starts. Xiaodong smiled and replied, seeing him staring at his clothes, and said, but I am now working in a moving company and just got off work. Moving company? Saitama heard this phrase and asked with great interest, how is the income? Xiaodong replied, one trip is about 10,000 yen. Most people go once a day. Sometimes I go twice a day, but it's too tired. Moving is really hard. If you go once a day, including rest days, the monthly salary is almost 220,000 yen. Saitama touched his chin and said, it's a little bit less, but it's almost enough. And if you move twice occasionally, the income will be higher. Listening to his words, Xiaodong had some vague premonitions, and said with a smile, it's just a little tired. It doesn't matter if you are tired. Saitama put his hands on the tatami and said, I'm 22, and the relief fund has stopped, and the money for working in college is almost gone. It seems that I can't hope to find a formal job, I can only work or go. Do some hard work. Hearing this, Xiaodong looked at Saitama, and asked with trepidation, do you want to be a porter? Try it first. Saitama looked at Xiaodong and asked curiously, which moving company do you work for? Z City Victory Moving Company. Xiaodong replied, then waved his hands and said, you can't go there. Why? Saitama looked at Xiaodong in confusion. This. Xiaodong scratched his head, don't know what to say. Could it be said that if you are not a hero, the world may be destroyed? That's it. Xiaodong looked at Saitama and asked, there are so many weirdos now, have you ever thought of being a hero? Hero? Saitama looked at Xiaodong with a little puzzled. It's a hero. Xiaodong said, don't you want to save people from weirdos and help them live a safe life? When I was young, my dream was indeed to be a hero. Saitama said with a smile, but when I grow up, I give up. It is too dangerous to be a hero. If I get injured, I don't even have medical expenses. Yes. Xiaodong nodded subconsciously, but then said, no, but being a hero can help others, just like today, you saved a teenager, aren't you happy? There may be a little bit, but afterwards, I was a little scared. I was more infected by your actions at that time. Saitama answered while thinking, and then realized something, put a hand on the square table, stared at Xiaodong, and said, "Actually, you want to be a hero, right?" "Hey!" Xiaoqiu was stunned on the spot. "You worked hard to save the boy. Compared to me, you can already be regarded as a hero." Saitama said again, "Now you ask me, actually you want to be a hero, right?" This one. Xiaoqiu feels helpless. She has no interest in being a hero, but she can't say it. So he said, "Yes, I want to be a hero." At this point, he looked at Saitama seriously and said, "But my strength alone is too weak. I hope you will become a hero with me." "I reject." Facing Xiaodong's request, Saitama replied decisively, "I don't want to be a hero." "You?" Xiaodong looked at Saitama and said anxiously, "Why don't you want to?" "Too dangerous." Saitama yawned and said, "And you can just take it. My physical fitness is not as good as you, so I won't join in the fun." "You can train." Xiaodong said quickly, "I am also training, so my physical fitness can be better than normal people. Training is not something you can do in a day." Saitama lazily said, "I'd better find a job to support myself." "How did that happen?" Xiaodong doesn't understand it. Saitama doesn't want to be a hero just because of his involvement. In the original work, Saitama was ashamed of not being able to find a job. As a result, the jar broke, and he had a hard time with the crab monster. After being knocked to the ground, he decided to become a hero and then killed him. But now he is not the main person who saves the young man, and he is also himself in the frontal fight, he is just smashed. He suppressed the meaning of becoming a hero, and the driving force was insufficient. Okay. This is troublesome. Xiaodong thinks about the method and how to make him a hero. But Saitama took a piece of paper next to him, handed it a pen to Xiaodong, and said, "Yes, please write down the address of the moving company. I will check it tomorrow." "Great." Xiaodong hesitated, then took the pen and wrote down the address. Since he doesn't want to temporarily, let's talk about it later. It happens that he wants to work. If he can work with himself, then he still has a chance. "Give you." After Xiaodong finished writing, he handed the paper and pen to Saitama, and then said, "You can go directly tomorrow. There is a shortage of people there and it takes a few days of training." "I understand." Saitama put the paper away, and said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank me and become a hero, even if I am interested." Xiaodong roared in his heart, but waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, I also hope to work with you." The two sat there chatting, and after a while, Saitama got up and entered the kitchen, first brought out a bowl of sauce, and then returned to the kitchen. Came out again, holding a basin of crab limbs in his hand. The cooked part is the big arm part of the crab monster, which is the arm above the crab claws, only half of it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The arms of this crab monster are about 1.8 meters long, and they are all over the knees. The huge tongs are almost 1 meter long, 80 centimeters long crab legs, 20 centimeters in diameter, and a conservative weight of 30 jin, half of them are available. 15 catties. After removing the shell weight, the rest is close to 7 or 8 catties or more. This weight is enough for 2 people to eat. Smell good. Looking at the crab limbs in the basin, Xiaodong and Saitama swallowed together, and Saitama said, "Let's eat." "Great." Saitama started to separate the crab arms, split them with a knife, and handed a piece to Xiaodong. He also took a piece and ate it. "It's so delicious." Saitama swallowed a piece of crab meat, looked at Xiaodong, and asked, "Aren't you going to eat it?" "It looks okay." Xiaodong stared at Saitama, her already hungry belly uttered an empty scream, the aroma of food pierced into her nostrils, and her crazily appetite emerged, dominating her consciousness. "It's okay to eat." Xiaodong looked at the crab meat, wiped his saliva, tore off the shell, and peeled off the steaming crab meat inside. The surface layer of crab meat is light red, and the inside is snow-white crab meat. The meat is fresh and tender and exudes an attractive atmosphere. Can't stand it anymore, I ate it. Xiaoqiu couldn't bear it, and didn't dip into the sauce, just put it in the mouth and bite. It's hot. Xiaodong is hot and exhales constantly, chewing crab meat, which is fresh and tender. Goo. Xiaodong swallowed a bite of crab meat, and then went to take a second bite. After eating a few bites, a warmth suddenly appeared in the abdomen, hot and thick, flowing towards the surroundings of the body. This is... Xiaodong felt the more and more intense heat flow in the body, and his eyes brightened. Chapter 11, Strengthen. Crab meat contains extremely rich fortified energy. Just a few mouthfuls of crab meat can produce more heat than every time I eat. If you eat all of it, how much energy is there for strengthening? Xiaodong couldn't help but ate it, stuffing crab meat into his mouth constantly, chewing and swallowing. The fresh and tender crab meat is matched with the heat, so that summer and winter taste and body are satisfied, especially that crazy appetite is also being satisfied. Xiaodong eats faster and eats more. Seeing Xiaodong's movements, Saitama slowly eats crab meat. There are so many that it is impossible for two people to finish eating. What use is it for him to eat quickly? But as the summer and winter continue to eat, Saitama's face becomes more and more ugly. No way. He quickly increased his speed. After 15 minutes, only one piece of crab meat remained, and Xiaodong stopped his movements. So full. Xiaodong hiccuped and fell down there, her body covered by the heat, just like a hot bath in a hot spring, and her whole body was extremely hot. You're eating too much, too. Saitama said angrily. My appetite is too big, sorry. Xiaodong said with a smile. This is not a bit bigger. Saitama took the last piece of crab meat and broke it open, put it in his mouth, and said, I plan to save some for the night snack, but you have eaten it all alone. The crab limb I brought back will stay here too. Xiaodong said with a smile, you can cook some. That was not what I meant. Saitama waved his hand and said, you can take it away. No need to. Xiaodong shook his head and said, I can't take it home to eat, just stay with you. I can eat it myself, but I dare not let my sister eat it. If she knows about it, she will stop herself. Okay then. Saitama scratched his head, but a little embarrassed. But he eats too much, a pot of crab meat, he ate a full 3/4, the appetite is too much. Hey! Xiaodong sighed, did not say much, and lay there with his eyes closed. The heat began to fade slowly. There is a lot of heat flow, which is roughly equivalent to the heat flow of about 15 meals. This is only about 3/8 of a crab arm excluding the crab claws. According to this intensity, a crab monster can probably carry the heat flow of 800 meals. Has more heat flow than all the food I have eaten since I came into this world until now. This is the strengthening energy possessed by a tiger-level monster. If it is a ghost-level weirdo, what is the energy level? Even if it is a wolf-level monster, the same appetite is probably much stronger than ordinary food. Maybe I can become stronger. Xiaodong suddenly had an idea in her heart. If you just eat ordinary food, you can continue to strengthen your body in summer and winter, but there will be a limit to getting stronger. It is still unknown whether you can reach the level of A-level heroes or tiger-level monsters in 3 years. But if you eat a weird person, the speed at which you will become stronger will be greatly accelerated according to the intensity of the weird person, and the energy is different. Can become stronger. Xiaodong's heart was beating, and a thought came to life. Forget it. Xiaodong shook his head, the way to become stronger is still extremely difficult. First of all, it is the food conversion rate. If you eat a tiger-level monster yourself, you may not be able to reach the level of a tiger-level monster. The energy conversion efficiency needs to be carefully calculated. Next is the strength of the weirdo. Even the tiger level weirdo is still not to be underestimated. Destroying the ground masonry is the basic requirement, and even the mid-level A-level heroes are not opponents. Myself and Saitama can defeat the crab monster purely because the crab monster's weakness is too obvious. If they were replaced by other tiger-level monsters, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape. In the end, I couldn't eat it all the time. The number of weird people, the type of weird people, and the size of the weird people all restricted their eating. I may not be able to meet weird people often, and the weird people you meet may not be edible. Just like the crab monster only ate the crab arms, he can't eat his hairy legs. And I can't take it home by myself, I can only eat one meal. So Xiaodong stopped a crazy idea in time. I am not alone in this world, I can't make a desperate move, let alone risk my life. Forget it. Xiaodong yawned and closed his eyelids uncontrollably. He would feel sleepy when he was full. Fatigue and heat made him sleepy and made him extremely sleepy. His eyelids could not help but close, but he still holding back the sleepiness, stood up. Saitama, I'm going back. Xiaodong rubbed her eyes, got up from the tatami, and said, thank you for your hospitality. It's nothing. Saitama stood up and delivered Xiaodong to the door. Tomorrow morning. Xiaodong looked at Saitama and asked, will you go? I will check it out then. Saitama nodded and said. Then give me your line. Xiaodong took out his mobile phone and said, you can contact me then. Line? I don't use that. Saitama took out his cell phone, still a feature phone. Exchange mailboxes. Xiaodong and Saitama exchanged mailboxes, agreed to send an email at that time, and then bid farewell to leave. Is a long one in Japan, and there will always be a chance to convince him in the future. Bicycle. Xiaodong only then remembered his bicycle, patronizing the crab monster and Saitama, and forgot the bicycle. So Xiaodong ran back to the place where he lost his bicycle, unlocked the bicycle lock, and rode the bicycle home. I am back. Xiaodong returned home at 7 o'clock in the evening, and my sister was sitting at the table eating, drinking soba noodles and eating pickled vegetables. Sure enough, I'm not at home, so my sister eats more easily. Xiaodong thought, walked slowly over, put down the things in his hand, and said, Sister, this is tempura, I brought it back for you. Don't buy things specifically for me. Qianqiu took the tempura. Although he said that, he still seemed very happy. What you eat is too simple. Xiaodong put her hands on Qianqiu's shoulders, looked at her and said, you have to eat better too. I know. Qianqiu whispered, and then looked at Xiaqiu, you reading www.uuganshu.com frowned and said, why is your body so dirty? And your head, why is it broken? Qianqiu stretched out his hand and touched Xiaqiu's forehead, where there were blood scabs. It's over, I forgot to clean it up. Xiaodong looked in a daze, annoyed that he had forgotten this, and pretended to say casually, I accidentally fell, it's okay, the wound is not big. Be careful from now on. Qianqiu adjusted Li Xiaodong's collar and said, there is still water in the bathtub. Go and take a bath. I'll get your clothes and change them. It happened that our two clothes were washed together. Great. Xiaodong nodded, put down his things, went into the bathroom, first opened the shower to wash his body, and then entered the bathtub. The water in the bathtub was still very hot. Soaking in the bathtub, Xiaodong couldn't help but yawn. The day's work plus the journey and the fight made him really tired. He got sleepier and sleepier, and finally couldn't help closing his eyes. Fell asleep. I put my clothes. Qianqiu walked into the bathroom with her clothes. She saw Xiaodong fall asleep in the bathtub, and her voice slowly decreased. It's really hard work. Qianqiu saw this scene, and his expression was a bit complicated. In summer and winter, he went to the moving company every day. Although his income was high, he was very tired. I told him not to do it, just do some light work, but he refused. The scars on the head may not be broken, but may also be caused by work. Kyunkaido feels a little bit distressed to see his brother doing such a tiring work to subsidize the family. It would be great if the income were higher. Kyunkaido thinks that if his income is higher, his younger brother will not need to go to work. But what better job can I find? Chapter 12, Invalid. So have you decided? In the izakaya, Xiaodong sits behind the square table and looks at the man on the opposite side. Okay. Saitama nodded, and said, today, under the leadership of the manager, I took a look at the work situation, and I think I can try, and I will participate in training next. Then congratulations on becoming my colleague. Xiaodong raised his glass, touched Saitama, and the two drank it, and then ate the yakitori. Your injury, nothing seems to be happening. Saitama asked while eating. Is it? Xiaodong touched her wound, where it had healed, and the blood scab had fallen off. I thought it would take a few days to heal, but it healed so quickly. Your physical fitness is really good. Saitama said with some envy. This is a bit strange from your mouth. Xiaodong couldn't help but complain, but still said, do you want to know the secret of my becoming stronger? Hey? Is there a secret? Saitama's eyes lit up. Xiaodong stared at Saitama's eyes, and said seriously, 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, a squat 100 times, and a 10 kilometers long run. This is how Saitama gets stronger in the original book. I tell him now, maybe he is going to try it. Such a large amount of training, too tired. Saitama immediately lost interest when he heard this. Of course I'm tired, but it's getting stronger too. Xiaodong stretched out and smiled and said, you can also try it. I'll forget it. Saitama lazily said, I'm too tired, but I have to work next. It's better to keep my energy. I'll talk about it later, I'll talk about it later. Xiaodong hurriedly called the clerk, asked for something more, and the two began to eat again. Seeing that Saitama was full, Xiaodong directly settled the bill, and then the two separated at the door. Saitama said, I'm going back, and I will prepare for a 3-day training tomorrow. Goodbye, then. Xiaodong waved his hand, got on his bicycle, and planned to leave. By the way, you can come to my house after get off work. Saitama said suddenly. Hey! Xiaodong looked at Saitama. There are crabs at home. Saitama said, there is still a lot left. There is no refrigerator at home. If you don't eat it today, it will break down tomorrow. Great! Xiaodong's eyes brightened, and I can eat crab meat again. I go first. Saitama waved his hand, dressed in overalls, and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Looking at his back, Xiaodong looked a little distressed. It's still difficult to convince him to become a hero, but there's no need to worry, take it easy. Xiaodong shook his head and ate a meal at a ramen restaurant. Saitama was full, but he hadn't. If he was full at an izakaya, he would spend too much. It's okay to ask a friend to eat, but it's okay to eat by yourself. After dinner in summer and winter, he returned to the company and continued to work, and then waited for dinner. So that's it, if no one saves you, then you are already dead. In a luxury apartment in the center of Z City, the tycoon Agnier heard that his grandson had been attacked, and he immediately returned from City A. He was relieved when he saw that his grandson was okay. Yes, thank you elder brother for saving me desperately. The boy with a split chin lowered his head and said, but I don't know his name yet. Do not worry. Agniel rubbed his grandson's head, I will help you find him, but even my family has been threatened, it is really unbearable. Agniel said with a cold face, although there will be heroes to stop the weirdos, they are too inefficient and may not arrive in time every time. So it's time to complete my idea. What does father mean? The middle-aged man with a cracked jaw couldn't help asking. I plan to establish an organization that manages the assignment of heroes, and gathers the power of the strong to deal with the disaster of weird people. Agnil said. Unify the heroes? Asked the middle-aged woman with a split jaw. That's right. Agnil stood there, looked out the window and said, but I am not enough alone. I have to contact my friends. I think everyone has similar distress. Ho ho ho. Xiaodong quickly did push UPS, his body was constantly rising and falling, and the number in his mouth was 98, 99, 100. 100. Xiaodong stopped, looked at Saitama and said, look, it's not very difficult, right? It's difficult, okay. Saitama said grimly, 100 push UPS, not everyone can do it. But how can I do it without exercise? Xiaodong Yu said earnestly. I still have to work. Saitama said helplessly, I have only officially worked for a week, and I moved once a day, and my tired arms are sore. There is no time to exercise. Okay. Xiaodong scratched his head, and the job of persuading Saitama had failed again. Saitama has to work, it is very difficult to train him, and it is also very difficult to change his mind to make him a hero. How to do it? If Saitama does not become a hero, the future will be full of great dangers. Perhaps after less than 3 years for the meteorite, City Z will be destroyed. Do you really want to move? Trouble. Xiaodong looked at Saitama helplessly, while the latter lay there obliquely, pointed to the finger basin, and said, hurry up, I specially invite you to eat today, and I have prepared a lot. So do you invite people to dinner with plain noodles? Xiaodong squinted at Saitama, and Saitama invited herself to eat today in order to thank herself. There are very few dishes, so I prepared a large bowl of plain noodles. You have too much appetite. Saitama picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth, and said, I haven't got my salary yet, so I'll ask you again. It doesn't matter, as long as you are full. Xiaodong shook his head, picked up the plain noodles in the bowl, put it in a bowl, and then poured the sauce on it, and started to eat. After eating, Xiaodong bid farewell to Saitama and rode home on a bicycle. But when I turned the corner, I found a few people rushing towards this side. Weirdo, weird. Run. A group of figures ran past Xiaodong, and Xiaodong immediately stopped the bicycle and looked into the distance. I saw a strange figure attacking the crowd in front of a shop in the distance. This figure is about 2.5 meters tall, with a sturdy figure, and its chest is the dial of a watch. Sometimes the hands, minutes, and seconds are moving. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has a head on top and legs on the bottom. His hands are 2 long straps. Wow! His right strap shot at a young girl who fell to the ground wearing a small suit and black stockings. Hey hey! The strap of the watch weirdo entwined the young girl, flew into the air, and said with a smile, I don't even wear a watch. I don't cherish time at all. I will kill you. Take it, I took it. Miaoling shouted loudly, raising her right hand, I brought 3. The more you bring, the more deadly. The watch geek furiously threw the young girl out. The young lady was about to land, was held by Xiaodong, and then Xiaodong carried her and ran away. This is a tiger-level weirdo, how could he be able to deal with it? Since I was rescued, let's run away first. Hey? Not dead. Watching this scene, the watch geek looked extremely angry, the watch strap shot out, but did not touch Xiaodong. Run! Xiaodong hugged the woman and ran towards the distance. A figure appeared in front of her, and her figure stopped immediately. Very well, Kazuya classmate, please take her away quickly. This is a tall figure with a mask on his face and his right hand covered by a pile driver. He spoke to Xiaodong, passed him, and walked towards the watch geek step by step. Pile driver hero. Don't attack innocent passers-by. He stood in front of the watch geek, looked at each other, and said, "Let me be your opponent." Behind him, Xiaodong looked confused. How did he know my name is Hai? Chapter 13, Cooperation. It's okay, you can go first. Xiaodong ran to the corner carrying the young girl and put the girl down. Thank you. After the young lady thanked her, she hesitated, turned and ran away. It seems that the pile driver hero knows me. Xiaodong turned around and ran towards the battlefield. The other party called out his name just now. He must know him, and then think of the other party's appearance at Z City University so quickly, and it is related to civil engineering. Xiaodong guessed that he was from Z City University. One member. Can be specific, because the mask covers the sound, it is a bit muffled, cannot be directly judged. However, he knew himself, and took the initiative to stop the weirdo, which made Xiaodong unable to leave directly. The battle is in stalemate. Xiaodong observes the scene of the two fighting. At this time, the pile driver hero is fighting fiercely with the watch geek, but he can't get close at all. The two watch straps of the watch geek continued to expand and contract, attacking the pile driver hero, forcing him to dodge left and right. Then solve your hand first. Faced with the attack on the strap, the piling machine hero shot out with his right hand, and the drill bit of the piling machine popped out and hit the strap. Boom! The drill hit the strap, and the front part of the strap broke and exploded, but the other strap also hit the pile driver hero. Boom! At the moment, he used his left hand to block in front of him, with a thick baffle on his left hand, and took it hard. But even so, the huge force made it go backwards, and the left hand baffle was already shattered. It's enough to destroy one hand. Pile driver hero shook his hand, intending to continue the attack. But at this time, the attitude of the left watch of the watch eccentric slowly changed. The end of the watch was broken a little bit, and it slammed on the ground, but at the back, the buckle on the end of the strap was twisted and changed again. Made a hand. This pile driver hero has an ugly face, and his arms can be repaired, which means he can't fight for space by destroying his hands. Die. The watch band of the watch geek shot again and said, "It's useless, you can't hurt me." Damn it. Pile driver heroes can only dodge far away, and can't get close. It's just a bit close. Xiaodong looked at the scene in front of him. The two watch straps of the watch geek were not small and they moved freely. The forced pile driver hero kept retreating and couldn't attack at all. It's still too reluctant to fight against the tiger-level weirdo alone. If he is really a wild siren, even after 3 years, he will be a B6 hero at best. And the standard configuration of a tiger-level monster is an A-level hero or 5 B-level heroes. Although both the weirdo and the hero are both strong and weak, some tigers can easily defeat some heroes of A-level, and some heroes of B-level can easily beat the tiger. But in general, it is difficult to win at the B-level against the tiger level. You can't let him fight alone. Xiaodong looked at the pile driver hero who was constantly evading, and planned to help him. She already had a solution in her heart. Let me help you. Xiaodong immediately ran out and came not far from the pile driver hero. Kazuya-kun, you leave soon, it's too dangerous. Pile driver hero saw Xiaodong and yelled while avoiding. You saved the person I was going to kill just now. The watch geek saw Xiaodong, and the right watch band shot towards Xiaodong, then kill you. Be careful. Seeing the attack of the watch geek, the pile driver hero directly jumped on, his right hand slammed out, and the drill came out. Boom! The watch band was knocked back, but the left watch band followed and hit his head. Damn it! Pile driver hero's pile driver cannot be recovered for the time being, and Xiaodong is behind, so he can only raise his hand to resist. He was about to hit him when he saw the strap, but at this moment, Xiaodong jumped out of him and hit him sideways. Boom! Xiaodong hit the side of the watch band, then hugged the watch band with both hands, and shouted, "Offensive!" Okay. The watch geek and the pile driver hero were taken aback. The former immediately tried to pull the strap back. His power was huge. Xiaodong used his own weight and strength to pull back, still unstoppable, and was slowly pulled over. But it is enough. As long as it can hold a watch strap is enough. Seeing this scene, the pile driver hero's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed. The right watch brought an attack and hit the face of the pile driver hero. Boom! The strap was broken up immediately, and then he jumped again and drove straight in. The watch geek retracted the watch strap. The left watch strap was still attacked. He could only use the right watch strap to attack, but it was opened again, and the pile driver hero had come to the front. Die! Pile driver hero blasted out with his right hand, and the drill bit popped out at high speed. Wow! The glass on the dial shattered, and then the drill bit went deeper and hit the dial. Click! Cracks spread across the dial, and the entire drill bit fell into it, breaking the gears. Clang! The parts are damaged, the body shape of the watch eccentric slows down, and the movements become slower and slower. Die! Pile driver hero draws out his right hand and strikes again. Boom! The watch eccentric was smashed into the dial, fell backward and hit the ground. The pile driver hero attacked many times, completely destroying the watch eccentric dial, and then stopped the action, returned to Xiaodong, and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xiaodong sits on the ground, moving his arms, trying his best to be unable to block a watch strap. It seems that he is still far away. "You did a good job." Pile driver hero smiled and said, "Without you, I can't beat him. You are the main force." Xiaodong said with a smile, "I'm just hitting a hand." The reason why he dared to attack is based on the opponent's good strength. In this battle, the pile driver hero is the key. Since it's okay, then I will leave. Pile driver hero smiled and said, "Happy cooperation. Please wait a moment." Seeing that the pile driver hero was about to leave, Xiaodong quickly stopped and called him. "Is there anything else?" The pile driver hero stopped and looked towards Xiaodong. "Who on earth are you? Can I see your true face?" Xiaodong asked earnestly. "Sorry, this is my secret, I can't tell you." Pile driver hero smiled and said, "I look forward to seeing each other next time." "But you know me." Xiaodong looked at each other and said, "You just called my name." "Did I call it?" Pile driver hero stagnated, and asked blankly, seeing Xiaodong nodding, and then coughing and saying, "Kazuya-kun, it's not important." "Okay." Xiaodong nodded and said, "I was abrupt." "That's goodbye." The pile driver hero turned around and planned to leave. "Go slow, Mr. Fujiwara." Xiaodong said goodbye with a smile. "Okay, Kazuya classmate." Pile driver hero replied subconsciously and walked away, but after not taking a few steps, he stopped, then turned around and looked at Xiaodong. "Hey!" Xiaodong smiled brightly at the other party, and the latter's shoulders fell down immediately. "How did you recognize me?" Chapter 14, Set Up. "How did you find me?" Cafe, Mr. Fujiwara sat opposite Xiaodong, looking a little helpless and curious. "It's very simple." Xiaodong said with a smile, "I just judged it based on the information you revealed. Let's talk about it." Mr. Fujiwara came and got interested. "You called my name, you must know me, plus you used a pile driver, and you appeared in the Department of Civil Engineering of Z City University, so I judged that you should be closely related to the Department of Civil Engineering." Xiaodong smiled and said, "You call my name, either my predecessor or my friend, but a classmate is added after he yet, I tend to be a teacher. In addition, ordinary students will not get the pile driver. It's more difficult to get modification opportunities, so it should be a teacher to do it. Counting the height of the shoes is about 1.8 meters, with a strong body and curly hair, there should be no one other than Mr. Fujiwara, right? Xiaodong said with a smile, showing a mouthful of white teeth. It seems that I exposed the identity information myself. Fujiwara-sensei rubbed his hair, and the black curly hair became even more messy. Why are you hiding? Xiaodong asked curiously. I am afraid that my family will worry. After all, I promised to flee first when encountering a weird person, not to fight. Mr. Fujiwara said with a wry smile, so I can only wear a mask and use my own tools to fight. It's really dangerous. Xiaodong nodded, fighting with the weird, it is easy to get injured, and it is not impossible even to die. So I was surprised to see you come back to help me. Teacher Fujiwara smiled and said, you are really a kid with a sense of justice. I just think there may be a need for me. Xiaodong said embarrassedly. You helped a lot. Fujiwara-sensei said with a smile, without you, I would never win this time. But if you don't have the teacher, the weirdo can't be knocked down. Xiaodong said directly. You are powerful. Fujiwara took a sip of coffee and said, I was hit by his attack, and even the protective plate was broken. The strength was so great that you didn't expect you to be able to contain it. I usually like to exercise. Xiaodong made up a lie. He only does exercise occasionally, and his physical fitness is basically derived from it. That's good. Teacher Fujiwara nodded, then put down the coffee cup, looked at Xiaodong and said, you shouted out my identity, shouldn't you just be curious? Okay. Xiaodong hesitated, and said, I have a question I want to ask you. What is the problem? Teacher Fujiwara asked curiously. Xiaodong said, why do you want to be a hero? Or, what are the factors that drive you to be a hero? This problem. Mr. Fujiwara thought for a while, sighed, and said, I became a hero because my parents died in an attack by a weirdo. The feeling of family leaving made me feel extremely painful. To become a hero, I just wanted to avoid this situation, let more families be harmonious within my ability. Is it? Xiaodong was touched in her heart, thinking of her parents, but also because of a strange attack and death. The feelings of grief are clear in the memory, and the lives of my parents and my sister are even more difficult after the death of my parents. Do you want to be a hero when you ask this question? Mr. Fujiwara asked suddenly. No. Xiaodong shook his head, retracted his sad thoughts, and said, I just know someone. If he becomes a hero, he can have powerful strength and eliminate a lot of dangers. But the problem is that he doesn't want to be a hero, only one person. Live an ordinary life, I wonder if there is a way to convince him. Persuade. Teacher Fujiwara asked curiously, why persuade? He can save many people by becoming a hero. Xiaodong replied subconsciously. But he has no obligation, right? Teacher Fujiwara asked with a smile, his strength does not mean that he is going to save people. It is enough to keep his heart and not doing evil. No one is qualified to kidnap him in any way. But he should have become a hero. Xiaodong couldn't help saying. The reason why he refused to be a hero is of course sufficient reason. Fujiwara asked, are you sure that he will be a hero, and he will definitely get more than his current life? It doesn't seem to be. Xiaodong recalled it for a while and realized that he could not get this result. Saitama's life has not changed significantly. So don't ask for it. Mr. Fujiwara said with a smile. Xiaodong said, but in this case, the world will be very dangerous. Humans are a very powerful ethnic group. Millions of years of reproduction have not disappeared, and they will not easily succumb to disasters. Teacher Fujiwara couldn't help but said, if everyone can live because of the existence of one person, then do these people have the value of existence? Speaking of this, Mr. Fujiwara sighed and said, and if the safety of a world is placed on a certain person, then it would be too cruel for this person. Hearing this, Xiaodong lowered his head and stirred the coffee cup with a spoon. Okay, it's getting late, I have to go back. Mr. Fujiwara glanced at his watch, and then said, I have to cook for my wife. Okay, I won't bother you. Xiaodong said quickly. Give me your email. Let's exchange it. If you have anything, you can send me an email. Mr. Fujiwara said as he took out his cell phone. Great. Xiaodong nodded, and exchanged mailboxes with Mr. Fujiwara. If you want to eat something, you can order more. Teacher Fujiwara left 2,000 yen, stood up and said, then I will leave first. Teacher, please go slowly. Xiaodong said quickly. Okay. Teacher Fujiwara nodded, and then thought of something, looked at Xiaodong and said, there is a sentence I want to give to you before I leave. What? Xiaodong looked at Mr. Fujiwara curiously. Everyone expects the appearance of the savior, but they never choose to become the savior. Teacher Fujiwara smiled and said, I think it's better to start from the self and make changes from the slightest instead of putting hope on others. Is it? Xiaodong lowered her head, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Fujiwara teacher patted Xiaodong on the shoulder and turned to leave. Xiaodong sat back in his seat. Read www.yuyuganshu.com and looked at the coffee in the coffee cup, calmed down, and didn't know what to think about. It took a long time before he drank his coffee. After paying the bill, he bought a few half-price bento at the convenience store. After eating, he returned home. I am back. Xiaodong entered the house. My sister was eating. I went to Saitama's house today. I already told my sister that I would come back later. Okay. But my sister still stared at the TV after agreeing. Looking at what? Xiaodong walked over curiously, his eyes fell on the TV, but his face became surprised. After the organization of the Tycoon Agnier and the donations of more than a dozen rich people, the Heroes Association was officially established in City A. The main responsibility of the Heroes Association is to deal with the increasingly dangerous weird crisis, and to establish a system for the prevention, early warning, resistance, and handling and aftermath of weird disasters. The Heroes Association welcomes every hero to join. The heroes currently joined are: the various branches of the Heroes Association are being established and are recruiting. For specific information, please follow the official website of the Heroes Association. Looking at the information on TV, Xiaodong was a little surprised, but he relaxed. Agniel is the grandfather of that child, save him himself, or let him give birth to the idea of organizing the heroes together. Finally, after a lapse of 12 days, the Association of Heroes was established. This is good news. The anxiety in Xiaodong's heart has slowed down a lot. With the Heroes Association, the threat of weird people can be reduced a lot. For other things, you can only count one step at a time. Kyunkaido watched TV and muttered to himself, Heroes Association? The treatment should be very good, right? Chapter 15, Doubt. Bravo! In the room, Saitama lay leaning on the internet with his mobile phone, browsing the news, and said, the trembling tornado killed a ghost-level weirdo. A ghost-level weirdo is a powerful weirdo that can destroy a city. Yes, the strength of tornado is very strong. Xiaodong said enviously from the side. The Heroes Association was established for 10 days. The branches in various regions are still in preparation, but the heroes have already begun to take action. There are still very few heroes, but the top 3 of the S-class are still Blasting, Tornado, and Silver Fangs. These 3 heroes who have been famous before the establishment of the association, have great prestige and strength. In addition, there are also the Metal Knight at the end of the S level, and the first idol hero of the A level, Cayman Sweetheart. In just 1 week, the processing efficiency of the weirdo has doubled, and it will continue to improve over time. This matter has also made a huge impact in society. There are people discussing this matter almost everywhere. Many people are full of expectations for the Heroes Association, hoping to alleviate the increasingly dangerous situation. But only the government is resisting, especially the police-led public security agencies have issued a statement not to recognize the Heroes Association. In addition, the Heroes Association has promulgated the standards for weirdos, wolf level, tiger level, ghost level, and dragon level, as well as the highest level. Wolf level has dangerous factors, tiger level may cause casualties, and ghost level may cause a crisis of paralysis or even destruction of the function of a town. Dragon level is the crisis of the destruction of several cities and towns, while the god level is the crisis of the destruction of mankind. The level span is relatively large, but it is a good measure of the threat of the weirdo, and it has a certain degree of representativeness. At the same time, on the level of the weirdo, to make the level of the hero. Wolf level disaster requires 3 C-level heroes or 1 B-level hero. Tiger level disasters require 5 B-level heroes or 1 A-level hero. Ghost level disaster requires 10 A-level heroes or 1 S-level hero. Because the volatility of the strength of the weirdo and the strength of the hero is too large, the level is only a basis for judgment. The specific situation depends on the actual results. After quantification, it gave most of the people a judgment and used it to measure the value of heroes. With heroes as the main combat force, it attracted the attention of most people, and because of the natural entertainment of human beings, they began to pay attention to all aspects of heroes. Life, hobbies, food, and daily life, even a few famous heroes, and their own fan groups. Correct. Saitama sat up, looked at Xiaodong, and asked curiously, "Didn't you say you want to become a hero? Now the Heroes Association is recruiting heroes, don't you want to participate?" "A hero?" Xiaodong sat there, looked at Saitama, and asked, "What about you? Do you really intend to become a hero?" "I'll forget it." Saitama waved his hand, and said, "I can't meet the requirements of a hero for the time being, and I'm still very busy now, and I don't have that energy." "Is it?" Xiaodong looked helpless. "What about you? When do you plan to become a hero?" Saitama asked curiously. "I am not qualified to be a hero yet, am I?" Xiaodong shook his head. "You should be a C-rank hero without any problems, right?" Saitama said with a smile, "According to the rank, the crab monster can even reach the tiger rank. If you can stop him, you can reach the C rank. However, the activities of the C-level heroes are restricted." Xiaodong scratched his cheek and said, "I have to conduct an action once a week, and I need to report on the activity. It's too much trouble, and school is about to start, and I have to work. I don't have time." "That's it." Saitama nodded, "You are still a college student, it is really troublesome. And now the branch has not been established yet." Xiaodong shook his head and said, "You must go to the headquarters for the assessment." "It's too far, let's forget it for now." "Yes." Saitama said with a smile, "It's better to wait for it to stabilize completely." "That's right." Xiaodong nodded, sitting there, but looked a little dazed. "I want to be a hero or not? What I just said is actually not a problem. The branch will be established soon, and it won't be a problem for the branch to be assessed at that time. As for part-time work, I can't work in a moving company. I need to work at a fast food restaurant. But if I become a hero, I don't need to worry about my income. The Heroes Association has released the salaries of heroes. To become a C-rank hero, although you need to contribute weekly and submit an activity report, you can also get paid, ranging from 50,000 yen to as many as 100,000 yen. This kind of income is higher than working in a fast food restaurant. Once a week, it shouldn't be too difficult. If you set the target on the wolf level weirdo, the chance of victory is not small. If you become a B-rank hero, you can earn 100,000 yen a week, fight off the weirdos and complete the missions of the association, and you can get more. 1 month guarantee of 400,000 baileys, no need to contribute and submit reports every week, activities are relatively free. But once they can't keep the ranking, they will be surpassed by others, and they will even be downgraded to C level. If they don't contribute for a week, they will be delisted. Become a Class B hero, keep Pele with certain activities, and it is not difficult to earn a monthly income of 600,000 yen or more. The guaranteed minimum annual salary is 4.8 million Baileys. This is an ordinary income group, and the annual salary reaches 7.82 million yen. It is basically a middle income group, and the quality of life can be improved a lot. Of course, the conditions of the B-level hero are relatively high, like the Dark Flame Dragon Swordsman, with a physical strength of 759. The strength of Bear is 905, and the strength of the 89th C-Class Red Scarf Fighter is about 100, while the strength of ordinary people without exercise is about 20. I am now at the C-level, but the C-level income is enough. So money is not a limiting factor to become a hero. Do you really want to be a hero? Xiaodong is a bit distressed. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com has been thinking about this issue in his mind since he left the Saitama family. I can't replace Saitama, but he can do something within his capacity, as Mr. Fujiwara said, change it in subtle ways. But the fear of danger in the bottom of my heart and the lack of self-confidence in personal abilities made it difficult for Xiaodong to take that step. There are still 20 days in the summer vacation, so I don't have to make a decision so early. Heya! Xiaodong thought this way. Just when he got home, his sister Qiankai ran up to him. Come in, I have something to tell you. Sister, what happened? Xiaodong entered the door and sat on the sofa. Seeing her sister's happiness, she also became happy. Where is my sister? Qiankai said with a smile, I applied for a new job in the morning and I have been accepted. New job? Xiaodong's eyes widened. Well, a monthly salary of 400,000 yen. Qiankai said with a smile, relying on this job, I am writing some manuscripts. Maybe the income can reach 500,000 yen. Is it so high? Xiaodong looked at Qiankai, and quickly asked, what kind of work has such a high income? Is there any danger? You will not be deceived, right? There are many high-income occupations, but my sister's profession and age will not have too high income. You worry too much. Qiankai said with a smile, the unit I applied for is a staff member of the Heroes Association Z City branch. It is now preparing, and it is estimated that it will officially start operation in half a month. Oh, the Association of Heroes, then I will put. Xiaodong nodded subconsciously, then grabbed Qiankai's shoulder, looked at her and said, Sister, you're going to work in the Heroes Association. Chapter 16, Select. Yes, the application has been successful. Faced with the culture of Xiaodong, Qianqiu said with a smile, I will wait for the daily newspaper to resign now, and report on Monday the day after tomorrow. But why do you want to work in the Heroes Association? Xiaodong asked anxiously. The treatment is better. Qiankai thought for a while and said, the basic monthly salary has reached 400,000 yen, and there are opportunities for improvement. Is there enough money now? Xiaodong looked at Qiankai and said, I can work part-time, and I shouldn't need extra income. It is because of this that I have to go to work. Qiankai looked at Xiaodong and said, only when my income increases, you don't need to be a porter. You are tired like that every day. Not very tired. Xiaodong said softly, and my body has become much stronger. Your main duty now is to study. Qiankai said earnestly, occasionally part-time work is fine, but this kind of work is too dangerous. But this job is not guaranteed, right? Xiaodong thought for a while, and said, the Heroes Association has only been established for 10 days. That's why there are great opportunities. Qiankai said, Agnile contributed funds and a dozen wealthy men contributed. The size of the Heroes Association is so huge. Now that the branch is established, as long as it is done well, promotion will not be a problem in the future. But the government hasn't done it well, and the police system is already opposing it. Xiaodong couldn't help but said, I am not optimistic about the prospects of the Heroes Association. The government cannot do it because the disaster has damaged the government's financial resources, and the limited financial resources can only maintain basic social order. Repairs to the damaged social infrastructure, the upbringing of orphans, and until the age of 18, up to 11-year-old relief, as well as the medical security system, the operation of various government departments, and the protection of important facilities have basically reached their limits. Qiankai said earnestly, on the contrary, if it is handed over to the consortium and the heroes are coordinated, it can even maintain the basic needs of life. This. Xiaodong scratched his head, and said, but now the association can only donate money, and the cost will be huge. If you can't make ends meet, how can it continue to operate? It's not just about donations. Qian Chu said with a smile, the headquarters is already buying a newspaper. The branch asked me if I am interested in working at the headquarters. Of course, I have refused. Once the newspaper is established, the number of subscriptions will not be small with the attention of the news in the past few days. It will be a lot of revenue. In addition, the branch has established many departments. Among them, the planning department I applied for is mainly responsible for corporate culture promotion and image planning. From this point of view, the Heroes Association is not only a non-profit organization, it will still be a company. That's right. Xiaodong scratched his head. In the future, the Heroes Association will establish the Hero Daily, which has extremely high sales. There are also a steady stream of donations from the public and company sponsorships. After the monsters are captured, they are imprisoned and studied in vivo. They have produced many medicines and provided protection for the rich. There are many ways to make money. The Heroes Association in the future will be rich and rich. There will be at least 7 shelters in Z City alone, and the construction cost will be extremely high. There are also branch buildings, headquarters that can withstand the attacks of ghost-level monsters, and the headquarters that is re-established after the destruction of City A. The cost is extremely large. The Heroes Association has not been short of money. Even 3 years later, another hero organization was established, and it only appeared after the Heroes Association spread across the country. Almost all City A became the headquarters of the Heroes Association. So don't worry. Qiankai said with a smile, there is no problem at work. What about safety? Xiaodong couldn't help but ask. The Heroes Association is organized to fight against weirdos. It will definitely attract weirs. The danger is huge. What should I do if we encounter danger? Xiaodong is very worried about the safety of Qiankai, or that the danger is unavoidable. As an organization against strangers, the Heroes Association will inevitably be attacked by strangers, and the headquarters of City A was destroyed. Not only that, the black building in the Z City branch has not yet appeared. How many times has it been destroyed and rebuilt before? Is very dangerous, so Xiaodong does not want Qiankai to join the Heroes Association, so he said, Sister, it is better to be safe. I can work part-time and live a good life. I don't have to worry about money for the time being. There is no need to do such a dangerous thing, right? But I hope you can relax. Qiankai said, don't worry about safety issues. The Heroes Association will have heroes on duty, and there will be guards to prevent attacks, and at least have the ability to respond. If the Heroes Association is destroyed, then Z City will not be too optimistic, so rest assured. Xiaodong doesn't know how to convince Qiankai, but she's right, and the defense of the Heroes Association is commendable. The black building can even withstand the attacks of ghost-level monsters, and the branch building has no problem against tiger-level monsters. Coupled with the early warning system, you can have the minimum azimuth ability. Compared with ordinary people who have no coping ability, the Hero Association is relatively safer. The headquarters of City A, which was destroyed in the original work, was also destroyed along with City A. After the reconstruction, the headquarters even imprisoned dragon-level monsters. Do not worry. Qianqiu smiled and said, I can protect myself, weirdos are not that scary. And I don't have strong power to eliminate weird people. Now there is a chance for me to do some work within my capacity. The income level is good, so I don't plan to give up. Are you able to work within your power? Xiaodong looked at her sister's beautiful face, feeling a little moved. Whether Mr. Fujiwara or sister are using their own methods to protect the world. If you have the power, go to fight the weirdos, and if you don't have the power, go to support them. Instead of looking forward to others to protect yourself like yourself. So you still don't agree with your sister to go to work? Qianqiu looked at Xiaodong and asked gently. Then do it according to my sister's idea. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, and said, I will support you. Thank you Enyi. Qianqiu laughed and looked very happy. That's right, sister. Xiaodong asked curiously, what do you mainly do? I'm in the planning department. Qianqiu said. Planning department? Xiaodong couldn't help asking, this is different from my sister's profession and past work experience, right? Strictly speaking, it is the propaganda division of the planning department. Qianqiu said, responsible for the establishment and promotion of external image. Several persons in charge saw my resume when they were discussing, and thought that I could be responsible for the communication of the industry media and cooperate with daily promotion, so they directly enrolled me. That's it. Xiaodong nodded. Her sister majored in journalism and worked as a text editor for the local news section. This job is more suitable for her. Moreover, there are not many applicants. The planning department, especially the propaganda department, is one of the important departments in the preliminary preparations. Qianqiu said with a smile, I think the speed of career advancement will be faster, so it has great prospects. Is it? Xiaodong nodded. The newly established department is indeed easier to promote. From her analysis of the prospects of the Heroes Association and her job expectations, it can be seen that she thinks a lot. Is not just because of salary, but also the outlook for the future. If my sister is going to work in the Heroes Association, I don't have to hesitate anymore. Xiaodong looked at her sister's beautiful face and couldn't help thinking, then be a hero. You can protect you and do what you can. Chapter 17, Uniform. Since I am a hero, I can't let my sister find out, so I bought a windshield mask from the internet. Xiaodong sat at Saitama's house, holding a mask in his hand, and slowly brought it over his head. This is a black windproof hood covering the head and extending to the shoulders. The headgear exposes the eyes, and there are adjustable nose pads, breathing valves, and ventilation holes in the nose and mouth. The mask is waterproof, so it is difficult for water to penetrate. It's cool. Saitama saw this scene and said, turn your head, will your vision be blocked? No, it's very handy. Xiaodong turned her head, the headgear was attached to her head, the fabric on both sides of the eyes would be tilted, but it was far away from the eyes, so it would not obstruct the line of sight. Whether it is turning or lowering his head, he is also very comfortable. That's pretty good. Saitama said with a smile, it's not too heavy and small, so you can carry it with you. Yes. Xiaodong was very satisfied with her headgear, and said, there is also a plush version, which can be used in winter. What about the clothes? Saitama said, if you only have a headgear, it should still be obvious, right? Tights. Xiaodong took off her jacket, revealing the tights inside, and said, the tights are not thick, so they fit inside. Your figure is too bad. Saitama couldn't help but said, the tights are good, but your body is not that good, so you lack a sense of shock. So, you have to train your muscles, and your senses will be better then. Exactly. Xiaodong nodded, Her figure is not very good, it is time to exercise, especially in the state of tights, the figure is more prominent. There are also fighting skills. Saitama said again, you are not good at fighting now, I think you need to learn too. Well, it's already on the agenda, but I plan to start by helping others. Xiaodong said that helping others is also a kind of hero activity. As long as the activity report is submitted, this is to encourage hero activities. Some people even rely on helping others to maintain their rankings. Of course, simply helping others has a low evaluation, and a few trivial things are not within the scope of examination. Almost equipped. Xiaodong put on a jacket. The price of this set of equipment is not high. Ordered from the internet, a set is only about 10,000 baileys. Can meet your needs, the price is moderate, and it is convenient to carry, and has good athletic performance. It is temporarily set as your hero uniform. Correct. Xiaodong took out the clothes and headgear from the backpack next to him, and looked at Saitama and said, would you like to come with me? If you are worried about part-time work, the C-rank hero also has a salary of 200,000 baileys a month. Too little. Saitama said nonchalantly, I work overtime a month now, and I get paid close to 300,000 baileys, and 200,000 baileys are not enough to spend. What if you get promoted? Xiaodong said, isn't the income higher if you become a B-level hero, or even a A-level hero? How can it be so simple? Saitama picked his teeth and said, you can't guarantee that you can become a B-rank hero, right? You have to try it before. Xiaodong said earnestly, in case you have been trained, you have powerful strength, no one is your opponent, any weird person can kill with one punch, don't you want to try it? Invincible. Saitama waved his hand and said, that's so boring, how boring is life without an opponent? That's true. Xiaodong sighed, handed the clothes to Saitama, and said, then please keep it, some things are not convenient for me to keep at home. Great. Saitama took it with a smile, and said, in this case, am I your logistics staff? That's it. Xiaodong nodded, put the headgear down and stuffed it into the backpack. By the way, I just bought a game console. Saitama smiled and said, do you want to play together? Okay. Xiaodong and Saitama sat in front of the TV and played a fighting game with Saitama. Although Saitama's technique is not very good, Xiaodong is obviously worse. Bravo! Xiaodong lost to Saitama for the 10th time. Looking at Saitama triumphantly, he looked a little helpless, it seems that Saitama has completely strayed. It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiaodong returned from Saitama's house, had a meal outside, and returned home. Sister, what is that? Xiaodong sat on the sofa with a bag next to him, and couldn't help but look at it, clothes. Well, it's a uniform. Qianqiu came over and said, but it's dirty today, so I plan to take it back and wash it. My sister has a uniform too. Summer and Winter came in interest, and smiled and asked, can I take a look? Yes. Qianqiu said, you can just take it out and see it yourself. This is a tie, a white shirt, and a suit on the outside, but the fabric is a bit thin and shiny, and there is a logo on the left arm. Wait a minute, why is the chest hollow? Xiaodong looked at the upper body suit, the chest opened, it was an arc. Ahem. Qianqiu said, this is a jacket with a shirt inside. I can't think of what it is like. Xiaodong looked at Qianqiu, and said with a squinting face, sister, can you wear it for me to see? Do you want to see it? Qianqiu said shyly, wear it at home. Let's wear it. Xiaodong took Qianqiu's hand and said, I want to see what my sister is like in the association. Okay. Qianqiu took the clothes and walked into the bedroom inside, then closed the door, and there was a sound of zixisuoshuo. I don't know what kind. Xiaodong waited expectantly. After a while, the bedroom door slowly opened, Xiaodong saw her sister, her eyes rounded. The elder sister at this time has her hair tied into a pigtail and tied behind her head. There is only one dull hair swaying in front of her forehead, showing her beautiful face completely. She has a pair of glasses on the bridge of her nose, which looks beautiful and intellectual. She wore a black suit on her upper body, with the Heroes Association badge on her left arm, but the suit did not have a collar, the collar of the white shirt was exposed, and she was wearing a short tie. But the most eye-catching thing is the chest. The suit opens to both sides of the chest. Inside is a white shirt. The plump are wrapped in the shirt and appear outside the suit, standing upright. She wore trousers on her lower body, wrapped her legs in it, and her straight buttocks were fully displayed. She stepped on the cute cotton mop with her feet, standing there, hugging her arms, and said, "It's in the association, that's it." This. Xiaodong saw her sister, and was immediately attracted by her image. The blonde hair that was curled up exposed her beautiful face and white neck. With glasses, temptation and intelligence were mixed together very well. The black suit and the chest wrapped in a white shirt make an capable blend together. If it turns out that my sister is a young and beautiful blonde. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Now my sister is a incapable blonde female assistant. Why, how? Seeing his younger brother staring at him fixedly, with the desire of boys for girls in his eyes, Qianqiu was a little uncomfortable. Good looking. Xiaodong immediately said, "My sister is so beautiful in this outfit, but..." "Just what?" Qianqiu couldn't help asking. "It's just a bit too revealing." Xiaodong said angrily, "How can I show my sister such a good figure to others? Other places are okay, especially the breasts. That kind of dress is to highlight the breasts. It is not appropriate to highlight the characteristics of being a woman as an image." "Not bad." Qianqiu whispered, "Anyway, there are shirts, it's okay." "Okay." Xiaodong is not good to say anything, but I still feel a little unhappy. "Then I will change my clothes." Chiaki coughed, walked back to the bedroom, and closed the door. "It's so beautiful." Xiaodong couldn't help thinking, her sister's dress, beautiful and perceptual, exudes a charming taste, Xiaodong likes it very much. Somewhat familiar. Xiaodong always feels that her sister's dress is very familiar, as if she has seen this image somewhere. But in One Punch Man, the main female character has no sister. Okay. If it's a supporting role. Xiaodong's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the blonde girl who manages the disaster station at the 7th disaster station in Z City and is going to the toilet to tell him there is no toilet in Saitama? Chapter 18, Hero Test. At 8 o'clock in the morning, it is the peak time for work, and it is also a relatively congested time of the day. The flow of traffic is slower, but fortunately it is relatively flat. There are more people at this intersection. In a car in the lane of the road, Mr. Fujiwara, who was sitting in the driving position, smiled and said, "After crossing this intersection, when you get to Kahi Street, there are a lot fewer people." "Is it?" Xiaodong sat there, looking out the window absent-mindedly. "Don't be nervous," Teacher Fujiwara said with a smile, "it's just an assessment. What if you fail? It will be the next exam, and it won't affect any of your life." "You are right." Xiaodong looked back, but she was still a little nervous. Decided to become a hero, and after some preparations, Xiaodong decided to participate in the hero assessment. First contacted Mr. Fujiwara, and wanted to ask about the assessment information, and learned that the latter had not participated yet, so the two joined together. The assessment was conducted at the Shi-Ere Stadium on Saturday. The current Heroes Association does not have so many shelters to provide it, so it can only rent a stadium for testing. Xiaodong feels a little nervous, not because he is worried about whether he can live it, but the result of taking this step. Becoming a hero is to take on the responsibilities of a hero and fight the weirdos. If you don't do it, then forget it. But as long as you do, you must do well and become a true hero. With a feeling of anxiety, Xiaodong arrived near the stadium in Fujiwara's car. It's relatively remote here. Teacher Fujiwara parked the car in a remote place, then looked around and said, "Let's change clothes." Following his words, the two began to undress. Xiaodong took off all the shirts and trousers outside, exposing the tights inside, and then took out the headgear and put it on. The look looks cooler, but he has no muscles and his body is not very good. Fujiwara-sensei put on a mask and a pile driver in his right hand, and said, "Let's go down." The two got out of the car and stood on the clearing. Mr. Fujiwara was okay and had been heroes for many years. But it was the first time that I appeared in front of the crowd, and it felt a little unnatural. But no one pays too much attention to themselves. Many people dress in weird shapes, and many even cover their faces. Becoming a hero does not need to fully reveal the identity, nor does it need to approve the true identity in the Heroes Association. This is the promise of the Heroes Association, because some people worry that the Heroes Association itself will sell information and do things with the information. So even after many years, there are still many unknown heroes, such as the police dogman who does not know whether it is a person wearing a puppet suit or a dog biting the head. Of course, there is also the nickname of the hero after Mr. Fujiwara, the Wild Siren. "So are you sure you don't want me to prepare a pile driver for you?" Teacher Fujiwara couldn't help asking. "The pile driver is powerful, and your body is strong. It must work well together." Xiaodong shook his head and said, "With a pile driver, the speed will slow down, just normal." "Okay then." Teacher Fujiwara said discouragedly, "It seems that my dream of the pile driver family has been shattered." "What kind of dream is this?" Xiaodong cried out in his heart, "Whoever wants to form a family with you is still a family of pile drivers. By the way, Kazuya, let me give you a suggestion." Teacher Fujiwara said suddenly. Xiaodong asked curiously, "What advice?" "You can put on shorts over the leggings." Teacher Fujiwara coughed and said, "Otherwise there will be girls who say you are playing a gangster." "Okay." Xiaodong glanced at her crotch. "Oh, it's time to cover it up." Entered the venue, registered at the reception desk, Xiaodong directly filled in the surname of Xia, and then a staff member explained the assessment test. The test is divided into two types, the physical fitness test and the sense of justice test, each with 50 points. Reaching 70 points, you can become a C-rank hero. Physical fitness test: men can only wear underwear, topless, legs and feet, but they can cover their faces. "Let's go, let's take a written test first." Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara entered the meeting room, received papers and pens, and sat in their seats to answer. The written test is a sense of justice test. People come to test their sense of justice. Xiaodong originally thought it was easy, but it was not. Many problems are professional psychological problems, which involve theoretical ethics and morality, and it is difficult to choose. Even similar questions, only minor conditions were modified, and the inquiry continued. For example, if there is a train with 5 children playing on the moving track, it is too late to brake, but there is a track next to it with a worker on it. Would you pull the lever to let the train go to another track? The second question changed the conditions. The 5 children were replaced by innocent people who were tied to the rails by lunatics. Would you pull the lever to change the track? The value comparison between children and adults, the number of violators and innocents, let you make a choice. How do you do it? Moralism, and the contrast between moralism and utilitarianism. There are many such problems, and they are getting more and more troublesome, making it difficult for you to choose a direction. About there. Xiaodong scratched his head, put down the pen, handed in the paper and left, and waited for Mr. Fujiwara to come out in the distance. After correcting the answer, he found that the results of the two were a little bit different, and the differences were obvious on some issues. Go for physical training. Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara entered the venue, walked inside, entered the changing room, and took off their clothes and equipment. Physical fitness test. Boys are not allowed to remove all clothes, shoes, tops, and trousers except underwear and face masks, but face masks can be kept. Both of them had only underwear and a mask, and they were a little unnatural, leaving the changing room and went outside. There are many events here, such as squats, deadlifts, bench presses, weightlifting, 30s repeated horizontal jumps, vertical jumps, 1,500 meters running and so on. Except for the 1,500 meter race, which requires registration and waiting for people to do it together, the other tests are carried out separately, and then the results are summarized. UU reading www.uukamshu.com. The strength test will be carried out first, and then the track and field event test will be carried out, and the 1,500 meters must be placed last. Xiaodong thought for a while and said, long-distance running is very exhausting, so it is better to put it at the end. Xiaodong separated from Mr. Fujiwara and took a test. Get me up. Xiaodong lay on the supine bench, squeezed the barbell with both hands, and pushed it up with all his strength, but couldn't push it anyway. Failed at 200 kilograms for the third time. The tester said to the side, just press the last time, bench press 195 kilograms. Not bad too. Xiaodong got up from a supine bench and rubbed his hands. It was 40 kilograms more than last time, which is a big improvement. Next are other tests, squat 290 kilograms, deadlift 300 kilograms. With these three data alone, he has reached the level of an international elite. Compared with the last time he crossed 2 ranks, it has improved tremendously. After 30 days of eating, plus 2 meals of weird meat, it is already very good to achieve this result. And then conduct other tests in summer and winter. Refers to the force of 100 kilograms, the vertical jump is 1 meter 3, and the horizontal jump is repeated 82 times in 30s. These are relatively powerful qualities, which are already quite incredible. Of course, 100 kilograms of finger strength is far worse than the 200 kilograms of the black hole of the B-class hero vest, but it must meet the C-class standard. The last item, 1,500 meters test, running at full strength, 3 minutes and 40 seconds, only 2 seconds away from the international athletes. This is the end. After testing all the items in Xiaodong, he returned to the changing room and put on his clothes. Next is waiting for the results. Chapter 19, Hero Ranking. After a while, Mr. Fujiwara walked into the changing room and sat there, panting for breath. It's really tired. Time is not forgiving. Mr. Fujiwara sat there, exhaling, so many tests, plus running 1,500 meters with all his strength, it was quite tiring. What you said? Xiaodong said with a smile, Teacher Fujiwara is only 40 years old, and it is not the time to be old. Hey, I'm only 30 years old, all right. Fujiwara-sensei said angrily, what you said made me sad, do I look so old? No. Xiaodong quickly denied, but took another look at Mr. Fujiwara. You are really old-fashioned. When Fujiwara-sensei had enough rest, the two got dressed, left the room, and went to the conference room to get the results. Mine is ready. Xiaodong got his own results and looked at the results, with a look of joy on his face. It's over. Has it been? Teacher Fujiwara immediately leaned his head and glanced at the results. The written test score is 39 points, the physical test score is 32 points, and the total score is 71 points. I have passed. Are you barely C-level? Xiaodong is a little disappointed. 70 points is the C-level qualification standard, only more than 1 point, and it is estimated that he can only finish in the C-level. For example, Saitama has 71 points in the original work, which is a C-level 301. There are currently number 301 people in the C-level of the Heroes Association. It is estimated that they will not be so far behind, but they are also the bottom of the existence. And my own score, the physical test score is low, but the written test score is pulling points. It's not bad, just be a hero. Teacher Fujiwara said, the passing rate of the assessment is very low. Z City has been assessed twice before passing the 3. Well, but the fitness test is still too low, it looks like I need to train harder. Xiaodong looked at the physical performance and said that there are more poor results, far away from the perfect score of 50 points. 50 points full score, there is no S level yet, I don't know what the upper limit is. However, in the future, when the S level is established, Geno's physical fitness is full score. He is not a person who relies purely on physical fighting, and it may not be the lower limit. However, his pure physical fitness at that time was 2 small stages worse than that of the vest. After all, twice. After the promotion of G4G, the strength can catch up with Venerable Vest. 32 points, which is really not that high. Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara sat there and waited for a while. The staff found them and handed over Mr. Fujiwara's report. It was too much, too much. Fujiwara-sensei looked at the results with a sad expression. How many points? Xiaodong asked curiously. Let's see for yourself. Teacher Fujiwara handed the paper to Xiaodong and said, the physical fitness test is much worse than you. Xiaodong took the paper and looked at the results. The physical test scores 27 points, the written test scores 43 points, and the total score is 70 points. It is still qualified. Just pass it. Xiaodong patted Mr. Fujiwara on the back, and then said, after all, Mr. Fujiwara's strength is not in physical fitness. Teacher Fujiwara's combat effectiveness is in pile driver and management organization experience. The extra points of these 2 abilities, even now, are enough to make him upgrade to level B. Exactly. Teacher Fujiwara nodded and said, for now, I can only do task upgrades. 2 of you, please come here. The 2 waited for a while, a staff member led them into the conference room, and a man in a black suit stood there. Congratulations, Mr. Xia, your hero rank is C level 168, and Mr. Pile Driver, your hero rank is C level 169. It really is the bottom. Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara looked at each other, and both of them were just stuck in the minimum standard to become a hero, so they were both ranked last. Now local branches are still being established, the assessment results are relatively strict, and the number of heroes is not many. Next, please let me introduce the functions of the Heroes Association, the rules of the Heroes Association, the precautions of becoming a hero, the promotion rules, and the mission mode of the C-rank hero. The black man said again. Heroes Association. The man in black began to speak slowly, and Xiaodong changed his posture and listened carefully. There is nothing special about the rules and precautions for heroes of the Heroes Association, basically it is to cause as little harm as possible, and not to harm others. There is no S-level classification yet, and promotion depends on actual performance, combat ability, social contribution, and popularity. There is also an assessment of daily conduct and achievements. In other words, your strength is not enough to make you enter a level. Of course, the association will soon recognize this and increase the S-level standard. As for the mission mode, the heroes are carried out by means of independent missions in the way of association releases. While the autonomous tasks of C-level need to submit reports, but the tasks issued by the association can be done less. If the report is not submitted for 3 weeks, the task will not be completed if the requirements are not met. And the task report is not difficult, even according to the classification of the association. You do not ask you to take the initiative to kill the tiger level weird, just doing activities to help others, it is enough to meet the requirements. So to some extent, as long as I spend some time every day and complete social contributions, I can complete the requirements. Unless others do more tasks and squeeze you out of the front, but as long as you can meet the requirements, you will still be sea level. In this case, there is more freedom in action. That's about it. The man in the black suit said for half an hour, and then said, please don't leave the two of you. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after the assessment, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com needs 2 more to attend the press conference. Press conference. Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara were a little surprised. That's right. The man in a black suit said, Z City has fewer heroes, and media promotion is needed for the time being. Therefore, after the assessment, the cooperation of the two is needed. This is also the hero's duty. Okay. Xiaodong and Fujiwara-sensei glanced at each other. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is better to cooperate. We have prepared a lounge for the two of us. There are drinks and snacks in it, and we can also go to the staff to order meals. We have prepared a lot of bento. The black-clothed man said. Have lunch. Xiaodong's eyes lit up immediately. It was noon, and coupled with the physical fitness test, I was already hungry. Under the leadership of the black-clothed man, the two went to receive the lunch. Xiaodong took 5 boxes, and Mr. Fujiwara took 2 boxes and entered the lounge. Xiaodong quickly ate the bento, and soon took 1 portion, which made the Fujiwara-sensei on the side unable to help his tongue. Soon, Xiaodong wiped out 5 bento boxes, drank a bottle of beverage contentedly, and then took out his mobile phone to surf the internet there. Has his own profile picture on the hero list on the official website, but the hero name is not written. Only after the official mission, after discussion and suggestions from the masses, can the hero name be obtained. I am a hero too. Looking at herself wearing a mask, Xiaodong smiled happily. Anyway, she is also a hero. Xiaodong and Fujiwara-sensei stayed in the lounge. After a while, the third hero who passed the test arrived. Seeing him, Xiaodong was a little surprised. He seems to have joined the Heroes Association quite early, right? Chapter 20, Encounter. The figure that appeared in front of the two of them was a man with a body of about 1.75 meters. He was wearing a green helmet on his head, windproof glasses on his eyes, a special uniform on his upper body, a yellow riding anti-fall suit, and a black armor. There is a belt with a fan wrapped around his waist, black trousers on his legs, and black knee pads on his knees and calves. Undocumented knight. A hero with a sense of justice. He is the veteran of the Heroes Association, a hero who already existed before the establishment of the S-level system. Ah, how are you guys? Entered the room and saw the two of them, and the undocumented knight greeted them first. Hello there. Teacher Fujiwara nodded calmly, his character is cold. Hello, nice to meet you. Xiaodong looked enthusiastic, stretched out his hand towards the undocumented knight, and shook hands with him. The undocumented knight sat opposite the two, his expression a little restrained, especially when the two in front of him were wearing masks, they looked a little alienated. This is the pile driver hero, I am Xia. Xiaodong introduced with a smile. I am a righteous cyclist. The undocumented knight coughed and introduced seriously. Now everyone has no exact name, nor does he have a hero name. There are snacks here. Xiaodong pushed the snack box over and said, this is prepared by the association. Thank you. The undocumented knight selected a snack, picked up the vegetable stick and ate it. I want to ask, please. The undocumented knight saw that Xiaodong was a bit abnormal in his clothes, but he was very enthusiastic, so he asked, what level of heroes are you? I'm a C-level 168. Xiaodong pointed to Mr. Fujiwara, and said, this pile driver hero is a C-class 169. How about you? I'm the 184th C-level. The undocumented knight said. There is a difference of 15. After we get the result, 15 heroes will be born. Xiaodong thought, touching his chin, Z City has only one inspection site for the time being, 3 heroes. It seems that in other cities, 15 heroes were born, which is already a relatively large number. It seems that a lot of people passed today. Xiaodong nodded, and if this goes on, it won't take long to reach 300 people. Boy, what are your grades? Mr. Fujiwara said gruffly. My physical fitness score is 26 points, and the written test score is 48 points. The total score is 74 points. The undocumented knight said embarrassedly. It's so tall. Hearing this score, Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara looked at each other. Although the physical fitness test was weak, the sense of justice test reached 48 points, which was close to full marks. The higher the sense of justice test, the more kind he proves, or the easier it is to give himself up. But even if the score is higher than that of Xiaodong and Fujiwara, it is still in the 70-minute interval, which belongs to the C-level segment, and is arranged in the last place of the C-level. The 70-minute interval is C-level, and the 80-minute interval is B-level. Above 90 points, it will be arranged to A-level. Even if it scores 79 points, it will temporarily start from the bottom of the C-level. The ranking of heroes is updated once a week, and it is released on Monday, so that no one will suddenly join the front to disrupt the ranking. And if you want to be promoted, to reach the first place, you can choose to stick to the ranking or rise up. The promotion will be ranked last. However, undocumented knights will be very serious in doing tasks in the future. Starting from social contributions, even trivial things will help others, and once they encounter a weird person, they will not shrink back. He reached C1 through hard work, but did not choose to be promoted. Instead, he felt that his strength was insufficient and stayed at C-level to perform heroic activities. He has been surpassed time and time again, but he has become the number 1 C rank again and again, and he is considered a pure hero. For undocumented knights, Xiaodong admires it very much. Haha! Looking at Xiaodong's hot eyes, the undocumented knight smiled, then lowered his head and ate something. This person is so strange, so enthusiastic, and the look in my eyes is still so hot. The undocumented knight was thinking wildly, and Mr. Fujiwara and Xiaodong had a chat without a word. After a while, after 4 o'clock, the door of the house opened and a woman walked in. The 3 of you will attend the press conference in a while. I am the press officer Chiaki Kiyahara, so I will tell you the specific process. The blonde girl who came in, walked to the table while talking, pulled out a chair, and sat down. How can it be? Seeing her, Xiaodong was stunned on the spot. Blonde hair, familiar face, and body, isn't this just my sister Qiankaiu? Met her unexpectedly, how could she be here? Xiaodong remembers that she is a member of the planning department, responsible for dealing with the media. There will be a press conference, but it is indeed her job. What's happenin'? Qiankaiu looked at Xiaodong staring at her in the distance, couldn't help frowning, and asked, is there any problem? No, it's okay. Xiaodong coughed, his throat became thicker, and the cloth and breathing valve blocked the sound, the voice became a little dull, and quickly eased the atmosphere. I'm just surprised by Ms. Qiankaiu's youth and beauty. This has nothing to do with the press conference for a while. Qiankaiu said grimly, don't care about these things. Okay, okay. Xiaodong nodded and retracted his head. Let me talk about it. Qianqiu cleared his throat and said, in a press conference, the reporters present will ask you some questions. Your answers should be full of positive meaning and express your respect for the Association of Heroes. For example, why do you want to become heroes? The point of answer is to help others, hatred of strangers, including responsibilities, obligations, etc. If you ask why you want to join the Heroes Association, you have to express your expectations for the Heroes Association. It will lead everyone to a better tomorrow and so on, and. Qiankaiu kept confiding questions one by one, and the undocumented knight couldn't help but said, but it's a lie. Answer according to the prepared content. I think this is a kind of deception. Kyunkaiu just wanted to answer, Xiaodong couldn't help but said, "How can this be a lie? Miss Kyunkaiu is also afraid that we might make a mistake, so let us know." The undocumented knight said, "But this is not what we think in our hearts. For example, we admire the association of heroes, but it's just the beginning. We don't understand the association of heroes at all. It's too hypocritical to say this. It is precisely because of this that our opinion is needed." Xiaodong said again, "Our view of the association of heroes will influence the opinions of other heroes who are watching. We express our attitude to attract them to come, so that there will be more heroes and it will be easier to deal with the crises of weirdos. It will protect everyone more and promote justice." "You are right." The undocumented knight nodded, "If it can attract more heroes to join, then that would be great. It's pretty good." Kyunkaiu heard this and looked at each other unexpectedly. "Don't look through it like a pervert, but the idea is very mature." "Hey!" Xiaodong saw Kyunkaiu's gaze, stretched out his thumb, blinked his left eye, a little proud. "How about sister, I'm doing a good job, right?" "Gross." But Jianqiu noticed Xiaodong's movements, especially the blinking of an eye, which made her feel like a chill. "It's finished, and this guy is staring at him." Kyunkaiu cleared his throat, and said quickly, "Okay, let's talk about other things." Chapter 21, Press Conference. "The time is almost there, remember what I said to everyone, and go with me." Kyunkaiu finished the precautions, then stood up and walked outside the door. Xiaodong, Mr. Fujiwara and the undocumented knight followed behind her, left the meeting room, and walked away along the aisle. "I want to see the reporter." Teacher Fujiwara couldn't help but said, "I'm not good at facing reporters." "Yes, I'm a little nervous," the undocumented knight also said. "As you can imagine, there must be many reporters there. Is exposed in front of everyone, making them a little uncomfortable. They are relatively low-key. Some just want to execute justice and help others, and some hide their faces just to avoid being discovered." So Xiaodong was also a little nervous, but thinking that his sister needed herself, he mustered up the courage. "Don't be nervous, just follow what I said," Jianqiu said softly. "That's right," Xiaodong said with a smile, "Miss Jianqiu has already said so much. As long as we do what she says, there will be no problem." "This guy." Kyunkaiu heard his words and turned to look at Xiaodong, who once again showed her thumbs, scared her to turn her head again. Led by Kyunkaiu, they came to a door, where several staff members were already waiting there. Kyunkaiu walked up to them and said to one of the women, "Minister, I have already explained it." "Very good. This woman is tall and has a beautiful face. Her long bangs cover one eye and the other is beautiful and deep. She has red lips, earrings on her ears, and a necklace on her neck. She wore a small suit on her upper body. The edge of the shirt was lace. The first button was unbuttoned, revealing part of her fair skin. She wore a suit skirt on her lower body. The skirt wrapped her straight buttocks. 2 long black silk legs extended from the skirt hole. She stepped on her high heels and stood there with her hands hugging her breasts. It's a bit familiar." Xiaodong touched her chin and looked at her. "This person seems to be the female official in charge of the assessment at the time of Noburai Saitama B1 in the original work? It turned out to be the boss of my sister. The news reporters have already arrived, there are almost 12 people," said the female minister. Noticing Xiaodong's gaze, she couldn't help but frown. "Slightly less than the invitation we sent." Kyunkaiu couldn't help but said, "But it's a lot more than last time." "Enough," the female minister said, "the TV station and local newspapers have arrived, as well as our official media, which are enough to let our work pass on. Answer their questions in a while, and make sure you don't make mistakes." "Yes." Kyunkaiu replied immediately. The female minister walked to the door, raised her hand to check the time, and said, "It's almost done, Kyunkaiu, you go in." you three wait a minute. Great. Kyunkaiu opened the door, walked in first, and then heard her decently responding to the reporter, and finally said, below are 3 heroes who passed the assessment today. Following her words, the door was opened from the inside, and the female minister said, go in. The 3 of them immediately walked to the door. Compared with the formality of Mr. Fujiwara and the undocumented knight, Xiaodong seemed more comfortable. He straightened his chest and walked into the door. Click, click. Shutter sound and flashing light came and went one after another. Xiaodong was a little uncomfortable, but came to the back of the table with strong support, waved at the crowd, and then sat close to Kyunkaiu. Go Fujiwara-sensei sat in the middle, and the undocumented knight sat at the end. These are the 3 heroes who joined the Heroes Association today, ranking 168th in the sea level, 169 in the sea level, and 184 in the sea level. Are all C-rank heroes? Sea level? I knew I wouldn't be here. And he was hiding his face. One of them was wearing a perverted dress. It was a waste of time. The reporters below were a little disappointed. They expected to see stronger heroes. If they were just C-rank, even ordinary wolf-rank monsters could not easily deal with it. Xiaodong and 3 people heard this, and their expressions were a little angry and sad. They became heroes to help others, but they were seen clearly by others and thought it was irrelevant. Fujiwara-sensei sighed. The undocumented knight lowered his head, but clenched his fist. Please be quiet, everyone. Kyunkaiu stood in front of the microphone and said, no matter what level of heroes they are all contributing to our society. They are worthy of our respect if they choose to become heroes. Kyunkaiu's words made the reporters below quiet a lot, and Xiaodong was very happy when he heard this, and once again gave a thumbs up to Kyunkaiu, deserved of her sister. It's enough. Kyunkaiu cursed secretly in his heart, but with a faint smile on his mouth, he said, next, if you have any questions, you can ask 3 people. This friend will come first. The reporter Kyunkaiu looked for was a newspaper that had been cooperating with the association. The Z-City branch of the news daily was also a former colleague of Kyunkaiu. I want to ask, why did the 3 become heroes? The reporter asked quickly. Then please. Qianqiu just wanted to appoint a candidate, but Xiaodong already answered, in order to protect everyone. You said to protect, the reporter asked again. Weirdos attack humans and endanger people's lives and property. I want to protect everyone from the threats of weirdos. Xiaodong I said righteously. But this hero. A reporter interjected, excuse me, you are just a C-rank hero. According to the official information of the Heroes Association, only 3 C-rank heroes can deal with the weakest wolf-level monster. May I ask you so weak? How can you be qualified to say that you protect everyone? Kyunkaiu looked at the reporter who was interrupting underneath with some dissatisfaction. Asking such a question would probably irritate these 3 people. This problem. Kyunkaiu was worried that he would give a bad answer. Just about to take it over, Xiaodong said, about your question, I want to ask you back. This Justice Knight once rescued drowning children, I want to ask you, does it protect people's lives? Yes. The reporter had to admit. Xiaodong said again, I once helped people retrieve their lost property, is it considered as protecting people's property? Count. The reporter hesitated, but nodded. Xiaodong said again, this pile driver hero is already well known in City Z. He has repelled the algebra weird at the University of Z City. He was seriously injured, but he protected the students. Is he a hero? Yes. The reporter nodded, his expression a little moved. Later, Xiaodong said, there is a saying that is good, don't do something small, we are weak, then we can do what we can do, accumulate more, we can always change the world. We are weak, just train hard to make yourself stronger, and then protect more people. We are weak, so we unite and gather everyone's strength to deal with weird people. So, I think the establishment of the Heroes Association is a very useful thing. It will integrate our strength to deal with disasters that we could not be able to deal with. Xiaodong looked at everyone and said with a serious expression, "Please give us some time. www.readaloud.com. Let us protect you better." Well said. The Qiankai colleague took the lead in clapping his hands, and the other reporters were also infected by Xiaodong's words and applauded. Not bad. Qiankai heard this and couldn't help but glanced at him high. Not only did he deal with the reporters' difficult questions, but he also brought the topic to the Heroes Association. Did a great job. Of course, if you stop blinking at me, it would be better than your thumb. After the applause ceased, Qian Chu cleared his throat and said, "Then next, please invite the next reporter friend." Wait a minute. Qiankai's words were not finished yet, a voice sounded, and he was wearing a hood, standing there and saying, "I have a question." "Sir, please don't interrupt, I haven't chosen you yet." Qiankai couldn't help but said. "You said you want to eliminate weirdos." The bloated figure wearing a hood turned a deaf ear, and asked loudly, "Humans destroy the environment and wipe out countless creatures, shouldn't they become extinct?" "You humans." Hearing this word, Xiaodong Teng stood up and stared at the other side. Qiankai frowned, with a bad sense of darkness, and looked at the guard on the side. The two guards immediately stepped forward and walked towards each other, but they had not yet taken a few steps. "Damn it is you humans!" The figure sneered, and his figure slowly grew bigger, spreading the clothes on his body, and exposed to everyone. "Today, my ant-engineer will destroy the Heroes Association and kill all of you heroes." Following his words, his figure stopped growing, and a huge ant-man about 3 meters high appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 22, Hard Fight. The body is about 3 meters tall, like an ant-like body, with 2 long arms with claws protruding from both sides of the chest, and 4 ant legs growing below it to support the ground, and a huge abdomen spreads and bulges back from the chest. He is covered with a thick carapace, and there are 2 huge palates in his head and mouth parts. 2 antennae are trembling in the air, and his dark eyes are staring at everyone. "What?" Seeing the weird man, the nearby reporter immediately yelled and fled in a hurry. "Ha ha ha, I'll die!" Seeing the reporter, the ant-engineer laughed and struck both arms to the left and right. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures were shot directly out and fell to the ground. "Die!" Ant-Man opened his mouth and bit a reporter, who could not dodge, and was about to be bitten by 2 big pallets. Bang! Bang! The gunfire sounded, and 2 bullets hit its head, directly smashing the carapace and shooting into it. "Continue shooting!" A guard shouted loudly, and the 2 guards raised their guns and aimed at Ant-Man. "It hurts." Under the pain, the ant-engineer knew that this weapon could threaten him, so he spit out a mouthful of mucus. Snapped! The mucus directly covered the 2 guards, one of them contaminated most of them, the other was spread by the mucus, but also slightly contaminated. "Zi pull!" "What?" The mucus corroded the 2 at a speed visible to the naked eye. One person's head was corroded, and the other fell to the ground and wailed loudly. "Die!" Ant-Man pressed a reporter with his left arm, opened his mouth and bit down again. "No, no!" The reporter was in a hurry, but to no avail, he bit off his mouth parts. Boom! But at the moment of being bitten, a figure appeared beside the reporter, supporting the Ant-Man's palate. It was Xiaodong. Xiaodong's arms creaked, and the opponent's strength was too great. If he didn't block the opponent in advance, and then gave him room to accelerate, he would not be able to hold it. "Run!" Feeling the increasing power, Xiaodong roared. "Yes, yes!" The reporter ran away in panic, but Ant-Man snorted coldly, raised his arm, and slammed Xiaodong's chest with his waist. Boom! But just halfway through, a figure hugged his left arm, it was an undocumented knight, and shouted, Pile driver hero. Coming. Teacher Fujiwara appeared on the other side of Ant-Man, leaped high, and the piling machine in his right hand made a crash. Boom! The pile driver directly hit the Ant-Man's chest, shattered the Ant-Man's shell, and then drove straight in. But at this time, Ant-Man's right arm fell and directly hit Mr. Fujiwara's back. Click! Teacher Fujiwara raised his left hand to resist, his armor was shattered, and he was still knocked to the ground. He staggered and fell to the ground. Ant-Man didn't bother Mr. Fujiwara, but continued to raise his right arm and hit Xiaodong ahead. Xiaodong had been wary of it for a long time, and instantly leaned over to his left side. Ant-Man's right arm swept over his head, while Xiaodong fell to the ground. Ant-Man missed a hit, but his mouth parts were liberated and he bit directly at the undocumented knight. The undocumented knight released his hand, intending to step back and dodge, but it was too late. Is about to be bitten. Boom! The gunshot sounded again, and the Ant-Man received a heavy blow to the head and his body trembled. In the distance, the female minister picked up the guard's gun, held it in her hand, and aimed it in this direction. You wanna die? The Ant-Man was very angry, and he was about to rush towards this side. But Xiaodong, who appeared on the right side of Ant-Man, punched out. Boom! Xiaodong's fist landed on one of the leg joints on the left side of the Ant-Man, and directly cracked the gaps. Click! Fujiwara teacher's pile driver hit a leg in front of the right side of Ant-Man, and with a click, this leg broke directly. Ant-Man's body swayed and tilted to one side, but he swung his body along the way, biting Xiaodong. Bang! 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 The bullets landed on Ant-Man, 4 or 5 bullets vented out, hitting 3, and 1 hit Ant-Man's eyes and directly exploded his eyes. But Ant-Man's mouth parts are still smashing towards Xiaodong. Xiaodong had long been expected, and his figure swiftly retreated, avoiding the blow. Ant-Man's mouth parts hit the ground directly, and cracks appeared on the ground. What a great power! If he is hit, it is probably turned into meat sauce. Bang! Bang! 2 more bullets came, and the Ant-Man who hit was wailing, but this time, the Ant-Man did not support his body, but supported his arms on the ground. Crawling state. 1 of the 6 legs was broken, and 1 was only slightly injured, but he could use force. With 5 legs on the ground, there is no need to straighten up, but to provide more powerful power. Die! Ant-Man opened his mouth parts and bit Mr. Fujiwara. Among these people, his pile driver and the gun in the woman's hand were extremely damaged. So fast! Fujiwara-sensei could not dodge. He was carrying a pile driver and armor. The speed was already slow, so there was no way to dodge it. I'm not afraid of you. Fortunately, Mr. Fujiwara did not hide. Instead, he threw a right fist at the mouth parts of the Ant-Man, and the pile driver drill bit directly. Boom! The drill bit collided with one of the big pallet. The Ant-Man's body stopped, and cracks appeared on his pallet, but Mr. Fujiwara's pile driver twisted and cracked. The cracked part was not the drill bit, but the place where it was connected to the arm. Because of the force, it fell off and twisted the arm. It hurts. Fujiwara-sensei retracted his right arm and immediately rushed towards a short distance. Ant-Man's big pallet hit the ground again, smashing the ground into a small hole. Bang! Click! The gunshot sounded in the distance again, but the sound of the empty warehouse sounded, and the bullets were empty. Damn it! The female minister looks ugly. Without a pistol, she lacks an effective method of attack. Minister, there are magazines here. But at this time, a figure appeared beside the guard's body and touched the waist of one of the guards, where there was a magazine. Kyunkyu, give me the magazine. The female minister stretched out her hand. The figure is Kyunkyu. Yes. Kyunkyu grabbed the magazine and was about to throw it towards this side. Looking for death. Ant-Man saw this scene, raised his head, and spit out a mouthful of mucus towards Kyunkyu. The mucus secreted a little more. "Kill you first. Be careful!" The female minister shouted loudly, but it was too late. Mucus hit Kyunkyu on his head, and was about to be hit, and a figure rushed over. Wow! This figure blocked the mucus, but the mucus landed on his back and corroded his clothes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com then corroded his skin and muscles, making him painful and threw it forward. "Connect it." Kyunkyu threw out the magazine in his hand, stretched out his hands, and hugged the figure. Click! The female minister over there caught the magazine, inserted the pistol, and then loaded and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets fired again, constantly shooting Ant-Man in the head. One by one bullets shot into his head, causing serious injuries. Ant-Man wanted to charge and attack her, but he was hugged tightly by Mr. Fujiwara and the Justice Knight with long legs, preventing him from moving forward. Under the attack of the female minister, Ant-Man's head was beaten and he roared and fell to the ground. "Hey, it's over!" The female minister exhaled, and the undocumented knight and Fujiwara-sensei also sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. But there was an urgent shout in the distance, "Hurry up, call an ambulance! Let me fight!" The female minister took out her mobile phone and began to call the emergency number. Kyunkyu held the figure that fell on his body. At this time, his back tights had been corroded, the skin underneath had rotted, his muscles had been corroded, and his pits looked terrible. There is not much mucus at this point, but the damage is not small. In the distance, the escaping reporter had returned again, took out the camera and pointed it at the hall, especially the figure in the tights. In order to save others, this hero sacrificed himself to block the attacks of the weirdos and used his life to fulfill the hero's duties. Working together, C-rank heroes defeat powerful weirdos. Many journalists have news headlines in their hearts, and they also anticipate that they will inevitably be heatedly discussed by the society. Chapter 23, Deal with. It hurts. Xiaodong was lying on the stretcher in the ambulance, feeling the sharp pain from her back, her expression distorted, but she was hidden in her headgear. You must hold on, and you will be at the hospital soon." Kyunkyu sat aside, looking unbearable. In order to save himself, he was seriously injured, the skin on his back was corroded, and the fat underneath was also pitted, which was very miserable. Must be painful. Looking at the rotten back, Kyunkyu could feel his pain even without experience. "Don't worry, I can hold on." Xiaodong gritted her teeth and said, her hands clenched into fists, and the doctor next to her was doing a simple cleanup. Kyunkyu listened to his dull voice and couldn't help asking, "Would you like to take off your headgear for you?" "No need to." Xiaodong shook his head and said, "I don't want people to see my face, just wear it." Okay. Kyunkyu nodded, looking at Xiaodong. His expression softened, and said softly, "Thank you for saving me. This is what I should do." Xiaodong said in a hoarse voice, how could his sister be in danger, so how could he just ignore it? "Thank you." Kyunkyu heard this, but she was very moved and felt a little guilty. He sacrificed his life to save himself, but he thought he was disgusting before, but when you think about it carefully, this behavior is based on preconceived notions. He is a bit weird in dressing, so he thinks that he is also the same. But in essence, he did not do too much. With his current actions, he is desperate to save others, even if he is injured, he remains optimistic. With this extreme enthusiasm, his excessive actions are well understood. Is actually a very enthusiastic person. Kyunkyu thought to himself that he helped himself to solve the problem over and over again, and helped himself many times. I really shouldn't be biased. Kyunkyu, accompanied by the ambulance, drove into a nearby hospital, immediately pulled into the emergency department for treatment, entered the operating room, cleared the wounds, and cut off the rotten meat. It hurts to death. A painful voice came from the operating room. Kyunkaiu sat outside the operating room and couldn't help but mention it. Although he didn't know why he didn't choose anesthesia, but took it hard, but the painful voice made him feel uncomfortable. It was because of himself that he suffered such a big injury. Kyunkaiu became more and more guilty, sitting there waiting. Not long after the operation was over, Xiaodong was pushed out of the hospital. "Doctor, how is the situation?" Kyunkaiu quickly stood up, looked at the doctor and asked with concern. "There is nothing wrong for the time being," Drive said. "However, the wound is too large, not only the skin is damaged, but the subcutaneous fat is also traumatized, but the damage is small. Now consider whether to transplant the flap or the skin graft. Today will be bandaged and the surgical plan will be determined tomorrow, and then the relevant surgery will be performed. That's it." When Qianqiu heard this, he couldn't help frowning. The flap is different from skin grafting. The latter is aimed at fleshy skin, while the former is damaged even muscles. Even after transplantation, the recovery period is very long and left behind. The scar is also relatively large, and there may even be sequelae. The damage is too great. "I see, thank you doctor." After thanking Qianqiu, he asked about the location of the ward, and then called the minister to report the situation. He planned to find him, but as soon as he walked upstairs, he saw someone rushing down, shouting, "Patient gone!" The patient ran away. "Patient!" Kyunkaiu looked at the figures in front of him and walked up the stairs. A medical staff ran by and saw Kyunkaiu and said, "Are you the person in charge of the Heroes Association?" "I will be in charge for the time being." Qianqiu nodded and asked, "What happened?" The medical staff sighed and said, "The hero in the black tights ran away." "Ran?" Kyunkaiu was shocked and asked, "Why did he run away?" "We just carried him to the hospital bed, watched him with eyes closed, and then walked out of the ward." The medical staff said with a sad expression, "As soon as we left the door, he swished out of us and disappeared into the floor." "Where did he go?" Qianqiu asked immediately. "Run down." The medical staff asked, "What should we do?" Of course it was to stop him, he was injured, how can he let people leave? Kyunkaiu shouted, "Contact the hospital guard and stop him." Kyunkaiu said as he walked downstairs, but after passing the window at the corner of the stairs, he found a guy in black tights and a hood running out of the hospital gate. "This guy!" Kyunkaiu stamped his feet angrily, "You will really be regarded as a pervert if you go out like this." But Kyunkaiu still went down the stairs, continued to track, and made up his mind to bring him back. "Ah, it hurts." Xiaodong ran out of the hospital and came to a remote place, panting with both hands on his arms. If you take off the hood, you can see that his face is pale, and sweat has begun to soak the hood. "I can't let my sister find out." Xiaodong doesn't want her sister to find out that she is a hero, and if she knows that she is injured, she is afraid that she will teach herself severely. So Xiaodong refused the anesthesia, and ran out of the hospital immediately after the bandage was completed. As for the injury, Xiaodong didn't worry, the wound he caused after being attacked by the crab monster had completely healed after only one night. Although the injury is serious this time, if you eat enough food, the injury will heal without problems. But the first thing to do now is to find someone to pick me up. "Thank you, Saitama." An hour later, Xiaodong looked at Saitama who appeared in front of him, and quickly got out of the woods in the park and appeared in front of him. "You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Why are you hurt so badly?" Saitama handed the bag in his hand to Xiaodong and asked, "Didn't you join the Heroes Association?" "I was attacked by a weirdo." Xiaodong took the bag, took out the lunch box, opened it, and ate it. He exchanged the money stuffed in his shoes for change, and used the shared phone to call Saitama to come here to pick him up and bring food. 5 bentos. Xiaodong ate quickly, and within a short while, all 5 bento boxes entered the abdomen, and the heat flow had already appeared in the body. This time the heat flow did not flow to a certain part of the body, but concentrated on the back, repairing the injury. Very good. Xiaodong is very satisfied with this result. As long as he can repair the injury, even if it is slower, it will be enough to heal himself. Let's go. After eating in summer and winter, he took Saitama and handed over the spare tights, and shook his head. Too thin. Although the tights are convenient, they are a little too thin. Just like this time when encountering mucus, they will directly corrode the tights and hurt the body. But if it's an armor-type anti-fall suit of an undocumented knight, you might not get hurt. Although heavier, it will become more and more insignificant to his growing strength. It seems that the equipment needs to be changed. Just replace it with an armor-type anti-fall suit similar to that of an undocumented knight. Xiaodong thought, stood up and said, Saitama, can I live in your house these days? Yes. Saitama agreed without hesitation. Let's go then. Xiaodong stood up. Saitama immediately walked over, propped up his arm, and the two slowly walked towards the distance. Chapter 24, Hero Nickname. Black tights, perverted masks, black masks, except for the last one. What are the first three called? At noon the next day, Xiaodong threw the newspaper aside, looking a little angry. What happened yesterday was in the newspapers, not only local newspapers, but also national newspapers. Coupled with the news on the internet, Xiaodong has many more titles. Call yourself black tights more straightforwardly, tight tights more popularly, abnormal masks for vulgar ones, and black masks for more friendly ones. Although there is a lot of praise for myself in the news, such a name is not acceptable. Here, someone called you a perverted tights. Saitama sat aside and couldn't help laughing. Here is another one. If these names become hero titles, it will be over. Xiaodong looked distressed and took out his cell phone. My cell phone and clothes are in Mr. Fujiwara's car. Yesterday Mr. Fujiwara injured his arm and was sent to the hospital. The arm was swollen, but the bones were fine. This morning, Saitama retrieved her cell phone and clothes from Mr. Fujiwara. Yesterday, she told her sister that she couldn't go home because she made a call with her Saitama cell phone because her cell phone was out of power. Xiaodong took his mobile phone and logged into the newly registered mailbox of the Heroes Association. There were many letters from the Heroes Association and his sister Qiankaihu. I want to go back for treatment and tell myself that there are extra rewards. Qiankaihu sent 5 or 6 letters, speaking earnestly about the consequences of not being treated, and telling himself that he should go to the hospital, and all medical expenses would be reimbursed. Of course I can't go back. It takes at least 1 week to be discharged from the hospital for the operation. I can't delay it for so long, and the operation requires skin transplantation or from other places, which can cause more injuries. It's better to eat and fix it yourself. So Xiaodong chose an email, clicked a reply, and wrote, No, I have been treated in other hospitals, and there is no problem with the injury. In addition, I don't know if I can talk about the name of the hero. Xiaodong clicked to send, waiting for her sister's response. About there. Saitama walked into the kitchen, worked for a while, and took out an iron basin with more than 20 boiled eggs in it. Thank you. After waiting for the eggs to cool in summer and winter, peel them quickly, then stuff them into your mouth, bite them and swallow them. 1 egg after another. Xiaodong ate 10 eggs before she stopped eating and drank a bottle of milk. These are bought with Saitama's help. They are cheap and nutritious. Replied to the email. Xiaodong looked at the phone, and her sister had sent a message, because you have performed the mission and have a certain degree of news, the Heroes Association has decided to launch your hero nickname as soon as possible, and temporarily set the nickname as Black Mask. The media report on the comparison of association relations will be updated on the official website in the next ranking update. Black Mask. Xiaodong listened to this name. He remembered that a newspaper called him by this name, and it turned out to be notified by the Heroes Association. The name is quite satisfactory, without any special meaning or literary mood, but it is not vulgar either. Black means that you are black all over your body, while the mask is because you wear a headgear. The name Black Mask is quite appropriate according to your own appearance. Compared to perverted mask, leotard man is a lot better. Moreover, the mask is more of a positive meaning, which can be regarded as beautifying oneself. Is acceptable. Xiaodong's requirements for the name are very simple, can represent himself, but not too much. For example, Saitama's bald mantle is a bit too straightforward. Moreover, Xiaodong remembered that the script of the film master Akira Kurosawa's posthumous work was called Masked Black. Then use this name. Xiaodong thought, and then replied to the email, since it has been decided, then there is no need to change it, just use the name Black Mask. I understand. Qiankai's email was soon sent here again. Mr. Xia, since you have been treated in other hospitals, you can come to the association for reimbursement with the medical payment receipt. Next is the execution of the mission. There is a bonus. Calculated on the scale of the tiger class monster, the total amount after tax is 500,000 yen, of which you can get 200,000 yen. Because you did not fill in the bank information, you cannot send you money, so please bring your hero ID card to the association to collect it. A reward of 200,000 yen. Xiaodong's eyes are happy, although it is not too much, 200,000 after tax, which is the income of ordinary office workers in 1 month. But it is already a considerable income for myself. I worked for 45 days, worked twice a day, worked overtime every day, and excluding living expenses, saved more than 400,000 yuan. But it is not enough for the tuition. Although my sister has prepared some money, I can use it less if I can use it less. But if there are rewards, there will be no problem with the tuition for the next school year. In the future, adding a salary of 10,000 yuan per week will make it relatively easy. So Xiaoqiu replied, thank you. And also, Qiankai's reply arrived again, this is my mobile phone number. If you have any questions, you can call me or send an email. Isn't this your sister's phone number? Is it so simple for others? Xiaodong checked the phone number, and then replied, okay, I will contact you if necessary. After finished replying, Xiaodong exited the mailbox and continued to lie there to rest. Then in the afternoon, Xiaodong changed his clothes and left the Saitama house. After a day and night of self-healing, his back injury has improved, but it is also limited. Although it is very painful, as long as the wound does not worsen, it can be tolerated. When I got home, Sister Qiankai was at home. She saw Xiaodong www.readaloud.com and asked with a smile, I'm back? How did it feel to go to the hot spring yesterday? Very comfortable. Xiaodong said with a smile, the hot spring is moderately hot and it soaks well. If you have a chance, your sister can also go. Great. Qiankaiu nodded and said, we will go together if we have a chance. Correct. Xiaodong sat next to Jianqiu and said, Sister, I heard that the Heroes Association was attacked during the press conference. Are you okay? No. Qiankaiu smiled and said, isn't this good for me? Sister, otherwise don't do it. Xiaodong couldn't help but said, so dangerous, but you have to face the weirdo and change your job. Nothing. Qiankaiu said, there are guards and heroes, but the Heroes Association is very safe, don't worry. Okay. Seeing that Xiaodong couldn't persuade her sister, he gave up. In the evening, Xiaodong went back to the bedroom to sleep, but he didn't dare to fall on his back. It was too painful, and he couldn't bear it. Lying there will cause suspicion, so Xiaodong can only lie there on his side. The back pain is very noticeable, even more noticeable in a quiet environment. Until midnight, Xiaodong slowly fall asleep. But even so, he was awakened many times because of unconsciously turning over, but he gritted his teeth and tried not to make a sound. Until the next morning, Kyunkaiu got up and went to work. Xiaodong went out for breakfast, and lay there after returning, and fell asleep. Xiaodong didn't want her sister to worry about it, just as her sister wouldn't tell Xiaodong how critical the situation was at the time. It will be fine after few days. Xiaodong lay there and thought, but it's been a bit harder for the time being these days. Chapter 25, Convention. Sorry, I took care of the work at hand. Xiaodong stood under the Heroes Association building, and a figure ran from a distance, with blonde hair, and a delicate chest trembling as she ran. She walked closer, her lips were slightly panting, and Xiaodong's face was full of apology. It's okay, I didn't wait long. Xiaodong said in a sullen voice, it has been 4 days since the injury, the back injury has basically healed, and it is no problem to sleep lying down, so he called his sister, and after an appointment time, he came to the Heroes Association Z City branch. Unit. Mr. Xia, how are you feeling now? How are your injuries? Kyunkaiu looked at Xiaodong's body and saw him standing there. There was nothing unusual, and he looked good. Feels good. Xiaodong raised his arm and said, my injury is basically all right. Is it really all right? It's only 4 days. Kyunkaiu looked at Xiaodong and said, even after the operation, it is estimated that it will take 10.5 days to get out of bed. Don't worry. Xiaodong leaned down and said in Kyunkaiu's ear, I tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. What's the secret? Kyunkaiu felt a little itchy in his ears and a little uncomfortable, but he listened patiently. Actually, I can heal myself. Xiaodong said softly, as long as you give me time, my injury will be fine. That's it. Kyunkaiu suddenly realized, watching Xiaodong, and said seriously, Mr. Xia, I will keep it secret for you. That's good. Xiaodong straightened up, raised his thumb, and blinked at Kyunkaiu. Kyunkaiu didn't feel sick this time, but instead thought he was a little cute. He pursed his lips and laughed, suddenly realized something, and said, Mr. Xia, you change your outfit. At this time in summer and winter, the tights are overlaid with other equipment, and the upper body is an armor-type drop-resistant suit made of high-strength mesh cloth. In addition to the shoulders, upper arms, elbows, forearms, and chest back, all of them are made of highly elastic PVC, with integrated armor on the back, which can also be adjusted and contracted. And under each piece of armor, there is a wear-resistant nylon material. Not only that, there are thick pads on both sides of the waist, and the elastic waistband can be contracted to stabilize the fall-resistant suit. The lower body is still a drop-resistant suit, just shorts, and there are still armor pieces on the hips, thighs and between the legs. Wears knee pads on his knees and a pair of black sneakers on his feet. Is still black, but with a little more three-dimensionality, and the armor-style fall protection suit is very cool and very sci-fi. With the mask on his face, now in summer and winter, it looks like a motorcycle rider. But the price is also very expensive, this set is close to 40,000 yen, if it were not for the bonus, Xiaodong would not buy this. How does it look? Xiaodong asked as she looked at Kyunkaiu. Very nice. Kyunkaiu said with a smile, it used to be a bit too revealing, but now it's a lot cooler. You can go to the backstage to take a photo later, and then put your photo on the internet. Great. Xiaodong immediately agreed, and wearing a tights, she did look a little bad, then trouble Miss Kyunkaiu. Then let's go, wait a minute. Kyunkaiu remembered something, took out 2 cards from his pocket, and said, this is a bank card and a mobile phone card, which I applied for in my name. Bank card and mobile phone card? What does Miss Jianqiu mean? Xiaodong looked at Jianqiu in confusion. Kyunkaiu said, you didn't register your bank card information, and you didn't have a mobile phone number for contact, plus you were injured and you were not allowed to take off your headgear. It seems that you don't want people to know your personal information. So I just use my personal information. Bank cards and phone cards were processed. Speaking of this, Qianqiu smiled and said, if you are willing to believe me, just use this to register, hold this card for consumer transactions, and use your phone card to contact. This. Xiaodong did not expect that Sister Qianqiu would give strangers a calling card, so she couldn't help asking, Ms. Qianqiu wouldn't worry about me using this to do bad things. How can it be? Qianqiu said with a smile, how could you be a bad person because you were hurt so badly to save me? Thank you then. Xiaodong nodded, accepting the bank card and phone card, she really needs these things. Come with me, I'll take you to receive the bonus. Qianqiu brought Xiaodong into the building of the Heroes Association Z City branch. At this time, the Z City branch of the Heroes Association is not a black tall building in the future, but an ordinary commercial building. Xiaodong guessed that the Z City branch or other branches would become black buildings, and it is estimated that they would be destroyed several times. It seems that we must focus on protecting the safety of the vicinity of the Heroes Association. Xiaodong, accompanied by Qianqiu, went to the finance department, received a 200,000 yen bonus, and perfected his personal information, and then went to take photos. Click and wipe. Xiaodong stood in front of the camera, leaving an image, and was about to leave when a voice sounded in the distance. Take a few more pictures and change positions. It was the female minister who was talking, and she was standing there, looking over here. Yes. The photographer immediately directed Xiaodong to pose, but Qianqiu unexpectedly shouted, Minister, why are you here? I heard that the Black Mask has come to the association, come and have a look. The female minister said, there are not many heroes in Z City. For the time being, you can tilt the branch's media resources to him to see his next performance. If it can continue to grow, you can also increase some resources to see if use it. After all, there are too few heroes in City Z, and everyone is not far to join. Z City is more dangerous. Qianqiu couldn't help saying, the frequency of weird attacks, the level of disasters, and the number of deaths are relatively high. In the list of livable cities, it has been ranked last among the 26 cities in a row. I think this is also the majority. People don't want to be heroes. That's why we need to train ourselves. The female minister said, after looking at Xiaodong, she turned her eyes on Qianqiu, and said, and you, the crisis in the past few days was handled well, and the crisis public relations were also well done. You continue to work hard. When the right time is right, I will think of ways to help you get promoted, and you have a good relationship with the hero, which should help you improve your evaluation. I will definitely work hard. Qianqiu said excitedly. Then you can work. The female minister nodded, stepped on high heels and turned to leave. After taking hundreds of photos, Xiaodong was able to stop. It was already too hot. He sat there and exhaled. Give you a drink. Holding the can in one hand and handing it to Xiaodong, Qianqiu's pretty face appeared in front of him, with a faint smile on it. Thank you. Xiaodong nodded, opened the can, wanted to drink, but found some trouble. Straw. Qianqiu had a look he had expected a long time ago, smiled and took out a straw, and handed it to Xiaodong. Thank you. Xiaodong's voice was much smaller, he inserted the habit into the can, reached into his mouth through the breather valve, and drank slowly. Do you have any plans next? Work on your own hero. Qianqiu waited until he put down the can, and then asked gently. It's okay. Xiaodong thought for a while and said, for the time being, I will do the task step by step, and keep the ranking steady. Mr. Xia doesn't want to be promoted. Qianqiu looked at Xiaodong and asked, do more tasks, won't it be good to be promoted to B grade as soon as possible? Now I still need to do a daily weekly report. B level. Xiaodong put his hands around his chest, raised one hand and touched his chin, and said, "It will be a little difficult for me." There is still a gap between his own strength and the B level, and there is not much time. It's not difficult at all. Qian Chu looked at Xiaodong and said, "Promotion is also related to popularity. Now Mr. Xia's popularity is not low in the Z City area. After Saturday's attack, the record plus the attention, you have reached 135, and this week's popularity is still fermenting. He is now 135 in the C level, Mr. Fujiwara has also been promoted to 156 in the C level, and 176 in the unlicensed knight. A tiger-level monster and 3 heroes were killed by cooperating with the guards, and the credit received was neither high nor low. Tiger-level monsters need 5 B-level heroes, and 3 C-level heroes are combined to kill, and part of the credit is allocated. But one guard died, one was seriously injured, and the staff had to cooperate with him to kill, and the ranking was much lower. Teacher Fujiwara has been promoted by 14, undocumented knights have been promoted by 8, and Xiaodong has been promoted by a full 35. Popularity plays a huge role. So as long as you continue to expose, and the association will cooperate, your level will rise faster." Qian Chu said with a smile on the side. "Is it?" Xiaodong was a little moved. This was indeed a good opportunity, but he could not help asking, "Ms. Qiankai really wants me to be promoted to the B grade when he sees the eyes and the beautiful face that his sister is looking forward to." This. Qiankai hesitated, and said, "I look forward to you becoming a Class B hero." "Very good." Xiaodong said immediately, "Since Miss Qiankai wants me to be a B-level hero, then I will work hard towards B-level." "Hey!" Qiankai was taken aback for a moment, and said embarrassingly, "Why, how can it be because of me? Is this contrary to your original intention of becoming a hero?" "Departure. How could it be a deviation? I became a hero because of you, my stupid sister." Xiaodong thought to herself, stood up, knelt on one knee in front of Qian Chu, squeezed her hand, and said, "I am a hero to respond to people's expectations. Among these people, Miss Qian Chu's expectations let me care the most, so I decided to become a B-class hero for her." Said, Xiaodong gently kissed the back of Qiankai's hand. "What?" Qiankai stared at Xiaodong in a daze. Yu reading www.yunsha.com was kissed by him, and then he realized that he quickly retracted his hand and blushed and said, Please don't be like this. I went to upgrade the task." Xiaodong stood up and walked away. "Goodbye, Miss Qiankai." "Goodbye, goodbye." Qiankai sat there and said softly, but his white face became more and more rosy, which was too straightforward. "For my sister, execute justice." Xiaodong walked out of the Heroes Association building, and then ran away, intending to find a task to do. Finally, it is a helping activity, which can increase popularity without being so dangerous. Xiaodong ran a distance, entered the settlement area, slowed down, and saw what tasks he could do. At this moment, there was a scream from the shopping street in the distance, "Ah, help, it hurts. Run, there are weirdos." Many people ran out of the street. When they saw Xiaodong, some people recognized him and asked, Are you a hero?" "Yes, I am a hero of justice, a black mask." Xiaodong said loudly, but the face under the mask was a little helpless. "I only wanted to do some simple work. Why did I meet a weird person in such a simple way? Black Mask, please help me deal with the weirdo." Someone immediately pleaded. "Please, solve the weirdo." Looking at the group of people who made requests to him, Xiaodong didn't want to face the weird person, but it was impossible to escape. He took a deep breath and said, "You can leave, and the weird person will be handed over to me." Said, Xiaodong walked towards the shopping street step by step. Look at the level of the weirdo first. Chapter 26, Exterminate Monsters. Where is it? Xiaodong rushed into the shopping street and searched for a circle, only to find the weird person not far away. Seeing the appearance of the weird person, Xiaodong's figure was stagnant, and his expression was a bit complicated. The so-called weird is just a large white rabbit with long ears erected. It looks more sturdy, not counting the ears, and it is knee-high. The most striking thing is that it has 6 red eyes and a mouth full sharp teeth. The big white rabbit at this time was biting the right leg of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wailed constantly, and the place where he was bitten was bleeding. "That's it!" someone shouted from behind Xiaodong. "It seems that the level is not too high, it is estimated that it is only a wolf level." Xiaodong looked at the big white rabbit in front of him, waved his hand, and said, "Everyone stay back a little, I will deal with it." Said, Xiaodong walked towards the white rabbit. Perceiving Xiaodong's movements, the white rabbit immediately became alert, let go of the victim's mouth, looked at Xiaodong, and gritted his teeth threatening. Looking at the size of the wound, the bite force is really limited, but the speed of the rabbit is not slow, especially for such a strong rabbit, you must be careful. Xiaodong's eyes retracted from the wounded's leg and placed it on the big white rabbit, already caressed. He slowly leaned in, his left arm blocked in front, his right hand clenched a fist and swung lightly, constantly approaching. 1 step, 2 steps, like the minions of the devil. As summer and winter get closer and closer to the white rabbit becomes less and less anxious. "Come!" Xiaodong slammed his fist, making a beating movement. The big white rabbit suddenly moved, turned into a white shadow, and instantly rushed towards Xiaodong. So fast! Xiaodong did not see its movements clearly, the white rabbit had already appeared in front of her eyes, biting into Xiaodong. But Xiaodong was not worried, and his left arm was raised and blocked the white rabbit's teeth. Click! The white rabbit took a bite, just biting Xiaodong's left forearm, and the sharp teeth closed. There are high elastic PVC nails on the forearm. The upper teeth of the white rabbit bit through the nails, but it slows down its bite force, and the wear-resistant nylon material under the nails directly stops the teeth from deepening. But the white rabbit's lower teeth directly bit through Xiaodong's mesh cloth, and then continued to bite, penetrated the tights, and pierced Xiaodong's arm. "What?" Xiaodong let out a cry, but did not stop, but grabbed it with his right hand. The left hand is the decoy, it is not hurt, and it is difficult to catch it. Xiaodong directly pinched the white rabbit's neck with his right hand, and then squeezed it sharply, closing the fingers of over 100 kilograms. Creak creak. The white rabbit's cervical vertebrae made an overwhelming sound. The white rabbit struggled frantically, his body trembling violently, and his legs kept kicking and kicking, trying to break free from the shackles of summer and winter. The power is not small. Xiaodong looked at the white rabbit slowly getting out of her hands, suddenly raised her knees and moved upwards. Boom! Knee hit the white rabbit's lower abdomen, and the huge impact caused his body to stagnate, even biting his own teeth, and slowly opening. Xiaodong pulled out his left hand, leaned down, and pressed the right hand directly down, pressing the white rabbit to the ground, making a fist with his left hand, and hitting the white rabbit's head severely. Bang! The white rabbit's figure shuddered, and her figure was about to twist again. Xiaodong's fist had fallen again. Boom! Boom! After 2 punches in summer and winter, the white rabbit's body has stopped, his eyes are distracted, and only his legs twitch again. Then Xiaodong grabbed its neck, pulled it violently and clashed, and the white rabbit lost its breath. Solved! Xiaodong turned around and looked at everyone with the white rabbit. The weirdo is solved. Seeing this scene, the crowd cheered, quickly took out their cameras, pointed them at Xiaodong, and took photos. Xiaodong wanted to leave, thinking that popularity is also the key, so they let them take pictures and pointed the rabbit frontally at the camera. 6 eyes and sharp teeth made everyone feel bitterly cold. "Uncle, are you bleeding?" A childish voice suddenly shouted, and a 5 or 6-year-old girl pointed to Xiaodong's left arm and said, "Where blood has penetrated and is dripping blood. There is nothing wrong with this little injury." Xiaodong laughed, the wound he bite was not too big, only need to eat for a few days to heal. Xiaodong's words made the crowd cheer. "Black Mask, thank you for killing the weirdo, take this." The owner of the cake shop next to walked out, handed a bag of cakes to Xiaodong, and said, "Take it home to eat." "Thank you." Xiaodong hesitated, but took it over, just a little hungry. "Black Mask, wait a minute, I also have a gift for you." Seeing him accept the gift, the owner of the nearby shop will return to the store to get the things. "No need, no need." Xiaodong quickly refused and said loudly, "Goodbye everyone, if there is anything, I will show up again." Leaving this sentence, Xiaodong ran away, leaving behind the crowd watching him. "Hoo!" Xiaodong ran out of the shopping street and came to a secluded place before slowing down. Wolf class monster. Xiaodong is very satisfied with the results of this time. If you defeat it alone, you can add a lot of points. For the C-rank hero, it will be very impressive, and this week's mission report is already available. Wolf level monsters need 3 C levels to deal with. If you solve them by yourself, you can add a lot of points. I also harvested a rabbit. Xiaodong carried the rabbit and bread, came to Saitama's house, took out the key and opened the door. As he became more and more familiar with Saitama, Saitama fortunately gave Xiaodong a key so that he could come here. "I brought good things." Xiaodong shook the rabbit and said with a smile, "There is still bread." "Such a big rabbit? Then eat rabbit meat tonight." Saitama immediately took the rabbit and walked towards the kitchen happily www.readaloud.com and started cooking. Xiaodong put the bread on the coffee table, and then sat there, took off his anti-fall suit, took off the tights, and sat there topless. There are a few small holes on the bottom of his left arm, which were already scabs, but Xiaodong took off his clothes and tore off the scabs, bleeding outwards. The injury is not serious, but the clothes are a bit rotten. Xiaodong doesn't care very much. I took a look at the clothes. There were problems with the tights and the anti-fall suits. Clothes are expensive. Xiaodong said with a bit of heartache, but only a few small holes, you can continue to wear it. Xiaodong took out the bandage placed on Saitama, wrapped it around his arm, and then took out the gift bread. There are many breads, among them there are many cakes, chocolate cakes, matcha cakes, and icing cakes. Eat 2 pieces first. Xiaodong picked up 2 pieces of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. After a while, a weak heat flow appeared, concentrated in the wound, and the bleeding slowly stopped. I guess it will be cured in a few days. Xiaodong thought, but then looked at the kitchen, but there is such a big rabbit, I guess it will not take a few days. Rabbit meat is delicious and has high nutritional value. The protein content is close to 25%, ranking first among major livestock and poultry. Has the lowest fat content, less than 1/2 of chicken and less than 1/3 of pork. Lysine content is the highest, but cholesterol content is relatively low. The digestibility is very high, reaching 85%, while chicken is only 50%. Coupled with the mutation of this rabbit, it has fortified energy far beyond ordinary food. Xiaodong couldn't help drooling, and wanted to eat something. Chapter 27, Hero Ranking. Xiaodong ate rabbit meat, which provided huge energy. The wound he was bitten healed quickly, and even the back injury was basically healed. The next day, Xiaodong and Saitama dealt with the rabbit meat, a whole white rabbit. Xiaodong ate 2 meals at Saitama's house, eliminated 2/3 of the rabbit meat, and gained a lot of energy. The injury in summer and winter is healed, so there is no need to hide it at home. After a few days, it will be the beginning of the autumn semester. Ryota, why are you so fascinated to see? Xiaodong walked into the classroom and found Hejing Liangtai sitting behind the table, looking at the phone, looking excited. Heya! He Jingliang said with a smile, I'm looking at the hero rankings. The rankings are updated today on Monday. Yes, the ranking is updated today. Xiaodong remembered that the Heroes Association would update the rankings every Monday. I took out my mobile phone and checked the official website to see how my ranking was. See level 117. Xiaodong saw the ranking under the black mask, which was up 18 places from the last time, and it said, Solve the wolf level weird-toothed rabbit. Has improved too much. Solved a mutant rabbit and immediately raised it by 18 places, which was more than half of the previous time. And now that everyone is working the task, it is relatively difficult to maintain the ranking, and it is able to improve 18 places, which is a bit too big. However, if you treat the mutant rabbit as a wolf-level weirdo, you will get higher points if you retire by yourself. In addition to the popularity of solving tiger-level monsters last time, as well as the help of the Z-City branch, the improvement of the 18th is excusable. From this point of view, it won't take long for me to be promoted to level B. Kazuya, are you paying attention to the black mask? He Jingliang took his head and looked at the pictures on Xiaodong's phone screen with a slightly surprised expression. Well, he is the hero of our Z-City, kind and honest, so I am paying attention to him now. Xiaodong praised himself very bluntly. But he is too weak. Ryota Kawaii shook his head and said, It's just a C-rank hero, better than ordinary people, but the strength is limited. But he can still grow and improve, and his ranking rises quickly. Wolf-level monsters can deal with it alone, with great potential. Xiaodong said good things for herself, and then said, Moreover, he is a native hero in Z-City. There is no reason why we don't support him, right? Exactly. Kawaii Ryota said with a smile, I still have a good impression of him. I can sacrifice my life to save people. I am a very kind person. But now there are many attacks on him on the internet. Attack him? Xiaodong asked inexplicably, what's the matter? It's not the reason for the name yet. Ryo Kawaii shrugged and said, he is called Cayman, and the first one in the A level is also called Cayman. The fan of Mr. Sweetie Mask, but he hates this black mask and thinks he is not qualified to be called a fake. Surface. This. Xiaodong couldn't help frowning, do I still have the qualifications to be called? Of course. Ryota Kawaii said, in the eyes of fans, even the labels recognized by spending money must be seized, and even the various titles that extend from the name will have to be contended, and even lead to scolding. So fans of Sweetie Mask, it is said everywhere in the forum that the black mask is not worthy of being called a mask. This is too much, right? Xiaodong just knew this, a little angry. Who calls people popular? Kawaii Ryota shrugged and said, it can be expected that the black mask will be criticized a lot in the future, I don't know how I feel. I don't care about this. Xiaodong clenched his fists. If he would give up because of others' rumors, how could he simply give up? I didn't say you care. Ryota Kawaii said with a smile, I'm afraid that the black mask will be hit. Kind people may not be eager to be rewarded, but they will lose balance because of slander. Do not worry. Xiaodong smiled and said, I believe it won't. Hope so. Said Kawaii Ryota, and raised his phone again, and said, but the hero I follow is different from you, it's her. Let me see. Xiaodong moved his head and looked at the phone. There was a picture on it, which was a full-length portrait of a woman. Dark green semi-long hair, long bangs covering his forehead, thin eyebrows like willow leaves, and sharp eyes with green pupils. Her face is delicate, her nose is straight, her lips are sexy, and her skin can be broken. Is wearing a long green dress, a pearl necklace hung on her white neck, her plump are about to be worn out, her plump buttocks are tightly tied inside, and her figure is very sexy. In the picture, she is floating in the air with her hands around her chest, her skirt flying in the air, and her feet wearing long boots. Between the boots and the skirt, her white skin is looming. Hell blows snow. Xiaodong saw the other person and immediately recognized her. The woman in the picture is Hel Fuxiu. In the future, the leader of the Fuxiu group, is she just joining the Heroes Association now? Xiaodong remembers that the current B-level first is not Chuxiu, but Tornado has become a hero, ranking A2. Yes, it's blowing snow. Ryota Kawai said with a smile, in just 3 weeks, she has risen from the bottom of the sea level to the B-level 17th, and the tiger-level monster is only the target of slaughter in front of her. She is very strong and looks very beautiful. That's really amazing. Xiaodong knows her strength, and will have the power to enter the S grade in the future, and the tiger-level monsters say it is relatively simple for her. Hey, I'm already a fan of her. Kawaii Ryota looked at the photo and said with a look of brother pig, I really want her to be my girlfriend. Didn't you have a crush on my sister some time ago? Did you transfer the object so quickly? Xiaodong said in an angry tone. With you, a younger brother who has a strong desire to protect his sister, I can't even see you as a sister again. Ryota Kawai snorted and said, so I can only choose other people. My crush has been replaced by Fubuki. Now you can't control it, right? Of course, this is your freedom. Xiaodongman said indifferently, as long as she doesn't like her sister. Xiaodong ignored Ryota Kawai who was looking at the photo. Instead, he retracted his gaze, took out his mobile phone, and looked at the news. On some forums, he did see a lot of replies attacking him. Many fans of Sweetie Mask thought they were unworthy. Use the word mask. Who can imagine that the social giants in the future have not yet appeared, but they have been attacked by brain fans? Just put it aside for now. Xiaodong ignored the thoughts of these people, and chose to become a hero, not for these people. Spent a day at school, and after school in the afternoon, Xiaodong went to see Mr. Fujiwara. Your ranking has improved so fast. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Teacher Fujiwara sat behind the chair and looked at Xiaodong and said, it's only been 2 weeks, and you are about to drop me 40. I also feel that the improvement is a bit faster, and I don't give much effort in the battle. Xiaodong said with some guilt, and other heroes said that for Mr. Fujiwara and the undocumented knight, Xiaodong felt a little unfair. When fighting the tiger-class eccentric ant engineer, the female minister who caused the most damage to the eccentric was the female minister who killed the eccentric with a gun, followed by the Fujiwara teacher's pile driver. I just restrained from the side, and didn't even hurt the weird person at all. You do a lot. Mr. Fujiwara said, you saved the reporter and the press officer in that battle. These are 2 lives. And you were injured so badly, enough for you to improve your ranking. But speaking of it, your injuries are already okay. About there. Xiaodong moved his arms and said, now there is no problem with free movement. That's good. Teacher Fujiwara said, if you need my help, please let me know. I will. Xiaodong said seriously. It's time to leave school. Teacher Fujiwara and Xiaodong left the office together, walked outside the building and asked, where are you going? I drove you back. No, I came by bike. Xiaodong said with a smile. Well, I'll go now. Fujiwara-sensei nodded, walked towards the distance, and disappeared in the distance. I should go too. Xiaodong moved his arms, went to eat first, and went to patrol the streets to perform tasks. The most important thing is that you must start training. Chapter 28, Training. In the evening, the setting sun fell in the distance, and the clouds seemed to be filled with red paint, as bright red as fire belts. On the road, cars were jammed, bagpipes rang, and the crowd embarked on a journey home. On both sides of the road, a figure is running towards the distance, walking with 2 long legs, and is running towards the front. So tired. This figure is Xiaodong. At this time, I feel like my lungs are on fire, and my legs are as heavy as lead. He has run 8 kilometers now, but the time is only 32 minutes, and the pace is 4 o'clock, which is already a very top long-distance running speed. The score standard for college students' physical fitness test is that the score of the kilometer is 4:30 as a pass, and the score is about 3:15. The score at 4 o'clock is about 70 minutes. But the goal of summer and winter is not to run 1 kilometer, but to run 10 kilometers. The longer the distance you run, the greater your physical strength. With a length of 10 kilometers, many people can't even run, let alone reach a comprehensive 4-point pace. Stay harder. Xiaodong gritted his teeth and continued to run, but couldn't stop slowing down. The timing ended when he reached 10,000 meters, and the time reached 40 minutes and 32 seconds. It's more than 32 seconds. Xiaodong sat there, gasping for breath, didn't hold it. It seemed that his stamina was a little worse. But the effect of fat reduction has been achieved. His first choice for long-distance running is to lose excess body fat and make himself look thinner. It's not finished yet. After running in summer and winter, I went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, came to Saitama's house, gave the vegetables to Saitama, and then started to exercise. Xiaodong first did stretching exercises, and then started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 40, 50, 60, 97, 98, 99, 100. A total of 100 push-ups, and then I started doing sit-ups and squats, the same 100 each. After finished, Xiaodong sat there, panting. 10-kilometer long-distance running, as well as push-ups, sit-ups, and squats are exercises performed by Saitama in the original work. Saitama persisted for 3 years and became an invincible existence. I want to try this method to see if I can break my limiter. Although the probability of success is not high, these exercises are effective even if they are unsuccessful. Reduce fat and increase muscle, shape the body, but the effect will be somewhat unsatisfactory. Take long-distance running as an example, the distance is enough, and the amount of exercise is enough, but a 10-kilometer long-distance running is not as good as a 5-kilometer variable speed running. On the contrary, too much sweat will cause electrolyte imbalance. Secondly, although push-ups are the best method for freehand chest training, they are not as efficient as equipment training. In addition, a single group of single push-ups is also inferior. It requires multiple groups and changes methods, such as explosive push-ups, heavy push-ups, and depth push-ups and spider push-ups are mixed. There are also sit-ups, which are more harmful to the waist, and the effect is relatively poor. It is best to focus on abdominal crunches and assist with other movements. So this set of training is basically the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. But in order to break the limiter, Xiaodong intends to try it. After finishing this set, Xiaodong picked up the kettle and drank. The kettle is filled with electrolyte effervescent tablets, which are rich in sodium, magnesium, potassium, calcium, and vitamin C to prevent the loss of electrolytes due to excessive sweating. It contains no sugar and has only 8 kJ of energy. After drinking, Xiaodong went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Saitama had already prepared the food. The two have agreed that they will buy vegetables every day in summer and winter, and Saitama is responsible for cooking. There are a lot of vegetables in summer and winter, not only enough for themselves, but also for Saitama to take to the company the next day. In this way, Saitama can save part of the board and lodging expenses every month, and there is a convenient place to live in summer and winter. And Xiaodong also gave Saitama a refrigerator. I have enough savings for the time being, I still have 600,000 in deposits, and a salary of 200,000 a month. There are about 6 months before the junior year starts in April next year. Xiaodong intends to be promoted to the B level within 6 months. Once promoted to the B level, my weekly salary will reach 100,000 yuan, 400,000 yuan a month, and life will be easier. Xiaodong plans to give it a try, so he spends more money on food and exercise, and also plans to give up working in winter and spring vacation. Do you have to do such a hard training every day? Saitama sat opposite, and said while eating. Yes. Xiaodong gobbled up eggs and said, I want to make myself stronger. That's too tired. Saitama shook his head, dealt with the eel intently, and asked, Don't you eat eel? Don't eat. Xiaodong shook his head, put his chopsticks on the boiled chicken and green vegetables, and said, These are enough. Then I will solve it alone. Saitama ate happily. Summer and winter fill the stomach, the heat flow begins to relieve the fatigue of summer and winter, and repair the torn muscle fibers in summer and winter. It's time to go. He cleaned his dishes and then put on the equipment. I'm leaving. Xiaodong stood there and waved to Saitama. Be careful on the road. Saitama said with a smile. I will be careful. Xiaodong left Saitama's house, taking advantage of the twilight, walked towards the distance, intending to see if there is anything to do. Many pedestrians looked at him curiously when they saw him. Some people whispered and showed curious eyes, but worried that the Black Mask would not get along well, so they didn't dare to talk. Black Mask. A child saw Xiaodong and immediately called out his name. Hello kid. Xiaodong waved to the kid, and the others saw the Black Mask. Black Mask, I support you. Black Mask, I need to raise the ranking as soon as possible. Black Mask, please sign me. Xiaodong signed his name on the card handed over by others, greeted passers-by, and then moved on and patrolled the streets. There are children crying there. Xiaodong saw that under the big tree not far away, a child looked at the balloon that flew to the tree and wept. Let me help you. Xiaodong immediately walked over, jumped, reached out and grabbed the rope of the balloon, and pulled the balloon down. Thank you, uncle. The kid took the balloon, burst into laughter, and said sincerely. I want to call my brother. Xiaodong patted the child on the shoulder. He was only 18 years old, how could he call himself uncle? Next, Xiaodong patrolled the streets and saw someone who needed to move things, so he went to help. Seeing the grandma standing on the side of the road, she helped her over www.readaloud.com regardless of whether she wanted it or not. Did not meet a weird person. The frequency of the appearance of the weirdo varies according to the level. The frequency of the appearance of the ghost level freak is about once a month. 3 years later in the original work, the appearance of the ghost level freak is once a month. Tiger level weirdos are almost once every few days, while wolf level weirdos are several times a day, but many wolf level weirdos can be dealt with by the gathering of ordinary people. There are more weird people in Z City, and no man's land has been formed, but the strange thing is that most of the weird people who caused the disaster did not come out of the no man's land. There are many weird people in no man's land, going to other cities. So Xiaodong patrolled all night and didn't encounter a weird person. There are no weirdos. Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. It is very difficult for him to defeat a wolf-level stranger without injury. As long as there is a tiger-level stranger, it is very difficult for him to deal with it. After became a hero, he faced the weird and couldn't shrink back. It is better to do some common tasks as much as possible. Xiaodong was patrolling the road, time passed by minute, the night became denser, and there were fewer pedestrians on the street. It's already 10 o'clock, I should go back when I walk around here. Xiaodong looked at the time and walked to another street, but couldn't help frowning. I saw a few young people walking across the street, wearing fat jackets, smoking cigarettes, combing the nose of the plane, laughing and joking, all in shape. They were talking loudly, but when they saw Xiaodong who was dressed weirdly, their eyes lit up and immediately stopped talking, smiled at each other, and surrounded them, blocking Xiaodong's path. Hey hey! Seeing them, Xiaodong couldn't help laughing. Chapter 29, Bad Crying. Boy, how do you dress like this? The man headed by approached Xiaodong, arched his back, and leaned his head forward obliquely, looking up and down Xiaodong. Brother Mazaki, this seems to be a hero. Another person said around Xiaodong. Hero. Masaki was a little surprised, and said, is that the hero of the Heroes Association? Well, it seems to be called Black Mask. Another said, C-rank hero. C-level? It sucks. Masaki circled Xiaodong and said, it looks ordinary. Of course ordinary, he was so scared that he couldn't say anything when he saw us. The other person laughed. The four people surrounded Xiaodong, looked at him, and said some provocative words. I said you rubbish, can you get out of the way? Xiaodong suddenly said, blocking the way, it's an eyesore. What did you say? Hearing what Xiaodong said, someone immediately grabbed him by the collar and said, do you dare to scold us? I didn't scold you. Xiaodong put her right hand on the other's wrist, and said with a smile, I'm just telling the fact that you are rubbish, right? Xiaodong's voice fell, and his right hand clasped the opponent's wrist and twisted suddenly. Ah! The bad arm in front of him immediately twisted, his body twisted in pain and his mouth grew. Get off! Xiaodong kicked abruptly and kicked directly on the opponent's waist. Bang! The opponent flew out directly and fell to the ground. You bastard! Seeing this scene, the other three were reluctant and pounced towards Xiaodong. Pull the distance first. After Xiaodong knocked the opponent down with one blow, he ran out of the gap and opened the distance. Do not run! Seeing Xiaodong's behavior, the three people behind him shouted to catch up, but Xiaodong stopped and looked behind him. The three of them rushed towards Xiaodong, and one of them came in front of him first, and blasted Xiaodong's face with a punch. Too slow. Xiaodong looked at the opponent's movements, his body swayed to the right, the opponent's fist brushed Xiaodong's head and then Xiaodong punched right. Boom! Xiaodong's fist fell on his cheek, and his cheekbones were directly fractured. The huge force made his head sway, and he fell back to the ground, shaking his head, his expression was not clear. But at the same time, the other two people also came close, one grabbed a punch, and the other raised his leg and drew towards Xiaodong. No need to hide. Xiaodong raised his left hand in front of him, blocking the fist of the man named Masaki, but was kicked in the thigh by another person. The power is too weak. Xiaodong took this hard, and blasted out with a fist with his right hand. Click! Xiaodong's fist fell on the opponent's chin, and the sound of bone cracking came. The opponent's head stiffened, his eyes turned, and he fell directly to the ground. Die to me! Masaki missed a hit, leaned back slightly, and attacked with his right leg, kicking Xiaodong's abdomen. It's useless to say it. Xiaodong blocked his leg with his left hand and took the blow, grabbed his ankle with his right hand, then pulled back and kicked out with his right leg. Click! Xiaodong's feet touched the side of the opponent's knee, and the sound of a cracked bone came, and the opponent threw himself to the ground. It hurts. Masaki hugged his leg and wailed there, but Xiaodong walked over, rode on him, and dropped his fists. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaodong threw a few punches in his face, knocking him out. Want to run? Xiaodong saw that the figure kicked in the distance had stood up and planned to escape, and immediately caught up with him and knocked it to the ground, with his fists banging down like rain. Spare me! Spare me! The bad guy shouted loudly, and Xiaodong stopped his movements and pulled him back to the other three. You, what are you doing? The person who remained awake, looked at Xiaodong, his expression was full of trepidation. Of course I took a picture. Xiaodong raised his phone, pointed it at four people, turned on the camera function, and took a few photos. Then he squatted in front of these people, picked up the phone, and took a selfie. Assholes harass passers-by, I will stop, fight with them, fight hard, and subdue them. Xiaodong wrote a note. We did not harass passers-by. Bad yelled. Am I a passerby? Xiaodong said grimly, I walked on the road and didn't provoke you. I was surrounded by you. Isn't this just passers-by being harassed? We didn't do it to you again, you did it first. Bad whispered. It was your first hand. Xiaodong looked at him and said, I remember it was you who caught my collar. It's just a catch. The bad voice became smaller and smaller. Do I have to wait for what you guys do? Xiaodong gave him a slanted look, of course I have to start first. You are shameless, too. I was crying without tears. Shameless. Xiaodong walked up to him, patted his swollen face and said, you have the face to say that others are shameless? Stopping people on the road, making fun of them is not shameless? If I didn't fight back, it is estimated that I was beaten now. Right. But you were the one who hit first? Aren't you a hero? Dai said there, isn't the hero just righteous? I am just. Xiaodong straightened up and said, so I let your lives go. If it's a weirdo, I've killed it now, and then I eat it in my stomach. You, don't joke, eat weird people or something. Bad looking at Xiaodong, his expression is full of fear. Just be kidding. Xiaodong shrugged, yawned, and said, goodbye, I'm leaving. Also, thank you for this week's mission report. In the social contribution degree, there are not many bonus points for righteousness, especially these gangsters. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com defeated 4 people, and it is estimated that he can improve a few places. Good harvest. Xiaodong turned and left, and walked away. But it hurts a bit. He shook his arm, his left hand blocked twice, it was really painful. My physical fitness is very strong. In terms of strength alone, I have reached the level of an international elite in my previous life. I don't know how much higher it is than these ills. The speed has reached the standard of previous international athletes, and the reaction and resistance ability are also very strong. But I can't fight, and I can't make full use of my physical fitness. Fought with these 4 people, and even suffered 2 blows when his physical fitness far exceeded that of the opponent. It seems that I still need to improve my combat effectiveness a little more and have more attack methods. But there is no time to study systematically for the time being. The main direction of the spare time is fitness, shaping the body, and continuing to improve the physical quality. Xiaodong returned to Saitama's house, changed her clothes, and bid farewell to Saitama, and returned home. It's almost 11 o'clock, you came back too late today. Qiankaiyu frowned when he saw Xiaodong. Too busy working part-time today. Xiaodong said with a smile, I will be back sooner next time. But it's too late. Qiankaiyu said dissatisfied, how can they let you work overtime, you should refuse. How much money do you pay for overtime? Xiaodong patted Qiankaiyu's shoulder and said, sister, don't worry, I'm fine. Okay. Qiankaiyu nodded, watching Xiaodong pass by and enter the bathroom, feeling a little weird in his heart. I always feel that my brother is a little different. Chapter 30, Attacked. Aren't we going to other streets? Under the big tree, Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara dressed in uniforms and sat on a stone bench to rest. Mr. Fujiwara asked, why do you only do activities near the Heroes Association? Today is Saturday, summer and winter are not in class, and Mr. Fujiwara is also on holiday, so the two plan to patrol together, so that even if they encounter tiger-class monsters, they can deal with and even win. However, Xiaodong placed the patrol location near the Heroes Association, and only explored a few streets nearby. Of course it is the Protective Heroes Association. Xiaodong sat there sipping a box of juice, and said, the Heroes Association has just been established, and it will definitely receive the attention of weirdos. We will naturally come here to patrol more. Of course, this is not the reason. My sister is in the Heroes Guild and wants to protect her. It's better to get closer. It turned out to be like this. Teacher Fujiwara smiled and said, I thought you were doing it for the news officer, Ms. Qiankaiyu. Cough cough cough. Xiaodong almost choked on the juice, looked at Mr. Fujiwara, and asked, "Teacher, why do you say that? The day you saw her, you showed her courtesy and worked hard to save her." Teacher Fujiwara glanced at Xiaodong and said, "Anyone can tell that you like her." "No, I don't like it." "Well, I do like it, but..." Xiaodong scratched her head. "She is her sister. Why doesn't she like it? But she doesn't like it that way." "I see." Teacher Fujiwara smiled and said, "Miss Qianqiu is very beautiful, you have a good eye." "It's really beautiful." Xiaodong smirked when thinking of her sister's appearance. "It seems that you are in a deep plunge." Mr. Fujiwara saw this scene, shook his head, and then said, "Let's go, it's almost noon, let's find a place to eat." "Great." Xiaodong stood up and heard the phone ding-dong, received a text message, glanced at it, and said, "We don't need to find a place to eat." "What's wrong?" Mr. Fujiwara asked curiously. "Miss Qianqiu invited us to the cafeteria to eat, saying that it is free." Xiaodong shook his phone. "That's really good." Teacher Fujiwara nodded, and the two walked toward the Heroes Association building together, holding the hero ID card, and passed the security inspection. Since the attack that day, the Heroes Association blocked the side door, and the front and back doors were guarded by guards. Heroes, most of the staff, visitors, have to enter from the main entrance and can only enter after inspection. The two entered the inside of the Heroes Association, went directly to the second floor, and went to the inside of the cafeteria. Here. Chiaki stood there and waved to this side. "Miss Qianqiu." Xiaodong hurriedly walked over, stood beside him, and looked at her grinningly. Really excited. Fujiwara-sensei saw this scene, walked over, nodded and said hello. Qianqiu said with a smile, "It's almost noon. The two are patrolling near the Heroes Association. It's hard work. Let's eat something." "Thank you." Xiaodong nodded, and asked curiously, "Did you find us?" Although Xiaodong is protecting the Heroes Association, it is not too close to the Heroes Association, but is patrolling the periphery. "A staff member saw you." Qianqiu said with a smile, "So the minister asked me to ask if you are still around, and let you eat here." "That's it." Xiaodong nodded. Qianqiu took out a card, "Here is a meal card, 2 people can eat here." "Thank you then." Xiaodong held the meal card, but couldn't help asking, "Miss Qianqiu, is this your meal card?" "No." Qianqiu shook his head and said, "It's the minister's meal card. She asked me to use it for you." "That's good." Xiaodong exhaled, and said, "I eat a lot and spend a lot. It would be no good if Miss Qianqiu was spending money." "Ah, it's okay." Qianqiu said when he heard him think so. "You kid." Fujiwara-sensei said angrily, "I haven't caught up yet, so I'm thinking about other people's wallets." Chasing. Qianqiu tilted his head slightly when he heard this word, and then his face became redder and red. "Don't talk nonsense." Xiaodong pushed Mr. Fujiwara to pick up the meal and said, "Eat, eat." The two went to the meal to buy food. The food of the Heroes Association is very rich, with chicken, duck and fish. Xiaodong first ordered 2 bowls of rice, beef dishes and grilled fish. But holding the dinner plate, Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara didn't know where to eat. There are many people in the restaurant. Both of them are wearing masks and must be taken off before they can eat, but then they will be seen. "You two, please come here." Qianqiu immediately took the two to the aisle outside the restaurant and said in front of one of the doors, "This is a rest room, so you don't have to worry about being discovered here." "Thank you." Xiaodong thanked Chiaki, and went into the lounge with Mr. Fujiwara and sat behind the table. "You two can contact me if you have any questions." Qianqiu left these words, turned and left. Xiaodong thought for a while, but went in and plugged in. "You are too careful." Fujiwara-sensei said, "In fact, as long as the appearance is not publicized, it will be okay to be known by the association, right? It's just the talents of the association. Xiaodong thought that she covered her face just to prevent her sister from discovering it, but she still said, it's safer. Well, let's eat. Mr. Fujiwara took off the mask and started to eat. The same goes for summer and winter. But the food in Xiaodongsheng was not enough. I only ate half of it. Then I went to the restaurant to buy some food, and I stopped until I was able to eat it. Anyway, it's the minister's card. She has money and it's okay to eat more. The two of them finished their meal, sent the plate to the restaurant, and then returned to the lounge to rest. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside, and Mr. Fujiwara said, "Please come in." "Excuse me." Kyunkaiho walked into the lounge, sat opposite the two of them, and said, "That's right, I want to ask, can the two of you focus on patrolling around the Heroes Association in the future?" Teacher Fujiwara immediately looked at Xiaodong and asked, "Black Mask, what do you think?" "I have no opinion." Of course, Xiaodong would not refuse. After thinking about it, he said, "But it must be done on Saturday and Sunday." "Yes." Kyunkaiho nodded, and then said, "In return, the 3 meals on Saturday and Sunday can be solved for both of you. In addition, the association will focus on the promotion of the two, and try to promote the two in the rankings. Faster." "That's good." Teacher Fujiwara nodded. "The C-rank heroes have to report every week. It is really troublesome. It is a good thing to be able to rise to the B rank as soon as possible." Mr. Fujiwara's physical fitness is not strong, but the power of the pile driver is very large, and there is no problem in upgrading his strength to level B. "Well, we will make corresponding arrangements here." Qianqiu opened the notebook, took the pen, looked at Mr. Fujiwara and said, "The other is your hero nickname. We have received a lot of letters. Please take a look. Pile driver hero, wild pile driver, vandal, impact man, alloy drill, do you like it? Are there no wild sirens?" Xiaodong had some surprises. Mr. Fujiwara's current mask, armor, and weapons are basically the wild siren in the future, but there is no such name. Alloy drill. Teacher Fujiwara thought for a while, and said, "I use alloy drill bits for my pile driver, which fits my characteristics and sounds better. Then I will report this name." Kyunkaiho recorded it, then turned and left. Has another result changed? Mr. Fujiwara's nickname has also become an alloy drill. Up to now, I have changed too many things. Is getting more and more troublesome. Xiaodong sat there, her expression a little depressed. Let's continue patrolling. Xiaodong and Fujiwara-sensei stayed for a while, then got up and left the Heroes Association and continued to patrol outside. A weird alarm was received in the middle, but before it arrived, it was resolved by the onlookers. Are just ordinary wolf-level weirdos, they have no chance to shoot at all. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Fujiwara took the lead to leave, while Xiaodong sat on the side of the street not far from the Heroes Association and waited silently. "Are you alone here? Where is that alloy drill?" A car parked not far from Xiaodong, the window rolled down, and a beautiful face appeared there. "Hello, Minister." The person who came was the director of the planning department. It was hard to forget for her summer and winter. If she hadn't taken the guard's pistol and shot them decisively that day, they would have died there. And her marksmanship is very good, she seems to have been trained in this area. Xiaodong said with a smile, "The alloy drill has just left. Thanks for your hard work, it's getting late, do you want to go back?" The female minister looked at Xiaodong and asked, "I can see you off." "No need." Xiaodong quickly waved his hand to refuse, and said, "I'll be fine after a while." "I understand." The female minister smiled and nodded, closed the window, started the car and left. "The minister is gone, my sister is still in the company and has to work overtime." Seeing the car leaving, Xiaodong sat there dissatisfied, Half an hour later, a voice came from a distance, Mr. Black Mask. Oh, Miss Jianqiu. Xiaodong immediately stood up, looked at the figure in the distance, and showed a happy smile. Qianqiu trot over and looked at Xiaodong and asked, "Are you still here? There are basically no people in the Heroes Association except the people on duty. I just want to say goodbye to Miss Qianqiu." Xiaodong said with a smile. "Yes, is it?" Qianqiu nodded softly, but didn't know what to say next. "Let's go, I will leave when you get in the car." Xiaodong pointed to the bus stop sign in the distance. "Great." Qianqiu heard this and walked towards the bus stop sign, only to find that he did not follow, just standing there. "Is it afraid of causing trouble to yourself?" Qianqiu thought, looking down at his toes, not looking at the black mask in the distance. After a while, the bus came here. Qianqiu got on the bus, after swiping the card, stood in the car window and looked out. The black mask was still standing there, staring at it until he could no longer see him. "I don't know how to deal with it." Qianqiu rubbed his hair, feeling a little distressed. This black mask often expresses close behavior and is very good to himself. But a man does not have a deep relationship with a woman, but he treats her very well, and he is only good to her alone. It is estimated that he only likes this kind of emotion. Qianqiu is very grateful to him for saving himself and wants to repay him, but does not intend to respond in love. At least emotionally, he only regards him as a trustworthy friend. But after he didn't express it formally, he couldn't say too much, so as not to be sentimental. Can't deal with it coldly, after all, the other party has saved him. So distressed. Qianqiu scratched his hair, then sighed, sat on the seat and looked into the distance. "Should I go too?" Xiaodong saw her sister leave by car, and ran towards Saitama's house. She ran for 7 or 8 kilometers, and then went to the vegetable market to buy some dishes, planning to eat at Saitama's house. But after walking through a street, Xiaodong stopped and said coldly, "Come out." "Did you find it?" A voice came from behind, and 3 figures walked out from behind, surrounding Xiaodong. "Tuan Tuan Tuan. It's you." Xiaodong's eyes shrunk slightly, and one of the figures, with gauze wrapped around her face, was extremely miserable. On both sides of him, there were 2 young men standing. One of the figures is about 1 meter tall, combing Moxie's dry head, thin, with a happy smile on his face, staring at Xiaodong. Another figure, almost 1.8 meters tall, is burly, with short hair, wearing sportswear, standing aside with his arms around his chest. "It's him." The figure wrapped in gauze yelled, "Brother Chuan, Zheng, and brother, it was he who beat us that day." "Is it?" Moxigan directly took out a butterfly knife and flicked it in his hand, very smoothly. "Masaki, don't worry, he beats you like this, and we will avenge you." "You go first," said the muscular young man. "I am not interested in dealing with enemies with others. It would be nice to be waiting with you." Moxi Ganta said nonchalantly, "I can deal with him alone." You reading www.yunsha.com. The voice fell. This man named Chuan, holding the butterfly knife, swayed his figure from side to side, and leaped towards Xiaodong. "I want to break your hamstrings, and see how you become a hero in the future." Chuan gave a cold cry, and threw himself in front of Xiaodong, lifting the knife to stab him. But in the face of his attack, Xiaodong didn't panic. He took out a bottle with his right hand in a lightning bolt, opened the lid, and then pressed it down. Dot! A light red mist sprayed out, covering the front door of the spring, and then retreated quickly. "Okay." Quickly closed his eyes, but it was too late and was shot in the face. "It hurts." Within 2 seconds, Izumi covered his eyes and screamed loudly, "It hurts, ah, it hurts. It's easy to use." Xiaodong looked at the spray in her hand. After experiencing a bad thing last time, she thought it would be better not to use it directly next time. So I prepared a bottle of chili spray and used it directly. Really easy to use. Xiaodong laughed, looked at the remaining two people, shook the spray in his hand, and asked, "Are you coming?" "It's so mean." Masaki saw this scene and showed a dumbfounded expression. "Let me do it." The young man called Jen took off his sportswear, revealing his upper body wearing a white vest. His arms are bulging, his chest muscles are well developed, and he is very strong. "Be careful," Jen said coldly, "little tricks are useless to me." The voice fell. Jen had already rushed wildly, rushing towards Xiaodong. Chapter 31, Martial Arts School. When the man named Jen took off his coat and was going to take action, Xiaodong stared at him intently. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not that simple to dare to rush over. Strong muscles and burly body all show that his strength will not be weak. Xiaodong still dare not relax, holding the sprayer, ready to attack at any time. "Be careful." Leaving these words, the man rushed directly towards Xiaodong. The speed is not fast. Xiaodong looked at the opponent's speed, raised the sprayer, and aimed at the opponent. Getting closer, the opponent rushed into Xiaodong within 1 meter. Xiaodong pressed the sprayer. The pink spray sprayed out, shrouded in front. But at this moment, the opponent stepped out with his right foot, jumped out to his right, and came to his left. Directly avoided the spray. So fast. Seeing this scene, Xiaodong immediately grabbed the sprayer and chased the opponent's body, planning to do it again. But he jumped out with one step. The moment his feet landed, his legs bent, his body ejected, and he leaped towards Xiaodong. Xiaodong turned her right hand, and just turned around. The other party came close, but there was still some distance. It's too late. Xiaodong presses the sprayer, but one hand has pressed the outer edge of Xiaodong's right hand with his backhand, pressing it down. Xiaodong controlled the sprayer with his right hand to chase the opponent's figure to the left. When the opponent pressed his backhand, his arm pressed against his left chest. Jen's left hand has already made a fist and hit Xiaodong's face. Her right hand was blocked, and the opponent's fist struck. Xiaodong couldn't stop her with her hand at all, so she could only turn her head to dodge. The opponent's fist was not compacted, but it brushed his cheek, leaving a fiery mark. This reaction speed. Jen was a little surprised, and he was able to dodge his own punches. The reaction ability is good, but that's the only way. Was bending with his right hand, and grabbed the front door of Xiaodong. So fast. Xiaodong didn't have time to raise his right hand to chase, and could only retreat again. This paw directly brushed Xiaodong's cheeks, and tore Xiaodong's mask, leaving a few blood stains on his face. Xiaodong raised the sprayer subconsciously, but he was backing a few steps away from him. It's so powerful. Xiaodong looked at the man in front of him vigilantly, and touched his cheek. There were already 2 blood stains there, but the nails hit the skin, so he cut his own skin. Your little tricks are useless. Is striding forward, moving to the right, which is on the left of Xiaodong, jamming his body and staggering the spray nozzle. As long as Xiaodong wants to spray him and move his arm, it will be enough for him to rush to attack him. Is it? Xiaodong looked at Jen, who hadn't taken advantage of the situation, threw the sprayer aside, tore off the part of the mouth of the mask, looked at Jen and said, "It seems that we can't be good today, so let's fight hard." Said, Xiaodong separated her feet, left foot in front, right foot in back, clenched fists with both hands and bent her arms. Elbows were close to the ribs, left hand extended slightly, and right hand was close to the upper cheek. Slightly curled shoulders forward, lowered his chin, turned slightly sideways to face each other, and stared at each other's body. "It seems that you are still a bit bloody." Zhang He grinned, and then saw Xiaodong's posture. He said with a smile, "Boxing? But your focus is unstable, just a beginner, right? But as a reward for your head-on fighting, I plan to show my true talents. You fight. Leaving this sentence, he is sinking with the body, the left leg is arched forward, the toe of the left foot is pointing diagonally to the left, the right leg is pulled back, bending more, the toe of the right foot is on the ground, and the heel is slightly lifted. He clenched a fist with his left hand and stood up in front of him, with his right hand claws and palms facing upwards. Tiger teeth cracked. Real punch, please advise. Said seriously, looking at Xiaodong, and said, come on, let's have a dignified battle. Then I will be welcome. Xiaodong yelled, tapped his feet, lowered his fists, turned around and ran. Xiaodong, like a wild dog running off the rein, ran to the distance quickly, 10 meters, 20 meters, and constantly opened the distance. Okay. Zhang Hiwei was taken aback, and immediately moved to chase after him. But the speed in summer and winter is very fast, and the speed after a complete outbreak has even reached the standard of an international athlete. Don't run. Was chasing after him, but kept the distance between the two of them, not lagging behind at all. Isn't it slow? Xiaodong glanced back, and continued to chase wildly, chasing farther and farther. As time goes by, Zheng's physical strength has problems, and he starts to fall slowly. This kid can run too much. Was chasing after, gritting his teeth. His burst was good and his stamina was good, but he couldn't compare to this kid. Chased for 3 kilometers, and the distance was widened when he saw it, so he had to slow down, and said out of breath, asshole, don't run if you have the ability. Do you think I'm stupid? Xiaodong heard this, stood still, looked at the other person and said, it is obvious that you are stronger, how could I head to head with you? You ran once, can you run a second time? Was standing there, looking at Xiaodong and said, I will stop you constantly, how many times do you think you can escape? One run counts once. Xiaodong said with a smile, maybe after a while, I might be able to fight you directly. It's up to you. Said coldly, with a mocking look on his face. Then wait and see. Xiaodong moved his hands and feet for a while, and said, I will leave you with the vegetables I bought. Let's go home and cook. No thanks. Said, Xiaodong turned and left. Saw him leave, and wanted to chase him, but knew that he couldn't catch up. This bastard. Zheng shook his fist and looked extremely angry. He has made up his mind and will continue to intercept him tomorrow. The vegetables I bought were wasted. Xiaodong was a little helpless, so I had to buy some dishes again, and went around a long way before returning to Saitama's house. What's the matter? Your face is bleeding. Saitama looked at Xiaodong's face with a worried expression. It's okay, I had a fight with someone. Xiaodong sat down on the tatami and said, the injury is not serious. Let me take care of it for you. Saitama used the prepared ointment to help Xiaodong apply the wound, then stood up and took out a pot of boiled eggs from the kitchen, and said, the eggs have been prepared for you in advance, I'm going to cook. Sorry to bother you. Xiaodong took an egg and peeled it, put it in his mouth, and then took out his mobile phone. It seems to be called Huiakajenkan, right? I seem to have heard of this name. Xiaodong searched for the name on the web, and some information immediately emerged. Hutooth Crack Real Boxing is one of the well-known schools of martial arts. The current teacher easily won the martial arts championship 4 years ago, and the dojo is in Z City. Xiaodong's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said, it's very close, and it's not far from Z City University. Xiaodong has fought many times, and has realized that he can't fight only by physical fitness. www.readaloud.com must have some means of attack. Among the future S-level powerhouses, some are good at martial arts, some are strong in defense, some are fast, some are good at swordsmanship, and some have excellent superpowers and firepower. Instead, the vest who only relies on physical fitness has the weakest strength. If your physical fitness cannot be as strong as Saitama or Huang Jing, the pure physical fitness is not enough to defeat other strong people. Among these powerhouses, superpowers and firepower cannot be extravagantly demanded by themselves. Other attack methods. One's own advantage is strength and speed defense, as well as a certain self-healing ability, which is gradually improved. What I have to do is to expand my advantages. Martial arts, swordsmanship, and assassination. The art of assassination is difficult to learn. Both Flays and Sonic, who are good at speed, were cultivated in secret. Swordsmanship is relatively extreme. The atomic warrior has no swords, and the combat effectiveness is too weak. Moreover, the conversion efficiency of knife and physical fitness is the lowest. And because I can't carry the knife all the time, it's better to give up. In the end, only martial arts remained. There are many martial arts schools in this world, and many of them are very powerful and should not be underestimated. How to dodge the enemy's attack, how to knock down the opponent with the least strength, how to exert all the strength, how to face multiple enemies. These martial arts can be done, and now there is a genre in Z City. Is able to win the championship of the martial arts competition. Although the strength of this teacher is unlikely to be comparable to Bangu, it should not be underestimated. Just go there and study. Xiaodong checked the address of the dojo and already had a plan. Go and learn the real punch of tiger teeth cracking. Chapter 32. The original dojo. Just do it. Early the next morning, Xiaodong called the association and Mr. Fujiwara, telling them that there was no way to go there for the time being. They left home early in the morning, rode a bicycle, and followed the address of the dojo. This is it. Xiaodong found the dojo in the northeast of Z City, near the University of Z City, near the woods, remote. Dojo covers a very large area, with high courtyard walls and magnificent gates. There is a plaque on it that reads Tsukahara Dojo. Tsukahara Masao is the current teacher of tiger tooth cracking Zhenchuan and the master of the dojo. Xiaodong walked over, raised his palm and patted the door. There was footsteps behind the door, and the door opened with a creak. A man appeared there, looking at Xiaodong. Hello, I want to come to learn the real punch of tiger teeth cracking. Xiaodong said seriously. Come with me. The man nodded, and walked in with Xiaodong. Behind the gate is a pebble-paved path, with trees planted on the right, pavilions, creeks, and flowers. But far to the left, there is a huge martial arts training ground with 30 students practicing. At the end of the trail, there is a row of houses with a door in the middle, which is tightly closed. The man led Xiaodong to the front of the house, turned to the right, walked through several doors, and knocked on the door. Come in. Someone shouted immediately inside, and the man opened the door and said, Sign up here. Yes. Xiaodong walked in. There was a desk in the room. A woman sat behind the desk, looking at Xiaodong, and said, Please sit down. Xiaodong sat on the chair at the desk, and the woman immediately asked, Do you want to learn boxing? Xiaodong nodded and said, Yes, I have a lot of yearning for the tiger tooth cracking true fist, and I admire the martial arts training of Tsukahara teachers even more, so I... Stop it. The woman said quickly, Don't say so much, let me tell you the scale and standards of the training class first. Training class. Xiaodong looked at the woman. The woman nodded and said, Yes, except for formal disciples, most of them are just students, taught by normal disciples. This. Xiaodong scratched her head, how did she feel different from what she thought? The woman smiled and said, If you are just learning, there is a big gap in level, so starting from the basics, the teacher's disciple and professor is more than enough. If you have the ability, it is not impossible to be accepted by the teacher as a disciple. Okay. Xiaodong also felt that it was impossible for the teacher to teach directly, so he asked, Then what class can I enroll in? Except for preschool education classes for children. The woman said, We still have 3 classes, namely Class A Hu, Class B, and Class C. All the teachers are disciples of the normal school. Jiahu class, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday evening study 2 hours, Saturday morning and afternoon study 6 hours, 2 teachers guide, the beginner teacher can directly give you pointers. Yuhu class, every Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday evenings, and Sunday morning and afternoon courses, the same 2 teachers guide. Binghu class, every Saturday and Sunday morning, a total of 6 hours of study a week, a teacher instructed, classes for enthusiasts, mainly for physical fitness. Of course, we also have holiday classes for students, but we will start regular classes until the holidays, and we will have 2 classes. After the woman finished speaking, she handed Xiaodong a piece of paper and said, "This is the fee standard. You can take a look. A and B Tiger classes are 100,000 yen a month, and AC Tiger classes are 50,000 yen a month. This charge. As far as the course hours are concerned, the charge is not too high. 2,000 yen per hour is a relatively low price. But the key is whether you can really learn something. If the husband wants to apply for the first and second Tiger classes, then I can ask the disciples of the normal school to explain the course for you." The woman said again. Xiaodong's eyes lit up and said, "Can you wait here, please?" The woman stood up, turned and left the registration office. After a while, the door of the house opened with a creak, and the woman walked into the door with a young man and said, "It is up to the 6th disciple Zheng Gejun to explain to you." "Okay." The moment Xiaodong saw that figure, her figure stagnated. "Zheng is the guy I met yesterday. Although I expected to see him, I didn't expect to see him so soon." "Is that him?" Was walking over, looking at Xiaodong, just about to talk, and then said, "You are a bit familiar." "Familiar?" Xiaodong coughed, looked at him, and asked dumbly, "Have we seen it?" "The man is wearing a mask, only the eyes, nose and mouth can be seen. It looks a bit like." Zheng looked at Xiaodong, then shook his head, and said, "But he has a wound on my face. How can it be him if your face is so clean? Let's go outside, and I will explain it to you. Then I will trouble you." Xiaodong stood up and followed behind him, secretly happy. Yesterday, he tore off part of his mask and saw his face, but he was still wearing a headgear. The part of his mouth was torn off, but his cheeks and chin were covered by the mask. The shape of his face was different, and his appearance was also very different. "The most important thing is that my wound has healed. He injured himself yesterday, and after only less than 24 hours, the wound will remain. Now that there is no injury on his face, how could it be a person?" Xiaodong followed Zheng and came outside. Zheng stood there and said, "I am the second instructor of the Jiahu class. If you want to join, the process will be slower. I will guide you directly. We teach according to personal progress. If you don't have a little foundation, you will start teaching from the basics. Basically, I don't know how to teach tiger tooth cracking real boxing, just some introductory training. Leg work, waist work, and shoulder work." Was standing there, sinking his waist and tucked his hips, making a horse stance, then raised his right leg and put it on the side of the wall, his upper body leaned toward the foot, his hands held the toes, his chin was close to the toes. Then he cut his legs apart on the ground and made a vertical cross and a horizontal cross. There are also forward bending, swinging, lowering, shoulder pressing, arms around and so on. Zheng showed it again and said, "These are the basic skills and are the content to be learned in the first stage. Do you have to do all this?" Xiaodong was a little surprised, and asked curiously. "That's right." Zheng said, "Huya cracked real boxing requires high physical fitness. These are only the conditions for learning, and only half of it. The second stage will teach you some boxing and basic movements, and will help you improve your strength. After you reach the basics, you will be taught. I will give you the practice method of Huya cracking Zhen Chuan. After you learn it and pass the assessment, you will be able to follow the teacher as your teacher and learn Huya cracking Zhen Chuan. Do you have to learn so much? How long will it take to study? Xiaodong asked, frowning. It usually takes 1 to 2 years. Zheng said, but most people can't hold on to this point. So troublesome. Xiaodong didn't expect to learn so many things with prefixes, and felt a bit distressed. Is this troublesome? Zheng said coldly, compared to the difficulty of Hutooth cracking true boxing, these are just pediatrics. I think you are also attracted to Huya cracking true boxing. If you don't have such awareness, it is better not to study. Is that so straightforward? You will scare others from signing up like this. Xiaodong couldn't help thinking, but felt that he was more responsible, so he told himself the content first. If you are yourself, it may not take that long. My own strength and physical fitness must be enough to learn tiger tooth cracking real boxing. The basic skills are almost a bit, but if you cooperate with your ability training, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can get twice the result with half the effort. So it doesn't necessarily take this long. I decided to stay and study. Xiaodong made up his mind. Very good. Nodded steadily, and looked at the woman not far away, who came over and asked, then which class are you planning to enroll in? Well, I'll report to the second tiger class. Xiaodong made a decision. Otoro class. Zheng quickly stopped him and said, I am the instructor of the Jiahe class, don't you practice with me? But it is difficult for me to spare time on a single day, especially on Friday night and Saturday during the day. Xiaodong said apologetically, I'm really sorry, you have done so much for me, but I can't choose your class. It's okay, I can understand. Zheng heard this, patted Xiaodong on the shoulder, and said, as long as you can stay and study hard here, it is worth my explanation for you. Speaking of this, Zheng said, okay, I have finished introducing, then I will go back. You go to Zheng-kun. After the woman said goodbye to Zheng, the latter left straight away and walked away. The personality is not bad. Xiaodong looked at Zheng's back. This person explained to himself patiently. He was unwilling to fight him with others in the battle yesterday. Before attacking, he told himself to be careful. He was a principled person. But I'm sorry, I can't report to your class. Who told you to block me? You are going to be a teacher at 1 to 5, then I happen to be enrolled in the 2 to 4 class. When you are working, I will go on patrol to avoid you. Can you block me like this? I'll take you to sign up. The woman said with a smile, and brought Xiaodong into the registration office. Chapter 33, Basic Skills. Pay attention to your right leg, keep your knees off the ground, and press down on your body. In the training ground of, a 24-year-old young man stood in front of Xiaodong, looking at Xiaodong, and said loudly, you must step on your left heel firmly. In summer and winter at this time, the right leg is kneeling on the ground, the left leg is propped up in front, the left heel is on the ground, the hip bone is pointed forward, the body is straight, and the back crotch is slowly pressed forward. In the process of doing this, I can feel a tightness at the base of the thigh, but it is not painful. Well done. Watching Xiaodong's movements, the young man continued, keep pressing down, slowly raise the calf of the right leg, yes, try to stick to his butt. Xiaodong lifted his calf toward the buttocks, and slowly approached it. The youth's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He said, it's a good job. Hold it for 10 seconds, and then pull the calf back, perpendicular to the ground, it's fine. Next. The young man said again, step on your left leg, just a small step. Keep this position for 30 seconds. Xiaodong continued to do the same. The young man counted the time, and then said, okay, put down your right leg, sit back, and stretch your left leg as much as possible. Not bad. The youth saw that Xiaodong was done well, and said, lean the upper body forward, close to the front legs, and do what you can. I did it. The youth looked at Xiaodong's upper body against his left leg, his eyes were a little surprised. These are only 2 classes, right? This is a scientific method of stretching born out of ballet. It bids farewell to the violent stretching method with the help of external forces in the past to avoid greater harm. At the same time, let the body support the leg and divide the stretching into 3 or 4 movements, so as not to stretch too much. In this case, the cycle is gradual, which can play a safe and fast stretch. After this step, you can basically meet the pre-requirements of the split. Then, as long as you pay attention to the posture and practice repeatedly, you can complete the vertical split. But to achieve this step, it takes at least 7 or 8 days, and training every day. Many apprentices are afraid of pain and dare not press down. It takes even half a month or even a month to do it. But Xiaodong only took 2 classes and did this in 4 days. You can get up. The youth stood there, patted Xiaodong on the shoulder, and when he got up, looked at Xiaodong and asked, "Have you had any experience in this area before? Martial arts or martial arts?" Xiaodong moved her legs, and said with a smile, "No, the first contact." "You seem to be very talented." The young man touched his chin and said, "I can do this so quickly, my body is very flexible." Talent. Xiaodong heard this, but knew the pain involved. He learned the method of leg pressing, and went back to practice a little bit. But the usual speed is too slow. Every time Xiaodong presses down, it reaches the limit, and it is painful. Then summer and winter use food to repair the injury and stretch the bones. In other words, summer and winter are carried out through the previous method of violent leg pressing, in conjunction with this method. But the pain in it can be imagined. But for the time being, it's safer. You continue to practice, and you will continue when you go home, but don't worry about it. I'll help you in the next class," said the young man. "Take a break, and follow them for a while to continue the horse stretching." "Great." Xiaodong sits there to rest, picking up a kettle and drinking water. "It has been 10 days since I came to the dojo. All the classes have been practicing basic skills, horse riding, and some basic training. Although it is very simple, the changes in the body can be felt in summer and winter. It is not an increase in strength, but a more flexible body. All parts of the body are condensing instead of blindly improving." "Hey!" Xiaodong rested for a while, then stood up, walked to the back of the team, and took a stride. Seeing this scene, the young man just walked to the side of another man and said, "Senior brother, that kid is very good and talented. The most important thing is not to be lazy. It's really good, go straight to the class for 20 minutes. Senior brother San looked at Xiaodong and said, "Zhezhong, you can pay more attention to him to see if he can stick to it. Maybe we can have one more junior brother. I will pay attention to him." Zhezhong nodded, fixed his eyes on Xiaodong, walked over and kicked him in the leg, and said, "Don't sit back too much, it's easy to hurt your knees." "Yes." Xiaodong immediately adjusted his figure and continued to stance until 20 minutes later. Zhezhong walked up and called to stop. 5 minutes rest. Zhezhong looked at them and said, 10 minutes later, train in groups. Their progress is different. After the basic training, they often train in groups, and some even enter the second stage. There are 16 members in the Yuhu squad, but only 4 have entered the second stage, and the number is not large. Many people learn martial arts because of the attacks of weirdos. But with the realization of the difficulty of learning, and just to meet the requirements of learning tiger tooth cracking true boxing, it is very difficult, and even if you learn tiger tooth cracking true boxing, you can't deal with tiger level monsters at all. There are ghost level weirdos. So many people chose to give up. Some people started to give up, and some people entered the second stage. After they had the ability to protect themselves, they didn't practice the tiger tooth cracking real boxing exercise and left directly. This leads to more registrations, fewer stays, and fewer persistence. But it was precisely because of such a difficult process that Xiaodong decided to study hard. After all, Zheng was so strong that he was the sixth disciple. There are two people ranked below him. One of them is stronger than him. In terms of strength, he is only second to last. It is worthy of hard work and practice. Hey, new here, you look young. A voice suddenly rang in Xiaodong's ears, have you been to work? Xiaodong looked to her side, a young man sat not far away, looking at him curiously. I'm still in college, sophomore year. Xiaodong replied, looked at each other, and asked, where are you? I haven't been to university at all, I have been out for work long ago. The young man said, moving his to Xiaodong's side, stretched out his hand, and said, my name is Shinsuk Shusuk. Just ask me to make peace. Xiaodong stretched out his hand and shook his hand. Heya! Shusuk asked mysteriously, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. Xiaodong coughed, and then asked curiously, why do you ask? Do you want to chat with beauties? I tell you, there is a good place where there are big-breasted beauties, blondes, black elder sisters, legal lowly, and ah, it hurts. Shusuk was talking endlessly there, and suddenly he covered his head. I saw Master Zhezhong standing behind him, clenching his fist and saying, Shusuk, don't introduce your little place to others. I'm not lying, doesn't he have no girlfriend? It's a good thing to let him get in touch with women. Shusuk said angrily. That won't work either. Zhezhong said coldly. Okay. Shusuk shrugged helplessly. What are you talking about? Xiaodong asked curiously. Zhezhong glanced at Shusuk, and said, this guy is the little boss of a certain club. Let's start a chat. He is tempting students to spend there every day. It's not a fairy dance, and there are no pornographic services, just a company chat. Shusuk said angrily. But the consumption is too expensive. A package of 1.5 hours is close to 3,000 yen, and an hour's consumption can reach 5,000. Zhezhong looked at Xiaodong and said, you are still a student and can't afford to spend there, so don't go to that kind of place. Don't worry, I won't go. Xiaodong can't bear to spend money to chat with some beautiful women. It's not okay to spend time with her sister, but Xiaodong thought of a question and suddenly asked, Master Zhezhong, how do you know so clearly? Have you been there? Zhezhong's face was stagnant, and then he said, of course not. Leaving these words, Zhezhong turned around and left. Really? I remember that Master Zhezhong has been to many times www.readaloud.com. I fell in love with a beautiful woman at first sight and ran out of savings. I also hope that I will keep her contact information private. People. Shusuk was beaten on the ground by Master Zhezhong, who had gone and returned, and then pulled aside for training. Seeing this scene, Xiaodong couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Don't rest anymore. Zhezhong walked back and shouted, divided into two groups, one group followed me for Zhengchuan training. Everyone quickly stood up, Xiaodong followed the first group and continued to do the four-boxing training, punching forward with his fists. Master Zhezhong adjusted Xiaodong's punching posture and standing posture from time to time, devoting more energy to him. But after not practicing for a while, a shout rang from the gate, Weirdo! Weirdo has appeared and is attacking the village. Weirdo! Senior brother San immediately stood up and said, I'll go there first, Zhezhong, please go and inform teacher Fan. Three brothers, be careful. Zha left this sentence and ran towards the inside, while the third brother hurriedly left with the person calling for help from the front entrance. Would you like to go over and take a look? Shusuk leaned to Xiaodong's side and asked in a low voice. Look at the weirdo? It's dangerous, right? Xiaodong wanted to take a look, but didn't dare to leave without permission. Three brothers are here, ordinary weirdos don't have to worry at all. Shusuk said, besides, the teacher will rush over in a while. It's no problem with safety. Will you go? If you don't, I will go. Shusuk directly touched the door. Xiaodong hesitated and followed. I don't know what the strength of the third brother is, if I can also help. I also have the profession of a hero. More importantly, Xiaodong wants to see how martial arts fight against weirdos. Chapter 34, Powerful Strength. Xiaodong and Shusuk ran out of the gate and chased in the direction of the third brother. After passing 2 streets, there was the sound of fighting in the distance. Xiaodong leaned his head and saw the scene in the distance. 3 brothers are fighting with the weirdo. And the weirdo is a huge black bear. This black bear is about 4 meters long, with thick hair and sharp teeth. It looks extremely fierce. The black bear slapped the third brother, but the third brother slid his feet and then retreated. The bear's paw patted his body and hit the ground. Boom! The ground exploded directly, and the rebel flew across. Tiger level. Can break the walls and the ground, the disaster level can reach the tiger level, and the body is burly, the body is very strong. Senior brother 3 did not respond directly. He dodged his figure and avoided his attack. Then he stepped closer to the right side of the black bear, and grabbed the black bear's arm with one claw. Senior brother San's right hand tore off a piece of hair on the black bear's arm and left several wounds. Roar! The black bear stood upright and slammed it out with a palm. However, senior brother San had already taken a step towards the rear diagonally, dodged the blow by a few minutes, and then deceived him again and launched an attack. The physical strength and strength of the 3 brothers are not as strong as the black bear, but using martial arts can easily hurt the black bear. Xiaodong looked at the scene of the battle with a bit of joy. An ordinary brown bear has a physical strength of around 905, while the 50th rank Dark Flame Dragon Sword will have a physical strength of 759 in the future, but the Dark Flame Dragon Sword and Vest Black Hole, as well as Fuxu, our B-Class 3 physical strength can reach 5. The heroes of, the others are up to 4, and the few are only 2 or 3, that is, most of them are B-level, and their physical strength cannot reach B-level. The A-level body strength was more than 1000 before, 2000 plus or even more. And this black bear is bigger than a brown bear, and its body strength is estimated to be more than 1500, or even 2000 plus. Senior brother San couldn't reach the strength of the black bear, but relying on the real punch of the tiger's tooth crack, he could deal with it calmly. Roar! He Xiong was caught twice. He became more angry, but the more angry he was, the less he could touch the third brother. Swish swish! Senior brother San turned his feet, step by step, first avoiding the black bear's pounce, then avoiding his bite, and then avoiding the black bear's slap, relaxed and comfortable. After dodging, the black bear's figure was slightly stagnant, and the third brother lunged forward and grabbed the black bear's head with a claw with his right hand. Zi pull! Brother San's right hand left a trail of blood on the black bear's head. Roar! After was hit, the black bear became more furious and roared up to the sky, his eyes became red, and his body shape changed. I saw its body began to bulge, muscles appeared on the surface of the body, and the claws of both palms slowly grew longer. Bang! Bang! Seeing his changes, the third senior leaped forward, making a fist with his left hand and hitting the black bear's abdomen. Useless! Senior brother San stepped on the ground with his feet on the ground, his body rose, and his right hand grabbed the black bear's neck, but when his arm was about to touch the black bear's neck, his face changed suddenly, his body twisted, and his feet stepped on the black bear's belly. Senior brother San jumped back and hit the ground. And the black bear's palms passed the position of the third brother just now, leaving only a trail of afterimages. So fast! Senior brother San and Xiaodong in the distance were a little surprised. Although he is at the tiger level, he is probably considered to be relatively strong among the tiger level. Roar! Black bear let out an angry roar, and once again rushed towards the third brother. Not good. 3 brothers saw the other party pounced to one side, rolled on the ground, and stood upright. A big pit was smashed into the ground, which was several times larger than the previous pit, and at the moment it hit the ground, the black bear had already rushed towards the third brother again. Dodge! Senior brother San dodged again, avoiding the black bear's attack. The speed has increased, and the strength has increased. Senior brother San has an ugly face, especially as his speed increases, his movement speed is limited, and he can still avoid it, but the shot group has improved a lot, making it impossible to get close to the body at all. As long as he is touched, it will be difficult for him to hold on. How to do? Senior brother San had an ugly face. Xiaodong felt a little nervous when seeing this scene. Can't beat it, there is only a dead end to go by myself, it can't help at all. But if you don't do anything, senior brother San can't resist him at all. Stone. Xiaodong touched a stone on the side, held it in his hand, stood up, intending to assist him. But just standing up, one hand pressed Xiaodong's shoulder and pushed him back. I saw several figures leaping past Xiaodong and rushing towards the black bear. Tsukahara teacher. Xiaodong turned his head and saw a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, standing there with a faint smile on his face. It was Master Tsukahara. Just look at it. Tsukahara teacher stood there and said with a smile. Beside him, Tetsuya and Masakazu are still standing. In the front, the 2 figures have already arrived behind the third brother, it is the second brother and the fourth brother. Roar! The black bear stood upright and rushed towards the third brother. Senior brother San took a step back and left with a slight difference. At this moment, the second brother jumped to the black bear's left, raised his right paw and hit his left arm. The fourth brother appeared on the black bear's left side and pulled his foot to the black bear's head. Black bear left a deep bone wound on his left arm, and the black bear's head was also drawn by the 4 seniors. Roar! After being hit, the black bear roared angrily, suddenly raised his body, and patted his right hand towards the second brother on the left. Boom! The speed of this palm was extremely fast, and the second brother was shot instantly, and there was a muffled noise. But after the muffled sound, the second senior brother still stood there with his arms in front of him, and he held this palm. At the same time, the fourth brother's right fist had hit the black bear's head, and the third brother had already pounced again, grabbing the black bear's neck with his right hand. The black bear's head was hit and there was a muffled noise, and the third brother's hand had already pinched the black bear's neck and tore it abruptly. Large areas of skin were torn off, dripping with blood. Roar! The black bear furiously retracted his hand and patted the third senior, who quickly backed away to avoid the move. The moment he dodges, the second brother has already jumped high and grabbed it with one claw. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded, and the black bear's disclosure was directly scratched by this claw. Then he was in mid-air, bent his legs back into knees, and rammed forward. Boom! The second brother's knee hit the black bear's head, and with great force, he overturned the black bear directly. Die! After the second brother fell, he took 2 steps to keep up. When the black bear fell to the ground, his right paw grabbed the black bear's neck. Puff! This claw directly tore half of the black bear's neck, the artery ruptured, and blood spurted out. Amazing! Seeing this scene, Xiaodong couldn't help exclaiming. This kind of strength, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is afraid that it has reached the level of a great hero, and will not be inferior to the future snake. Second brother has become stronger again. Zhe couldn't help but said at the back. Second brother is afraid that he is the only disciple who can catch up to the level of senior brother. Jen couldn't help but said. Don't mention that guy. Tsukahara teacher said coldly, his expression turned cold. Sorry teacher. Jen immediately lowered his head. No need to apologize, I overreacted. Shifen Tsukahara sighed, patted Jeng on the shoulder, and then said to the second senior brother in the distance, Toshio, take care of it, let's go back. Yes. Toshio Kobayashi said loudly. Tsukahara Shifen turned around to leave, but suddenly frowned, then turned into a residual image and rushed towards the second brother. I saw the house next to the second brother suddenly burst, a huge shadow appeared, opened the blood basin, bite the second brother. Boom! Shifen Tsukahara appeared next to the black bear and hit the bear's head with a punch. The latter rolled out and smashed the house, but after a roll, he got up again. This is a huge black bear, about 8 meters long, about 4 meters high, and burly, like a fortress. And in its mouth, there was a body dangling, teeth penetrated the body, and blood flowed out between the teeth. Jungxiang. The moment he saw the corpse, Tsukahara's eyes turned red, his face became terrifying, and his fists clenched. I'm going to kill you. The next moment, his muscles began to swell, and his clothes exploded, revealing a strong body. Tsukahara teacher turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the black bear. Chapter 35, Disaster Level Ghost. The sudden change occurred unexpectedly, and the second brother Toshio who had just killed the black bear was killed by another black bear. You leave here. Leaving these words, Tsukahara teacher has rushed towards the black bear. Second brother. The fourth brother stood there with a dazed expression. He didn't expect the second brother to die. Let's go, don't influence master to avenge brother Jungxiang here. The third brother pulled the fourth brother back, knowing that he couldn't help, and staying here would affect the teacher's distraction. It's better to leave the warring circle. The destructive power of this black bear, I am afraid it has reached the ghost level. In the distance, Xiaodong looked at the black bear who easily smashed the house and crushed the house by rolling. This kind of destructive power has already surpassed the tiger level standard and reached the ghost level. At this time, Master Tsukahara had turned into a black shadow, and a few leaps came to the black bear, and saw his figure suddenly appear, his left foot landed, and he kicked on the ground, his body rose from the ground, his right foot facing kick from above. The tiger ascends to heaven. This kick directly hit the black bear's jaw, and with a boom, the black bear's head was raised high. After kicked out a kick, Tsukahara master fell to the ground, clenched his fists, his whole body was concentrated in his fists and blasted forward. The tiger cracks the mountain. Boom! The black bear slammed into the chest, and the hair rolled on both sides from the place where it was hit, like a wave. The sound of broken bones sounded, and the black bear shook his body and his movements stopped. Split the tiger's teeth. After hit, Tsukahara's hands were bent into claws, and then he leaped high and grabbed it towards the black bear's neck. But just as he was about to touch his neck, the black bear stood upright and blocked the blow with his lower chest. Shifen Tsukahara's claws pierced into the black bear's skin and continued to deepen, bursting into force. The black bear's chest exploded directly, and bone scars were clearly visible, and the back of the body leaned back and hit the ground with a bang. The stone slabs on the ground were crushed and the smoke filled, but Tsukahara master carried the body of his second disciple on his back and walked towards this side. Defeated. Xiaodong looked a little horrified when he saw this scene. According to the destructive power of the black bear, his strength must have reached the ghost level, but Tsukahara teacher was so easily defeated, only using 3 moves before and after. This kind of strength has reached the level of an S-rank hero. Although the S-level standard has not yet been officially introduced, the reason why the Heroes Association established the S-level is because someone can repel the ghost level alone. Therefore, they classified this part separately as S-level, giving these strong people greater honor and treatment. Tsukahara teacher can repel the ghost level independently, and can reach the level of S. But in terms of performance, compared to the Silver Fangs, who are both martial arts masters, the strength gap is a bit big. It's very strong. Xiaodong looked at Tsukahara teacher in the distance, firming up his idea of continuing to learn. Ended. The third brother just pulled the fourth brother over, and he exhaled when he saw this scene. But at this moment, Xiaodong's eyes narrowed, and a huge black shadow appeared behind Tsukahara teacher, and then the giant palm took a picture. Boom! The ground exploded directly, the cracks spread to the distance, the rubble was filled with smoke and smoke. Tsukahara teacher! The people in the distance couldn't help but lift their hearts, but when the smoke cleared, everyone exhaled. Shifen Tsukahara stood not far from the black bear, still carrying the body of his disciple, but looked at the black bear with a heavy expression, and the black bear was no longer what it was before, his eyes became red, his muscles puffed up, and the chest wound was still shocking. Like the first black bear, has undergone mutation. Catch it! Shifen Tsukahara grabbed the body of the second disciple and threw it towards this side. Whizzing! Senior brother San jumped in immediately, hugged the corpse, and walked back. Roar! The black bear roared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bear's paw had already been photographed again, covering the figure of Tsukahara teacher. Boom! The giant palm slapped on the ground, and the ground was shattered layer by layer, and a large hole appeared. But Shifen Tsukahara stepped on his bear's paw, jumped up, and then pulled out in the air. Boom! The black bear's head was drawn by Tsukahara's release and raised his head, but the amplitude was much smaller than the first time he was hit in the chin, and the stagnation time of the action was also reduced a lot. Just after Tsukahara's foot was closed, the black bear's left palm was already shot come. Shifen Tsukahara stepped on the black bear's shoulder, turned his body backwards, avoided the blow, appeared behind the black bear, folded his hands into claws, crossed each other, and grabbed forward. The tiger's teeth are strangling. Two claws grabbed it, and suddenly staggered at the moment it grabbed it, and landed on the black bear's head. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded, and the skin behind the bear's head was already exploding. 10 fingers were placed on the bone, and small cracks filled the center of the fingers. But the next moment, Master Tsukahara contracted, and then his right fist and right leg blocked in front of him. Boom! Shifen Tsukahara was hit by a bear's paw and flew out, flying 6 or 7 meters out, and slammed to the ground. He staggered and his face flushed. What a great power! Teacher Tsukahara relieved his strength in time, but still felt pain in his right arm and right leg. But at this time, the black shadow enveloped Tsukahara teacher, and the huge mouth of the blood basin appeared on the top of teacher's head, biting his head. Click! The black bear's teeth closed, and directly smashed the masonry below, but Fujiwara normal had already moved away. I didn't kill in one blow, and the defense is strong, so I will do it again in the same position. Shifen Tsukahara leaped towards the black bear with a single step, but just stepped beside the black bear had already sent his palm up. The speed is too fast, it is difficult to get close to the head. Shifen Fujiwara's figure dodged, avoiding the black bear's slap, came to the black bear's hind limbs, punched out, the skin was rippling, but it did not cause much damage. The skin is too thick, and ordinary moves are not very useful. Shifen Tsukahara thought, but still attacked like this. Bang, bang, bang. Tsukahara master, either fist or palm, always locked behind the black bear. In the continuous attacks, the injuries accumulated and gradually affected the black bear. The black bear couldn't hurt Tsukahara teacher no matter what. He became more and more angry, but the more anxious he was, the less he could touch the enemy. Boom! The black bear slapped the place where the Tsukahara teacher was. The ground burst, cracks spread in the distance, and a big hole appeared. Shifen Tsukahara easily escaped, but this time, Shifen Tsukahara did not move to the rear, but jumped forward, came to the black bear's chest, held the claws in both hands, and grabbed it forward. Shifen Tsukahara's claws were directly submerged in the wound on the black bear's chest. Following his movements, the wound exploded, then the bones broke and blood poured out frantically. Roar! The black bear was even more angry, and directly opened his mouth to bite down at Tsukahara teacher, but Tsukahara master neglected to retreat, easily escaped, and then flew a kick and drew it in the bear's eye. Boom! The eyes of the bear burst directly, and the black bear who lost one eye was startled and angry, and tried to chase down Shifen Tsukahara, but he couldn't touch him in any way. Come again! Shifen Tsukahara slid forward with his feet against the ground, avoiding the black bear's pounce, and came to the black bear's hind limbs, clasped his hands into claws, and grabbed it forward, like a tiger's mouth. The tiger bites and kills. Shifen Tsukahara pierced the black bear's hind limbs with his hands, and then pierced the skin with his fingers to penetrate into the muscles, and then retracted immediately, hooking a large piece of skin muscle on the bear's leg. After a hit, Shifen Tsukahara left again, avoiding the bear paw shot by the black bear's rage, but when the bear's paw fell on the ground, Shifen Tsukahara went back and forth, leaped onto the bear's paw and stepped on the bear's shoulder. Department, raised his hands. Roar! The black bear suddenly stood upright, rotated his upper body, and tried to throw Tsukahara master down. Tsukahara teacher took the opportunity to jump. Volley appeared behind the black bear's head. Reading www.yukansha.com raised his arms. Shifen Tsukahara's arm muscles suddenly bulged, and his arm made a thick punch out of thin air, then his hands became claws and he grabbed it forward. Tiger tooth cracking punch is still the original attack on the black bear's head, but its power is extraordinary. The 10 fingers pierced the black bear, muscle swelling wound again, and continued to penetrate deeply, grabbing directly on the bones, and penetrating directly. But the strength has not yet grown. Tsukahara teacher turned his hands, and then pulled back. Boom! The black bear skull exploded, and a skull was pulled down by Tsukahara master, and then Tsukahara master slowly fell to the ground and jumped into the distance, avoiding the black bear's pounce. At this time, the black bear's skull burst, but there is still a layer of durum mater inside, which is still very tough, and it does not immediately affect the shadow. But because of the transmission of power, the capillaries under the durum mater of the brain were ruptured, and blood was stagnating. But even so, the black bear's movements were just a little staggering. Instead of completely losing the ability to move, it still pounced frantically. The crazier he is, the better it is for Tsukahara teacher. Die! Shifen Tsukahara found a gap and reappeared at the back of the black bear's head, clenched his fists with both hands, clasped them together, and shot forward. The tiger shakes the mountain. Double fists directly hit the black bear's durum mater, shattering the durum mater, and then drove straight in and blasted into the black bear's brain. Half a fist enters the grey matter of the brain, but the power is still transmitted to the inside, directly shattering the brain. The black bear ran forward a few steps, and fell to the ground with a plop, but his palms and legs were still trembling. Finally killed. Chapter 36, Bear Meat. Ended. Shifen Tsukahara jumped down and stepped on the ground with both feet, panting heavily. This battle took a lot of effort. His arms also slowly returned to normal from their bulging state, but they were all red. Especially the right arm is already a little purple and swollen. The left arm can still recover, but the right arm has received a blow, coupled with so many killer moves, and the final use of secret methods. I am afraid it will be difficult to recover. Shifen Tsukahara has an ugly face, and the pain in his right arm is pervasive. But it was his second disciple Toshio that made him more heartbroken, who died in the mouth of this furbolg unexpectedly. Even if he killed the black bear, Tsukahara teacher could not relieve the grief in his heart. Master, Master! Several of his other disciples ran to his side, surrounded him with sad faces. Xiaodong followed to see if they could help. I'll take Zhengxiang's body away, and you can deal with these 2 black bears. Shifen Tsukahara's face was ugly, and he walked slowly towards the distance, picked up Toshio's corpse, and disappeared in the distance. Call the acquiring company. The third brother looked at the bear and said, this black bear is classified according to the association, at least the ghost level. It should be worth a lot of money. Then we will give the money to the second brother's family, and we will give a part of it, which can be regarded as comforting them. Okay, I'm going to call. Zheng took out his cell phone and called the acquisition company. But Xiaodong asked curiously, by the company? Has anyone bought the corpse of the weirdo? Yes, many research institutions, university laboratories, and even heroes associations are buying the corpses of weird people. Zheng said to the side, whoever kills the weird person has the ownership of the weird person, and we usually sell it for some money. It turned out to be like this. Xiaodong nodded. In the original book, there are indeed some biological institutions that are studying weird people, developing drugs and weapons. Some specific creatures, even if they are only wolf level, have great value. Even did not hesitate to use the All-Be Hero 5-man team to catch a wolf level. Of course, it was later discovered that it was a ghost level monster. Xiaodong hesitated, and asked, how much can a black bear of this size sell for? For the corpse, the ghost level is between 3 million yen and 10 million yen, and the tiger level is between 500,000 yen and 3 million yen. Tetsuzhong said from the side, if it is alive, it will be higher. It's expensive. Xiaodong has grown his mouth, hundreds of thousands of millions can even reach tens of millions, this is just a corpse. But considering their destructive power and the difficulty of subduing them, the price is not high. Sakurajima has a tradition of selling bear meat. The price of bear meat is not expensive, about 1,200 yen per catty. Tiger-class black bears can produce at least 1,000 catties of meat, worth more than 1 million yen, and the price is very high. Of course, almost no one eats weird meat, most of them can only be used for scientific research. Xiaodong thought for a while, and asked, can you give me a piece of bear meat? I can pay for it, and I only need one piece. Ghost level weirdo must have a lot of strengthening energy, and he doesn't have that much money to buy the whole bear, but some bear meat is still okay. Do you want bear meat? What are you going to do? Third senior brother frowned and asked. Xiaodong said with a smile, I joined a biological interest group in school, and I want to take it to the laboratory to see. Is that so? Senior brother San pointed to the black bear and said, go and get it directly. Just take some from the wound and you won't need the money. Thank you. Hearing this, Xiaodong immediately ran to the black bear and tore off the bear meat from the wound on his chest. But it is very difficult. The bear meat is extremely tough, as if it is condensed into a strand of iron wire. With the power of summer and winter, it is actually very difficult to tear. Let me help you. Senior brother San came over, grabbed the bear meat and violently forcefully broke the muscles a little bit, and then tore off a large piece. Then he tore off a piece of bear meat from the bear's leg and handed it to Xiaodong. 2 large pieces of bear meat, worth 30 or 40 catties. Thank you. Xiaodong held the bear meat and looked very excited. The flesh of a ghost-level weirdo, I don't know how much energy it contains, it must be more than a tiger-level weirdo. After eating, my body will improve a lot. It's just that most of the bear meat has to be sold, so much is too wasteful. After Xiaodong thanked him, he ran to the dojo carrying the meat, but did not eat immediately, but put it in the freezer for storage, and then returned to the battlefield again. Now that I have people's meat, I still need to do something. Soon, a certain biopharmaceutical company arrived. After some bargaining, the ghost black bear was 4 million yen and the tiger black bear 800,000 yen was taken away. Cannot afford. Xiaodong looked at the price of black bears, and wanted to keep a small one, but couldn't do it, not to mention having no place to store and refrigerate. In the afternoon, Xiaodong brought the bear meat to Saitama's house and asked him to help with cooking. So hard. Saitama cut the bear meat, but felt that the blade encountered a lot of resistance, and the bear meat was difficult to cut. So Xiaodong personally started, cutting along the texture, took a lot of effort, cut the bear meat into long strips, and then put them into the pot to steam. but found it hard to cook. www.readaloud.com hard to bite. Forget it, stop cooking, just eat it. Xiaodong directly picked up the bear meat, split the bear meat into filaments, put it directly into his mouth, chewed it, and after chewing it up, he swallowed it directly. It's too much effort, leave all the bear meat for you. Saitama tried it, and then gave up, not planning to eat bear meat. Xiaodong ate a few shredded pork, and a hot current rose from the abdomen, a little weak, about half a meal. Only a few. Xiaodong's eyes lit up, and she continued to eat. After eating for 3 or 4 hours, she killed 4 caddies of bear meat. The whole body is warm, and the body is covered by the gradual heat flow. It is not huge, but it keeps changing the body. This meal alone is roughly equivalent to the previous 50 meals. I ate 4 to 5 meals a day, which is equivalent to a change of 10 to 12 days. If you eat all of these bear meat, it is estimated that it is equivalent to eating for about 3 months, and you can promote your body in a small way. There will be no problem with the physical fitness reaching the B level. Of course, the B level combat power can be high or low, and it is not only dependent on physical fitness. But if you know how to crack a real punch, and with your physical fitness, it will be no problem to beat the top B level other than Fuxu. So next, I must train hard and strive to become a disciple of the teacher's room. Not only that, but it will take a long time for me to learn how to make a real punch. I'm afraid it will take a year. After such a long time, my physical fitness will continue to improve. So Xiaodong made a plan for 1 year to master the real fist of tiger tooth cracking and become a grade A hero. But the premise is that you have to worship Sukahara teacher as your teacher. Chapter 37, Red Deer. In a blink of an eye, 2.5 months passed, and the time came to December, and the weather became extremely cold. On the road 2 blocks away from the Heroes Association, there is a huge red deer with a head and shoulders height of 2 meters. It is more than 3 meters long and has long horns. Boom! The red deer bent down and slammed into the wall of a nearby shop. After a loud noise, cracks appeared in the hit area. Step to step. The red deer hit the wall and shook his head. The deer stomped on the ground a few times, and then aimed at the people around. Help! Pedestrians on the road yelled to flee, but the red deer rushed towards a figure, about to hit it. A figure flashed by, stepped on the ground, jumped high, and hit the deer's neck. Boom! The red deer's head was directly tilted to the side, and the antlers touched the wall next to it. The tiles on the wall immediately left, peeling off one by one. Run! Xiaodong roared. The figure got up and ran away, while Xiaodong raised his fists and blasted upward. Boom! Double fists hit the deer's neck, the latter's neck suddenly raised, the red deer let out a neigh, and Xiaodong turned around and ran. Yo-yo! The red deer locked Xiaodong's figure, followed closely, moving with 4 legs, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Xiaodong ran to the intersection of the small road, and the red deer was already behind him, lowered his head and slammed out. Hey! Xiaodong suddenly rolled on the ground, avoiding the red deer's antlers. At this moment, a figure on the side of the street threw out, and the piling machine in his right hand instantly hit the red deer's hind leg. Click! The drill directly broke the red deer's leg, and the latter's body neighed and his body was short. At the same time, Xiaodong, who had already avoided, stood upright and threw forward diagonally. Cannon punch! Xiaodong's right fist hits out loudly, and hit the red deer's right foreleg joint. Gala! The huge force directly drove cracks in the joints, and then the alloy drill pounced again, and the pile driver in his hand attacked. Click! The red deer's left front limb was also broken. He shook his body and fell heavily to the ground. He wanted to attack the two, but couldn't make any move. Very good. Xiaodong stayed away from the red deer, clapped his hands, took out his mobile phone, and called the acquisition company. Tiger ranked weirdo, is it defeated in this simple way? Fujiwara-sensei walked over, feeling a little relaxed. Tiger-class monsters have strong physical fitness, great strength, and strong destructive power, but they will have obvious shortcomings if they have not reached the point of qualitative change. Xiaodong hung up the phone and looked at Mr. Fujiwara and said, "So as long as we have a reasonable mix, it also has the power to fight against tiger-level monsters. The standard of the tiger-class monster is a crisis that may cause casualties. Compared with the wolf class with dangerous factors, it is much stronger in destructive power, strength, or physical fitness. But tiger-level weirdos cannot withstand the burning of flames, cannot withstand bullet attacks, and some have fatal weaknesses. For example, crab monsters can attack from the eyes. Some are slower, and the attacked person can escape, and some are less flexible, and the attacked person can easily dodge. Tiger-level monsters are relatively strong, such as the orangutan head of strong melee combat, which can defeat the A-level heavy kings, such as the plasma dancer and the electric catfish male, and they also have powerful strength. Ant engineers have long-range attacks, defenses, strength, and strength. But there are still obvious shortcomings. At the ghost level, with strong physical fitness, bullets are basically ineffective, strong self-healing ability, or good at speed, or good at strength, or good at defense, and have energy attacks. Therefore, the tiger level is only likely to cause casualties, while the ghost level standard is likely to destroy a city. But without you attracting attention, it would be difficult for us to deal with him. Mr. Fujiwara said, relying on him cannot escape the attack of Red Deer, two of him, absolutely unable to do this. It's okay, we are partners. Xia Dongman said nonchalantly, he is fast and has good physical fitness, and Mr. Fujiwara has strong destructive power, and the two of them can work together to achieve the ability of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Xiaodong waited here for a while, and it didn't take long for the acquisition of the company to arrive. Alive? But my leg is broken. The staff in charge of the acquisition touched his chin and said, I can only give 900,000 yen. 900,000? Are you kidding me? Xiaodong looked at Mr. Fujiwara and said, Alloy drill, please kill this red deer. Great. Teacher Fujiwara immediately walked to Red Deer, and the staff member immediately shouted, I see, 1 million, no, 1.2 million. Great. Xiaodong smiled happily and said, that's it. Hearing what Xiaodong said, Mr. Fujiwara stopped and the staff transferred the money to them. After Xiaodong verified, the staff took the red deer away in a truck. I will call you half when I go back. Xiaodong smiled and looked at Mr. Fujiwara. No need. Teacher Fujiwara waved his hand quickly, you contributed the most in this battle. I only attacked once. Why am I embarrassed to ask for money? The problem is that without your assistance, I can't help him, let alone capture him alive. Xiaodong said, without Mr. Fujiwara, it is basically impossible to kill it by himself, and if it is not captured alive, the price is estimated to be reduced a lot. Okay. Fujiwara-sensei nodded and did not decline. 600,000 yen. Teacher Fujiwara scratched his head. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com said, it's too easy to get the money. Relax. Xiaodong shook his head and laughed, and said, this is a tiger-level weird. How dangerous is it to be able to catch a tiger-level weird? The standard configuration of tiger-class monsters is 10R5BS. It is more difficult to catch alive. For example, in the original work, Catching a Wolf, he dispatched 5BS, which is 5 times the combat power. I and Mr. Fujiwara had 2 CS, and they caught a tiger alive. Although it has the effect of arrangement, the result can be compared with that of A level. For C-rank heroes, if they are not careful, they may be killed. Risking his life to get results beyond the level, this money is not easy to come by. Of course, after the last bear meat, plus 2.5 months of eating, Xiaodong's physical fitness has reached level B. With martial arts training, the combat power will not be inferior to the level B too much. And the destructive power of Mr. Fujiwara is enough to enter the B level. Two people work together, there is no danger. This time you hunt the tiger level, you are about to enter the top 10 of the C level, right? Teacher Fujiwara looked towards Xiaodong. It's probably okay. Xiaodong said with a smile, he is now the 18th in the C level, and Mr. Fujiwara is the 8th too in the C level. The promotion speed of the two is much faster than other heroes. Unlicensed knights do missions outside every day, the task volume is 6 times 7 times as much as theirs, but they have only been promoted to 120 C ranks. When everyone is desperate to improve their rankings, and they will regress if they don't advance, it is really a lucky thing to be able to cooperate with the association. Let's go to the association for lunch. Teacher Fujiwara looked at his watch and called Xiaodong to go to the Z City branch of the Heroes Association. Chapter 38, Kiyohara Zero Autumn. Heroes Association cafeteria, Xiaodong and Mr. Fujiwara sat in the corner to eat. Now Xiaodong's face mask has changed again. The eyes wear windshield, and the mouth has a zipper that can be opened. Even if the zipper is open to eat, no one will recognize it. Fujiwara-sensei is the same. The visor is cut in half and turned into a half visor, which only covers the upper part of the face, and the mouth can be exposed, and the weight is reduced, which is much more convenient. Your sister is avoiding you. Teacher Fujiwara said, we ate together half a month ago, but now you invite her to dinner, she refuses because of her busy schedule at work, and several meetings are also official. After 2 months of getting along, Xiaodong told Mr. Fujiwara that Kyunkaiho was about his sister, who also helped him take care of her sister. It's okay to hide from me. Xiaodong said helplessly, but I asked her colleague a few days ago. She refused other men's pursuits many times. She didn't have dinners, didn't socialize, and rarely had activities with them. It seems that she still didn't find a boyfriend. It's not going to work like this. Teacher Fujiwara asked, have you never asked your sister? I asked. Xiaodong said with a distressed expression, but she said that she would not find a boyfriend before I graduated, so that I can study with peace of mind and not be distracted by other things. Even part-time job allows me not to do work that is too time-consuming and tiring. Teacher Fujiwara smiled and said, your sister cares about you very much. Xiaodong said, but I have more than 2 years to graduate. By that time, she will be 27 years old. I wasted the best time of life on me, Then how do you tell her the truth? Tell her that you are a hero and that there is no problem with your income, and you can take care of yourself. Mr. Fujiwara suggested, this way she can also relax. But my sister won't let me do such dangerous activities. Xiaodong shook his head and said, it will definitely make me stop my hero activities. Since you knew she would oppose, why did you choose to be a hero? Fujiwara-sensei asked curiously. This is my dream since I was young. I want to help others, and it's better not to put hope on others. Xiaodong said with a smile, this is not wrong, every teenager has a heroic dream in his heart, if he cannot harm his own interests, he will be willing to help others. But this is not the main reason for becoming a hero, but other factors. I must do something for the changed history, even if it is just a little change, it is enough. If something unexpected happens. Xiaodong thought for a while, took out the bank card on her waist, and said, I have deposited some money in the bank card under her name. Then Mr. Fujiwara will tell her the truth and ask my sister to withdraw this part of the money. After I learned that weird corpses can be sold for money, dead weirdos will be eaten directly by wolf level 1s, and part of tiger level 1s will be eaten and sold. Live weird, wolf level will be sold, tiger level is the first time today to catch alive. In the 2 months of activities, including today's 600,000, Xiaodong has accumulated 1.4 and 500,000 yen, plus the working money, close to 2 million yen in deposits. Although it is not too much, it is not too little, and I will continue to save money. I will. Teacher Fujiwara nodded, and then said, but if one day I die, please don't tell my family the truth, just tell them that I was affected by a stranger. Great. Xiaodong was taken aback for a moment, and then agreed to him. Time to eat. Fujiwara-sensei didn't know what he thought of, and looked a little sad, lowered his head and continued to eat. The black mask and the alloy drill bit have captured a tiger-level monster alive. In the office of the planning director, the female director is sitting behind the desk, looking at the intranet information on the computer, with a look of surprise. The result of the battle has reached the level of A-level heroes. The strength of the two is definitely more than B-level, especially the black mask. It is estimated that they will be in the top 10 of the B-level on Monday. The female minister turned a pen with her slender fingers, and said with satisfaction, it can be considered worthy of our resource input, so we can continue, especially this matter, you can publicize it again. While talking, the female minister picked up the phone, contacted the propaganda section, and told her thoughts to the propaganda section chief. After receiving her permission, she hung up the phone. The press officer Chiaki Kiyahara has a good relationship with the Black Mask, and he is also very capable. Female minister thought, the position of deputy head of the propaganda department can be reserved for her, but I will wait until the Black Mask is promoted to level B. Let's go eat. The female minister yawned and planned to leave, but suddenly saw an email received in the intranet system. The classification above means that only people above the branch minister can see it. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, the headquarters of the association will be before the media released a new level standard, set up an S level above the A level. S grade. The female minister narrowed her eyes and continued to watch, because many strong people have the ability to retire ghost level alone, but they neglect to perform tasks, which leads to a low ranking. Therefore, the S level is set up separately, and the S level ranking eliminates the popularity as a result. Judging criteria. That's it. The female minister raised her eyebrows slightly, and said, A1's masked sweetheart, A2's trembling tornado should be all right? And the silver fangs of City Z should also be able to be upgraded to the S level? The ghost level monsters encountered in the Z city. But he solved it all, but he only has a B level ranking. If there is an S level in City Z, that would be a great help, said the female minister, but then smiled bitterly, but with the personality of the old man, it is estimated that he will not participate too much in the chores of the association. So tired. Propaganda department, Qian Chu sat behind the table, stretched, and his face was a little tired. At this time, a girl walked in from outside and looked at Qianqiu and asked, aren't you going to eat? It's almost a bit soon. Ah, it's Chun Xiang. Qianqiu sat up straight, looked at her and said, wait for a while, I'll go later. Why, is it because of the black mask? Chun Xiang came with interest, pulled a chair, and said, you have been avoiding him for the past half a month. That's it. Chiaki propped his chin and said, I'm a little scared to face him. There is no need to be afraid. Chun Xiang said, half a month ago he asked me if you have a boyfriend. It seems that he wants to chase you. It's because of this that I refused to eat with him. Qianqiu said softly, don't let the relationship go further. Why? It's okay to try to get along. Chun Xiang asked incomprehensibly, he looks like a good person, and he tried to save you. He saves me, and I will repay him in other ways. Qianqiu said, but I don't know how to fall in love. Are you really not going to fall in love? If you don't go to friendship, others seek rejection, just for your brother. Chun Xiang said, you can't make yourself tired for your brother, can you? The best time in life is wasted. Take care of your younger brother? And so is your younger brother, can't he stand on his own? Think more about you. My brother is very good. He goes to work every day and he is very capable. I don't allow you to say that to her. Qiankai's tone became serious, staring at Chun Xiang. I know. Chun Xiang said curiously, you will also bring your brother over another day, let me see you. Have chance. Qiankai replied, turned his head madly, raised his watch to check the time, felt that it was almost time, packed his things, and then went to the cafeteria. I really left. Qiankai only started to eat, and after eating, he went back to work. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qian Chu got off work, and he exhaled when he learned that he would not be at work tomorrow. She changed into casual clothes, took her uniform home to wash, left the association, and went to the station. But not far from the station, I saw the black mask again, facing his wave of hands, leaning slightly in response, immediately lowered his head and walked away quickly. Got on the bus and watched the black mask disappear into the distance. Qian Chu exhaled. I don't like him, and will not respond to his emotions, I hope he can understand this. 40 minutes by car, Qian Chu got off the bus at the nearest vegetable market, bought some dishes, and then returned home. Kicked off the high heels, Qian Chu put his feet into the slippers, walked into the room, put down the bag, and sent a message. Seeing the content of the reply, his eyes lit up, and he immediately went into the kitchen to work. When the meal was almost ready, the sound of the door opening and closing came, and then a familiar voice sounded, Sister, I'm back. Qiankai wiped his hands with his apron, walked out of the kitchen, looked at his brother Xiaodong and said, How about? Are you tired today? Not tired at all. Xiaodong raised what was in his hand, and said, I bought your favorite sesame egg. By the way, there is a gift for you. You bought too much, I can't eat it. Qiankai angrily said, and then opened the box Xiaodong handed over, picked up the contents, looked a little surprised, Is this a scarf? Sister, your scarf is old, I asked you to change it, so I bought it for you without authorization. Xiaodong said, picked up the scarf, helped Qiankai wrap it around, and said with a smile, It's so beautiful. Qiankai flipped the scarf and asked, How much did you spend on this scarf? Xiaodong said with blinking eyes, 2,500 yen. 2,500 yen. Qiankai looked at the trademark and said, This seems to be an Ols brand, right? At least 10,000 yen. It's okay to be more expensive. Xiaodong said with a smile, and now I often get bonuses and save a lot of money. That was your hard-earned. Qiankai said angrily, You can't waste it in this kind of place. How can this be waste? Xiaodong said with a smile, It's not a waste to buy things for my sister. Otherwise, what's the point of making money for me? Humph. Qiankai snorted, fiddling with the scarf, but couldn't help smiling at the corners of his mouth. Then, thinking of something, he took the scarf down and put it on the sofa and ran to the kitchen. My food. What a careless sister. www.readaloud.com. Xiaodong smelled the stale smell, and helped her sister fold the scarf in the bag, and then went into the kitchen to help her sister with food. Qiankai sat behind the table and looked at the little squishy vegetables, and couldn't help saying, Hey, the vegetables are smashed, I really. Nothing. Xiaodong said, What's the big deal about this? But you rarely eat it at home. Qiankai sighed, his younger brother has to work from Monday to Friday night and will not come back for dinner. On Saturdays and Sundays, I work part-time during the day and eat at home at night, but sometimes I tell my colleagues to meet and come back after dinner. So after finally eating at home, but I messed up, Qiankai was a little irritable. Is it rare? Xiaodong lowered her head slightly, then raised her head and said with a smile, It's just a little bit pasted, it's okay. This is my favorite dish, I won't keep it. Xiaodong said, brought the dishes, picked up the chopsticks, and started to eat. You. Qiankai's mouth curled up, showing a smile, and then said angrily, Oh, don't eat the muddy place. Seeing Xiaodong eating, Qiankai suddenly remembered Chengxiang's words. In order to share the pressure of my own, I went to do the hardest mover, working day by day till night. This is called independence? I would rather be tired by myself, but also give myself expensive gifts. Is this not for yourself? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. My brother is very capable. Besides, putting time on my younger brother is not a waste. Qiankai thought, raised his hand and rubbed his brother's hair, looked at his blank face, and couldn't help laughing. I like my brother the most. Chapter 39, Apprentice. In the dojo, Xiaodong came to the main hall. The smooth floor could reflect the face of people. Xiaodong stood there a little nervously, looking at the figure in front of him. In front of him, Shifen Tsukahara sat in the main seat, and the other 6 disciples lined up at once, standing on the left and right. Kazuya, I heard that your acting has already been learned. Tsukahara teacher looked at Xiaodong, smiled and asked, is that right? Well, I have mastered the acting, but I am still quite unskilled. Xiaodong answered honestly. You can be very proficient. Zhezhong smiled and said, don't be humble. You practiced in front of me a few days ago, and you did a good job. Teacher Tsukahara nodded and said, I called you today, mainly because Tetsuaka, Mitsuo, and others said you want to worship me as a teacher. Is this true? Yes, I want to follow Tsukahara Normal School to learn tiger tooth cracking true boxing. Xiaodong said seriously. Very good. Shifen Tsukahara said, they say you have a tough personality, wonderful talent, and honesty. As long as you can pass the assessment, I can accept you as an apprentice. Thank you, Tsukahara teacher. Xiaodong looked a little excited, and after entering the dojo for 3 months, he finally got this opportunity. Then let's show how to perform tiger tooth cracking true fist. Tsukahara teacher said. Yes. Xiaodong took a deep breath, stood there, wrapped the belt around his waist, and looked serious. His legs are slightly staggered, the front of his left leg is arched, the back of his right leg is under his body, his left hand forms a fist, and his right hand forms a claw. Is like a starting style used by Zheng when he fights with Zheng. Yes, the action is very correct, the frame is very stable. Tsukahara teacher nodded slightly, quite satisfied. As his voice fell, Xiaodong had already attacked, tiger style, tiger leap style, or punch or grab, volley strike, black tiger digs his heart, one move after another. As the body moves with the jump, the clothes are hunting, and the moves are fierce, just like a tiger going down the mountain, full of power. After a set of acting methods ended, Xiaodong exhaled, standing straight, and withdrawing his hands. Luck. Well done. Shifen Tsukahara looked at Xiaodong and said, the movements are precise and magnificent. As far as the acting is concerned, you are already qualified. The teacher, did I pass the assessment? Xiaodong looked at Tsukahara teacher expectantly. Your behavior, in the past few months, several of my disciples have also known about you, and they admire you very much. The latter nodded and said, from today I will accept you as a disciple. You are my 9th disciple. The apprentice has seen master. Xiaodong immediately saluted and shouted. No need to be polite. Shifen Tsukahara laughed and said, I just hope that you will learn hard work in the future, be lenient to others, and discipline yourself strictly. The apprentice would like to follow the master's teaching. Xiaodong said quickly. Shifen Tsukahara looked around and said, Zhezhong, you and Heya have the best relationship. Take him around the inner courtyard and introduce here. Great. Zhezhong walked to Xiaodong and said, Junior, come with me. Zhezhong took Xiaodong and left, and the 3rd senior brother Guangfu said with a smile, Master, congratulations on accepting another disciple. Yes, Master. A girl of about 16 years old smiled and said, so I won't be the last disciple in the ranking. But Sayori, you are still the youngest. Senior brother Si said with a smile. Masawa said, it's really amazing. I did this in only 3 months. At that time, I used it for 7 or 8 months. Because you are stupid. Sayori said with a smile. Genk flushed upon hearing this. At this time, teacher Tsukahara looked at the 3 disciples and asked, Ku, he is a student in your class. Are you sure that he, as the philosopher said, really has no martial arts cultivation? Hearing his words, the expressions of the others became very strong. Guangfu nodded and said, yes, he couldn't do anything at the beginning of the splits and lower waist. He really couldn't do it. His movements were very uncoordinated, and his body shape was poor, and his body was a bit bloated. But now after hard work, he finished all the training, and the body became strong, full of muscles. Every time he trains, he works hardest, never crying tired, and also practice privately, so I think he has no problems at all, so I and Jeshong let's pledge him together. That's great. Teacher Tsukahara said, I'm just worried that he looks like. He didn't finish his words, but all of the disciples knew who he was talking about. Some of their expressions were angry and some were on their backs. Not only that. Guangfu suddenly said, he is still extremely powerful, a stone block of 200 jin with one hand can be easily thrown up. With such power, I can't do this without the breathing method. And even if Jeshong used the breathing method, it can't reach this level. Only the 4th junior disciple Wenjia, the strength can be compared. I don't need breathing, I am very reluctant, Wenjia said, touching his nose. Mitsuo looked at Master Tsukahara and said, Master, he is a good seedling, with strong physical fitness and good talent. I think that as long as he trains well, it will not be a problem to surpass the 2nd brother, even the 1st brother. But I still have to look at it again. Shifen Tsukahara sighed, and said, if you really have the right temperament, then teach him breathing. After all, we can't afford to pay the price of another traitor. Yeah, that bastard! Mitsuo couldn't help but yelled when he heard this, and the other disciples of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also became angry. That's right, Master. Wenji suddenly said, half a month ago, the Banggu Master of Flowing Water Broken Rock Fist was rated as S-Level 6th by the Heroes Association. The S-Level standard is to retreat to the Ghost level alone. Master, you can do it too, or go if you want. Hey? Now that the Heroes Association has so much attention, it's not as good as. Forget it. Master Banggu has such a strength, only S6. Teacher Tsukahara shook his head and said, it's not very valuable if I go. Moreover, I can retreat to the Ghost level alone. I can do it before, but now my arm is ill, and the difficulty is greatly increased. It will be a little difficult to perform the task. Not going. After Shifen Tsukahara killed the Ghost-level Black Bear, his right arm was severely injured. Although he recovered to recuperate, it was still somewhat different from the previous one. Although he could still use force, it would be difficult to hold it in a few more high-intensity battles. Shifen Tsukahara looked at them and said, it's you, if you are interested, it's okay to do it. Let's forget it. Mitsuo said, it is impossible to retire tiger-level monsters alone, and it is only at the level of B, and going to the association cannot play a role in propaganda. The 2nd brother can reach level A, but their strength is high or low. If they are divided into the ranks of the Heroes Association, they can all repel the wolf level and reach the B level. Mitsuo and Bunsuk can reach B level high, Tetsuzong B level middle, Masawa and Sayori barely B level. Only the 2nd elder brother Toshio can reach a grade, and of course, there is also the elder brother. Let's do this for now. Shifen Tsukahara stood up and said, many old friends have not entered the Heroes Association, and we don't need to worry. Next, let's focus on improving ourselves and your younger brothers. Chapter 40, Brother. Strolling in the dojo, Xiaodong listened carefully to brother Zhezhong's explanation of the dojo. You become master's disciple, my brother, there are some things you must know. Huya crack true boxing has been 13 generations now. Tsukahara Normal University is the 13th generation leader, and Tsukahara Dojo was established 40 years ago by Tsukahara teacher's father Masaichi Tsukahara. It has 6 disciples. Tsukahara Normal University ranks 3rd. 20 years ago, Masaru Tsukahara passed away, and both the head and the dojo were passed on to Tsukahara teacher's older brother Kanta, but the senior disciple of Masaru Koyama was dissatisfied and led his disciples to leave the dojo Tsukahara and set up in F City Martial Arts Training Center. So there are actually 2 Huya cracking real boxing, but we are the main line. And 10 years ago, Uncle Gontai passed away, and Tsukahara Normal took over the management of the dojo. After the death of Uncle Gontai, all the disciples refused to stay and left the dojo. Some taught martial arts in foreign countries, but everyone was stunned. In the dojo, we still have an uncle, but no come out often. Tsukahara teacher has 12 disciples one after another. Some married wives and gave birth to children, some gave up martial arts, some left here, and then only 7 were left. If you count you, it is 8. The second brother Toshio Kobayashi was killed by a ghost-level stranger not long ago, the third brother and Mitsuo Kawa, the fourth brother Fumisuke Fukuda, I ranked 5th. You know what my name is, the sixth brother Masawa Tamura, and the 7th brother Sayori Tsukahara, also known as Master. You are the 8th disciple of Master. As for the big brother, you should have noticed the time to get along. He is called Naoto Sato. He left the dojo 4 years ago without telling the master. He switched to the 8-foot bird Chiquan. What is even more annoying is, at this point, Zhezhong looked extremely angry. He gave the head of the 8-foot bird Chiquan the tiger tooth cracking real punch and the breathing method. This. Xiaodong's expression became a bit angry when he heard this. Not only did Naoto Sato switch to other martial arts genres without authorization, he also revealed the core martial arts of the original martial arts genres, which is more than just a traitor that can be described once. Master once questioned the senior brother and the master of Bhe Bird Chiquan at the Wushengui, and fought, but he was separated without a victory or defeat. Zhezhong said, so many years have passed, and the master hasn't let go of the grudge in your heart. Wushengui? What is that? Xiaodong asked curiously. He had heard of the Juggernaut Club, an organization where one of the few great swordsmen in the world gathered together to discuss major events. Wushengui, a martial arts conference where the masters of various schools of martial arts learn about martial arts and exchange experiences. Zhezhong said, leave aside this for the time being. Our tiger tooth cracking true fist is eligible to go to the Wushengui. As long as you practice with great concentration, you will have the opportunity to go there. That's really worth looking forward to. Xiaodong really wants to see the martial arts forces in this world. You must know that martial arts are very powerful in this world. In terms of physical fitness, Hungry Wolf was inferior to Venerable Vest at the time and was consistently beaten, but after using the flowing water rock fist, it was not difficult to win, and knocked Venerable Vest and the entire Vest family to the ground. In the Association of Heroes, in addition to the Silver Fangs, there are 2 warriors, Snakebite Snake and Lightning Boy. The proportion of warriors in the Heroes Association is small, but in fact there are a lot of them. Once a martial arts conference is held, there are 32 martial artists, and any one of them is eligible to be a hero. If Saitama participates in the event, 1 person at S level, at least 4 people at level A, and as many as 6 people. Looking forward, champions such as Hungry Wolf, Hero, Silver Tusk, and Water Dragon all have at least S-level strength. Even if it is a human-shaped explosion, it is at least a strong A-level. And in the martial arts conference, they think that martial arts masters like the Silver Fangs participate in the Hero Association to promote martial arts, and they are very respectful, but they show contempt for the warriors who become heroes like Snake Lightning Kid, and even disdain. This means that among the warriors, the status of the hero association is not high, and there are a large number of warriors floating outside. Each martial arts school will have a strong number of martial artists. So Xiaodong is very looking forward to seeing the world of warriors. Speaking of Wu Shengui, I have to mention you. Zhezhong suddenly said, it turns out that the disciple with the best qualifications in Art Tsukahara Dojo is the senior brother. He is highly talented, and is good at mastering, and is best at dealing with changes in moves. Next is the second senior brother, who trains hard, and is the only one who seeks martial arts. A person who hopes to catch up with the senior brother, but other people, even my qualifications are not so different. But you are different, your qualifications and talents are the best I have ever seen, even more than the second brother and senior brother. I hope you can train hard and earnestly until one day, as a disciple of the teacher, you defeat the senior brother and rectify the name of the Tsukahara Dojo. I will. Xiaodong said earnestly, since I have become a disciple of the teacher, I will definitely protect the dignity of the teacher. I have worshipped Tsukahara teachers as my teacher, and I will learn tiger tooth cracking Zhen Chuan, and I will take on what I should do as a disciple and inheritor. That's good. Zhezhong sighed and said, but this is very difficult. I am too anxious to pin my hopes on you. Xiaodong asked curiously, that big brother, is that strong? Very strong. Zhezhong looked at Xiaodong and said, if he is a hero, I guess he will be at least grade A. He can deal with ghost grade monsters together with teachers. Although he is supporting him from the side, his strength is not high at grade A. This he was the same 4 years ago, now. Then the S level should be used as the standard. Xiaodong moved his arms and said, I can retire the ghost level alone, if I can beat him naturally, right? My goal is to become an S-rank hero, become a within 1 year, and then change from A to S in 2 years. Of course. Zhezhong said, but ghost level weirdos are not easy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Many warriors despise heroes, but that is because of the interpersonal issues. In the battle between people, the bonus of martial arts is too big, and the hero association is huge. Most of them are people. But weird people are different, the effect of martial arts will be weakened, so you must not be careful. Thank you, I will remember. Xiaodong replied quickly. All right. Zhezhong said, that's all there is to say. Besides, since you have become a formal disciple, you don't need to pay tuition again in the future. Do you need tuition fees? Xiaodong looked cheerful. Zhezhong said, of course, not only does it require tuition, but also includes board and lodging. If you become a teacher, you will even have income. So good. Xiaodong had some surprises. Learning martial arts does not cost money but also includes board and lodging, and there is also work to provide income. Zhezhong said, although our dojo is not as strong as those powerful dojos, it is indeed the one with the best treatment. It's really good. Xiaodong nodded, and then asked, I am a disciple of the normal school. It's okay if I don't live here? And I may not come every day, after all, I'm still in school. Of course, you are still a student, as well as your family, you can go as you practice. Zhezhong replied. Great. Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't stay here for too long, he had to go to school and do heroic missions. What question Xiaodong wanted to ask, suddenly the phone vibrated. Brother Zhezhong, can I take a call? Xiaodong took out his mobile phone and asked, and after obtaining consent, he connected the phone. Yes, I understand, afternoon? Good. Xiaodong kept answering, and then hung up the phone with a look of excitement. Is finally going to be upgraded to B level. Chapter 41, Songcheng Miyuki. City branch of the Heroes Association, in the wide conference hall, Xiaodong sat on a chair with his arms around his chest, staring at the figure in front of him. Behind the long table in front of him, there were 4 figures sitting, among them the female director of the planning department. Black Mask, in the ranking to be updated tomorrow, you will be ranked first in the C level. You should know the rules of the association. A man looked at Xiaodong and said, the first level C has the right to choose to stay at level C, or enter level B. I know this rule. Xiaodong nodded and said, I choose to enter the B level. Staying at C level, enjoying too few rights, and having to do a weekly task report, it is too much trouble. Very well, I will register your intention. The man wrote down the relevant content on the paper, while the female minister picked up a piece of paper and said, Black Mask, here is this for you, fill in it carefully. What is this? Xiaodong walked over and took the piece of paper. The female minister said, this is a psychoanalytic questionnaire. Please check your mental status and fill it out carefully. I will. Xiaodong took the report back, and the man said, that's it, report it up. You will check your questionnaire and your record. The ranking will be announced tomorrow to see if you can be promoted to level B. Great. Xiaodong nodded, and the female minister said, don't worry, as long as there is no big problem, it is not a problem to be promoted to level B. Of course, you have to start with the last one in level B. I understand. Xiaodong replied. Okay, just hand over the mental questionnaire to the staff in a while. The man said, stood up, packed his things and left. Wait a minute. Xiaodong was about to leave, the female minister suddenly shouted. He stood still and looked at the female minister. Come with me. The female minister said with a smile, there are things I want to tell you, and I need you to cooperate in doing something. Great. Xiaodong followed the female minister out of the hall, and walked along the aisle towards the elevator. There are 3 elevators here. The female minister walked to one of the elevators and took out the work card and placed it on the elevator panel. With a beep, the upward and downward signs appeared on the panel. The female minister clicked to go up, and the elevator slowly began to move. It seems that this is a special elevator for cotters, and only a few people can use it. Xiaodong thought, waited until the elevator arrived, followed the female minister into the elevator, then the elevator went up, reached the 4th floor, and then walked out. Da-da-da. The female minister moved her legs wrapped in black stockings, stepped on high heels, and her hips wrapped in suits and skirts twisted as she walked. In terms of body size, the female minister's chest is not smaller than that of her sister, but the waist is more slender, and the hips are more straight, and this kind of warping is not the result of deliberately pushing up and pelvic forward tilting, it should be caused by a lot of exercise. As a result, there is a sense of self-confidence and maturity in deportment, and she is a very fit woman. This is it. The female minister brought Xiaodong into the office. Her office is very large, with a desk with computers, telephones and various documents on it, and a black boss chair behind it. On the opposite side of is a window, you can see the scene on the opposite side, that is the square outside the Z City branch. A sofa and a coffee table. Behind the chair, there are 2 bookshelves, one of which is placed with some strange shaped stones. I prefer stones. The female minister noticed Xiaodong's gaze, and said with a smile. Well, these stones are very beautiful. Xiaodong directly admired. The female minister walked to the desk, picked up a pen, handed it over, and said, you can write a report here, and hand it to me in a while. Great. Xiaodong took the pen, sat on the sofa and filled out the questions on the coffee table. The above questions are not too special. For some ordinary psychological problems, people with normal minds can basically choose the correct answer. It's finished. After filling in, Xiaodong handed the paper and pen to the female minister. The latter reached out and took it. The slender fingers touched it, and there was a cold feeling. There is basically no problem passing. The female minister glanced at it, put it aside, and then said, "There are things I want to tell you, sit down first." "Great." Xiaodong pulled the chair, sat there, and looked at the female minister. "First is the B-level problem." The female minister said, "After the establishment of the S-level, the status of the B-level has dropped and then dropped, but compared to the C-level, the B-level still has higher requirements. You must not be too slack. I will strictly demand myself." Xiaodong said. "I believe you can do it." The female minister smiled slightly, and then said, "The problem is not grade B, but the current form of grade B. Do you know who is B1 now? Fukuyoki from Hell, right?" Xiaodong thought about it and said, "She became B1 a month and a half ago." "That's right." The female minister nodded and said, "Her strength can enter a level, and even reach the top few a level, but it has always stayed at the first level in the B level, and the bubbling group has been established with the B level as the center. Level has already encircled more than 10 members, and has a great say in level B. She regards level B as her territory and blocks high-ranking heroes of level B, so she threatens and recruits level B heroes, which has been forced. Several heroes have retired from heroes, so if you continue to be promoted, it may be a little troublesome." Hell blowing snow. Xiaodong thinks of her, and feels a bit troublesome. In the original book, she liked Saitama and wanted him to join. After Saitama refused, she even severely injured him and could no longer perform heroic activities. Xiaodong couldn't help but ask, "Does the association leave it alone? Her sister is S2's tornado, how do we care?" The female minister shook her head and laughed. "Moreover, her strength is very strong, and the value of a person is greater than the entire B level. The B level cannot be integrated, but the B level shines with enough brilliance and improves the evaluation of the society. That's it." Xiaodong is a little helpless. With Hell's Fuxia guarding B1, the difficulty of being able to be promoted to a grade is greatly increased, except for an instant rise to B1, and then to a grade. It is precisely because of the danger of level B that the publicity for you will be slowed down a bit, and the ranking brought by high popularity will rise faster. If you can stay at the bottom of level B, it is best to stay for a while." The female minister said seriously. "Yes." Xiaodong feels that there is no problem. Propaganda is originally extra, and I will focus on martial arts, and do fewer heroic activities to increase my strength. The second is your strength. The female minister said again, "Your physical fitness is good, but the means of combat are too single, and the destructive power is not even comparable to that of alloy drills. So I have helped you think about 2 methods that can help you improve your strength very quickly." "What method?" Xiaodong is very looking forward to improving her strength. The female minister stretched out a finger and said, "The first one is professional gun training. I can help you find a suitable shooting instructor, help you master shooting skills, and match your physical fitness. The effect of it. It can make you reach level A steadily. Tiger-level weirdos are also afraid of firearms. If they can really hit 100 shots, it won't be too difficult to deal with tiger-level weirdos. Forget it." Xiaodong shook his head and said, "I don't want to use foreign objects too much. Reaching A level is not Xiaodong's goal. He wants to become an S-level hero, and he wants to repel the ghost level, but he still has to improve his physical fitness." The female minister said, "Then the second option is martial arts." "Budo." Xiaodong raised her eyebrows. The female minister nodded and said, "The teacher Fan Banggu of Liashui in broken boxing is now S6. It is on the Dongfang mountain in our city Z. If you want, you can match you through the Heroes Association and let you worship him as a teacher. The road to grade A." Lu Shui in broken fist. Xiaodong looked surprised when he heard this. Banggu's strength is extremely strong, and he can become S3 in the future. Needless to say, his strength. And as the master of martial arts, he is extremely lofty in the eyes of warriors, and he is respected by many people. Being able to learn flowing shui and crushing punch has greatly improved oneself. But Xiaodong shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm already learning martial arts, and I have my own martial arts master. Not to mention that I have already worshipped Tsukahara teacher as a teacher, even if I did not, I would not go to study with Bang Wu. Except for the Hungry Wolf, his disciples are too weak." Before Hungry Wolf was expelled from the teacher's door, one person defeated all the other disciples, and the strength of the others was too poor. And after Hungry Wolf defeated them, all of these disciples had left, and only one Kalanza who had skipped class and fled was left behind as a big disciple. The disciples are weak and have no cohesion. Is not so much a disciple as a group of students. The most important thing is the existence of Hungry Wolf. His threat is too great, and even now, he may not be able to defeat him. Is it? The female minister nodded and said, "If you have a plan to improve your strength, then follow your plan. By the way, there is one more thing." The female minister came in interest, leaning back on the chair, looking at Xiaodong and said, "I heard you are chasing our press officer Qunqiu." "No, no." Xiaodong waved his hand quickly and said, "I didn't pursue Miss Qunqiu. Every time I am on duty, I have to send people away. Our planning department has spread it a long time ago." The female minister said with a smile. Xiaodong looked on, and said, "I just received the help of Miss Qunqiu, and I want to give it back." "What a dishonest man!" The female minister shook her head, and then said, "Then there will be nothing more. Minister www.readaloud.com I will leave." Xiaodong stood up and said goodbye to her. "Matsu Shiro Miyuki," the female minister said suddenly. "Hey!" Xiaodong looked at the female minister. The latter smiled and said, "My name is Miyuki Matsu Shiro, and I am not your boss. Don't always call me the minister. Also, you are now in the B level. I'm just a small minister in the branch. You call me like that. People will gossip when they are heard. B-level heroes can fight independently, and their status is much higher. Heroes Association B-level plus A-level and S-level, less than 160 people. Is divided into 26 cities, and one city has 6 or 7 people. And for a small minister like Miyuki Matsu Shiro, there are 7 or 8 in a branch, not to mention other cadres. Therefore, the importance of the branch director is similar to that of a B-level hero. I remember, Senior Matsu Shiro. Xiaodong nodded and said. Then you go. Matsu Shiro Miyuki waved her hand and stretched as she watched Xiaodong leave the office. It's just a small minister, like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, it's a pity to discard it. If you just become a small minister, you won't come to the Heroes Association. I did a good job in the planning department, but the other small ministers are not bad. Whether they can become the core cadres of the branch depends on these heroes. As long as there is an A-level hero, plus a few B-level heroes recommending himself, the problem of becoming the deputy minister of the Z-City branch is not too big. But to become the head of the Z-City branch, you need to plan carefully. Matsu Shiro Miyuki walked to the window and looked at the black mask coming out of the front door, her expression darkened. Don't let me down, Black Mask. Chapter 42, Hard Training. So tired. In the martial arts training ground of the inner courtyard, Xiaodong puts on a horse stance, raising both hands forward, each has a 40 jin jar, and only uses 5 fingers to grasp the mouth of the altar. He is naked. His sturdy body is well-defined, muscular, with sweat hanging on it, shining brightly in the sun. Xiaodong is now practicing finger strength. By grasping the jar, he exercises his finger grip. About there. There was a voice in the distance. Xiaodong felt relieved, put the jar down, and moved his arms. Rub your fingers with medicated wine. Senior brother San and Mitsuo Chuan came over and handed Xiaodong a bottle. Yes. Xiaodong took the bottle, opened it, poured the medicinal wine on his hand, and then kept rubbing it. Rubbing for a while, the fingers are warm in summer and winter, and the effect of the medicine can be felt. How is it? Do you feel pain in your fingers? Kazuo Mitsuo asked from the side. No. Xiaodong said with a smile, I feel so good now. That's good. And Kawamitsu said, is there enough rest? Run 5 kilometers with a load. Yes. Xiaodong immediately put on a load and went for a run. After returning from a 5-kilometer run, he rested for 20 minutes and did iron ball training. Iron ball training is to use a solid iron ball made of iron, hold it with your hands, and then rotate your arms and your body to keep the iron ball from falling out in your hand. In addition, a smaller iron ball is used to switch between the palm and the back of the hand. After finishing this training in summer and winter, do bobby jump and then do horizontal bar training. Put a towel on the horizontal bar, hold the towel with both hands, pull the towel, do cantilever knee lifts, a group of 30, a total of 6 groups. After doing this, I went to practice tiger leap again, jumping around on a dozen stakes. Senior brother San was on the side, holding a bamboo pole in his hand, and when he saw that he was wrong, he flicked him, and then pointed out the mistake to him. After training, Xiaodong rested on the side. 5 minutes later, senior brother San said, Mabu Zhengchuan, 500. After finishing it, go eat. Yes. Xiaodong immediately became interested, strode up, and began to do forehands. However, senior brother San did not stay here, but left straight away and walked into the room, only to find Shifen Tsukahara standing by the window, looking at Xiaodong in the distance. Master! And Kawamitsuo yelled. Tsukahara teacher waved, and said, come here. Master, what's the matter? It's that Kazuya is lazy, it's impossible. Kazukawa Mitsuo walked over and came to Tsukahara's side. I didn't say he was lazy. Shifen Tsukahara frowned and said, are you training him like this? Master, isn't this the content of our training? Kazuo Mitsuo said, we used to train like this. Shifen Tsukahara said angrily, but you practiced separately, how can you train together? If you practice him like this, aren't you afraid of training him? You can't just squeeze his potential just because of his good aptitude. Catch a jar, iron ball, horizontal bar training, the main effects are different, but there are overlapping parts, all of which require higher arms and fingers, so you need to train separately, train one item a day, train once every 3 days, and then take a rest day. Training 3 items a day like this, it hurts fingers and arms too much. Don't worry, teacher, I have a sense of measure. And Mitsuo Kawa said, I always look at the condition of his fingers. There is no problem at all. Sometimes the skin is worn out. After 2 days, the skin will be as good as before. Until now, there is no calluses on his hands. Is he healed so fast? Tsukahara teacher looked a little surprised. That's right. And Mitsuo Kawa said, last time he broke his skin and healed soon after. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tsukahara teacher asked, frowning. I'm afraid to tell master you, there is nothing wrong with you. Kagawa Mitsuo couldn't help but said, so I plan to observe again. What is the expulsion for? Teacher Tsukahara said in an angry voice, many people have superb self-healing abilities, and they have also appeared among martial artists. For example, the A-level first sweetheart mask, who has studied martial arts for a while, and his self-healing ability is far away. Extraordinary people. There are too many capable people and strangers in this world, and there is another warrior who was struck by lightning, and his body can generate electricity. This is not a big deal. Then what he said? Kazukawa Mitsuo looked at the master. Teacher Tsukahara said expectantly, train it well and see where he can go. I understand, master. And Mitsuo Kawa nodded, and then said, Master, it's getting late, let's go eat. No hurry, you go. Teacher Tsukahara waved his hand and said, I'll go again later. Okay. And Mitsuokawa walked far away, and they saw Shifen Tsukahara secretly observing the distance from the small window. 498.499, 500. Xiaodong punched 500 punches, exhaled, retracted his arms, only felt pain in his arms, and the joints and muscles were a little overwhelmed. Today's exercise content has increased a lot more than last time, which is too much for myself. Go eat, go eat. Xiaodong put on his clothes, washed his hands, and ran directly to the cafeteria, where the seniors were already eating. He is here too. Brother San just put the plate back, and said hello to Xiaodong. Hello Brother 3. Xiaodong said hello, took the dinner plate, and went to serve the meal. A chef is specially invited to cook. Every day there are 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, and there are rice, eggs and tofu. Summer and winter were full of dishes and rice, and turned around to find a table. Here, here. Masawa beckoned towards Xiaodong. Tsukahara teacher's daughter Sayori was also there, and the two of them had a lot of food on their dinner plates, and they seemed to have just arrived here. Brother Jeng, senior sister Sayori. Xiaodong hurriedly walked over and greeted the two of them. After sitting down, he picked up his chopsticks and ate. You ate too fast, right? Jeng couldn't help frowning and said, be careful to choke, eating too much is not good for your stomach. Well, I eat slowly. Xiaodong did not refuse the kindness of being righteous and slowed down, but the speed of eating is still far beyond ordinary people. As the meal was eaten, a heat flow appeared in the abdomen in summer and winter, most of which rushed toward the arm. The remaining heat flow goes to other parts. www.readaloud.com. The heat flow in the legs is the second most, but it is much less than the heat flow in the arms. When oneself is injured, the heat flow will preferentially concentrate on the injured part to heal the injury. This leads to continuous practice in summer and winter without worrying about injury. And in this process, the heat flow will strengthen one's body, and because of the mobilization of the injury, the heat flow will rush to the arm, continuously strengthening the passing path, so that the strength of the arm in Xiaodong will continue to increase. It has been 14 days since I became a teacher. I had winter vacation 4 days ago, and I have been studying here for the past 4 days. The improvement of physical fitness is limited, but the improvement of arm strength is obvious. And with the passage of time, the skin of the palms of the fingers is no longer worn, which proves that my skin has also become much tougher. However, the increase in the contour of the arm is not that big. Instead of using protein to repair damaged muscle fibers, the increase in muscle fiber thickness is limited, so it looks almost the same as before. As long as you keep practicing, your arms will become stronger and stronger, and maybe you can become a killer. Xiaodong finished 1 plate of food, and immediately went to the mouth of the meal to serve the meal. After eating, but still felt that it was still not enough, and ordered a 3rd plate. This is too much to eat. Jen couldn't help saying when he saw him leave. 1 plate of food is almost 3 times as much as mine, and I even ate so much. Tsukahara Sayori said in surprise, what a monster! What a good food! A voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. The two raised their heads and saw the people coming, somewhat surprised. Master, Father! Masawa and Sayori hurriedly shouted. If you eat too much, you have the strength to train. Tsukahara teacher's eyes beamed, looking at Xiaodong, he is more and more satisfied. Name modification and update instructions. Because the protagonist survived as Kazunari, and Xiaodong was used as the main object of description, the sense of substitution was too bad, and the senses would be bad if he switched frequently. And according to the writing method of the soul where, the name is also changed to the name of the person who is leaning over. It was written like this before. I wrote a fish in the previous book, so this book ignores this point. So I made some changes and changed Xiaodong to Xiaoshu, and Qing Yuan he also changed to Qing Yuan Xiaoshu. In Japanese names, there is the name Xiaoshu, which is relatively common, with the initial D, Ceu, but there is no name Xiaodong, which is more uniform. Let's talk about a funny thing. The name Xiaoshu was found by searching for the word Xia. After the decision, I searched for Xiaoshu to see how many of the names were called, and found that there was also Xiaoshu among the three sisters in the Nan family. Not long ago, some readers pointed out that Jianqiu is the role of the three sisters of the South family. I haven't watched it yet. As a result, I found out that Xiaoshu watched an episode yesterday and found that the supporting role Chunxiang was also the name of the three sisters of the South family. Fate. So I decided to finish this part. The name change will cause trouble for everyone, but after thinking about it, I still think it's better to make a correction. Otherwise, the later the summer and winter will separate and the more people will separate the two, leading to finally thinking about whether summer and winter will be relinquished. Tell Kyunkaihu that he is not Heya, but if he writes directly to the later stage, then almost everyone will ignore this issue. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused by. If it is updated, it will temporarily keep 2 updates before it is released. I plan to release it after March 1st of the year, and it will be updated in March. Chapter 43, in addition to night. Why do I have to come here? In the afternoon 2 days later, at the door of Xiaoshu's house, Saitama looked at Xiaoshu with a somewhat helpless expression. Today is New Year's Eve, you can't be at home alone, right? Xiaoshu said with a smile, raised his right hand and knocked on the door. Coming. After a short while, the door of the house opened, and Sister Chiaki appeared at the door, saw Saitama smiling and said, "You are Saitama, come in." "Hello there." Saitama said hello very seriously, then walked in, changed the slippers, entered the house, handed the things in his hand to Kyunkaihu, and said, "This is a little bit of heart." "Thank you, Mr. Saitama is so kind." Kyunkaihu took it with a smile, and then said, "I heard that you are at a part-time job site and take care of my brother very much." Chiaki leaned slightly toward Saitama and said, "Thank you very much. It's okay, no problem." Saitama hurriedly returned the gift, and then said, "Without Natsuki, I cannot enter the moving company. He also helped me a lot. It is right to help a friend." Kyunkaihu said with a smile, "You talk, I'll go to the kitchen first." "Great." Natsuki nodded, and when Jianqiu walked into the kitchen, Xiaoshu said to Saitama, "Let's go to the room where I live." Natsuki brought Saitama into the bedroom. The bed in the bedroom was put away, and there was a small square table and 2 bookshelves in the middle of the room. "This is the room you live in?" Saitama looked around and asked curiously, "You only have this bedroom in this house, right? 1 LDK? How much is the rent?" 60,000 yen a month. Xiaoshu replied. "It's expensive." Saitama couldn't help but said, "The house I rented is only 30,000 yen after the subsidy." "Are you a room?" Xiaoshu said, "And your house is not too far away from no man's land, you really should change place." "That's true." Saitama touched his chin and said, "Now I also save some money." Saitama's monthly income is now around 2670,000 yen, and it costs very little to eat. Because Natsuki buys food. Although he eats a lot, he buys a lot. The rest is basically enough for Saitama's monthly needs. Just spend the gas bill. He usually buys some games and comic books, but his life is simpler and he can save a lot of money. "Let's talk about it later." Saitama said, "I'm looking for a one-room house. I will help you find a suitable house." Xiaoshu said with a smile. At this time, Jianqiu walked out carrying the tray and placed it on the small square table with tea and senbei on it. "Drink some tea." Chiaki put the teacup on the table in front of Saitama, and Saitama quickly said, "Thank you, I'm sorry to trouble you." "No trouble." Kyunkaihu said with a smile, "I went to cook and prepared a lot of food, and it will be ready soon." Sister, let me help you. Xiaoshu said quickly. I can help too. Saitama whispered. How can you let guests do things? Qianqiu said with a smile, then looked at Xiaoshu and said, Xiaoshu, you accompany Saitama. Great. Xiaoshu nodded, and when Qianqiu left, he remembered something and said, by the way, you and I will live in the bedroom tonight. Hey, do I still want to live? Saitama couldn't help but ask, didn't you say it's only the new year? Of course the new year will come to the new year. Natsuki said, I will watch the red and white songs tonight, visit the shrine tomorrow morning, go shopping in the city center, and eat there. So troublesome. Saitama said with some distress, do you have to do so many things? Of course. Natsuki looked at Saitama and asked, didn't you have done this before? What are you doing? I am not interested in singing programs. Saitama said nonchalantly, so just watch for 24 hours and don't laugh. You will go to bed after you watch it, and what should you do the next day? Too easy. Xiaoshu shook his head and said, so this time you have to celebrate the new year according to our plan. Okay. Saitama is a little uncomfortable. Since his parents passed away, he has lived alone and was bullied badly at school, so he doesn't have any close friends. Most of the time, he lives alone and is used to living alone. However, at Xiaoshu's invitation, he decided to stay here. At least Xiaoshu didn't dislike him, and he was now his only friend. What do you want to play? Natsuki looked at Saitama and asked, I have a lot of chess and cards here. The only game consoles are GBASP, PSP and PS3, which are all older models. GBASP and PSP were both bought by their parents. After their death, the family life became difficult, but my sister still got her first month's salary and bought herself a PS3 3 years ago. GBASP. Saitama's eyes lit up and said, I want to play this. I'll get it for you. Natsuki found in the box this game console, which had been released for almost 15 years, and had many game cards, and handed it to Saitama. I also bought this when I was a kid, but it was broken. Saitama was a little bit nostalgic, sat there, turned on the game console, found a metal bullet and plugged it into play. Natsuki stood up and walked into the kitchen. What are you doing here? Go with your friends, don't neglect them. Qianqiu saw Xiaoshu and stopped his movements. He is playing a game console, so he doesn't need to accompany him. Xiaoshu walked over and said with a smile, and I have a very good relationship with him. I have been to his house many times. On the contrary, it is too hard for you to cook so many dishes by yourself. I will help you and save money. Next time. Okay. Qianqiu nodded, stepped aside and let Xiaoshu help. Natsuki cut the carrot, and suddenly asked, Sister, what do you think of Saitama? How? Qianqiu thought for a while, and said, it looks very polite, and listens to your description, usually takes care of you, is a nice person. He is handsome, right? Xiaoshu asked with a smile. To be fair, Saitama with hair is still very handsome. Qianqiu nodded and said, I look pretty good. Natsuki said, it's just that the job is a little bad, it's just a porter. What's the matter with the porter? You too. Qianqiu gave Xiaoshu a sideways glance, how can you care about your friend's work? That was not what I meant. Xiaoshu smiled and asked, so my sister doesn't care about his job at all? Of course not. Qianqiu asked, then frowned and asked, what do you want to say? I mean. Xiaoshu said with a smile, he is handsome and has a good personality. Although his work income is not as good as that of his sister, but he is practical. What does the sister think? Would you like to socialize with him? Not interested. Qianqiu said quickly. Really? I thought my sister would like this type. Natsuki scratched his head and said, does your sister like any man in the company? You have to try to socialize. No. Kyunkaiu replied and said, and I said, I won't fall in love until you graduate. But how old are you after I graduated? Xiaoshu looked at Kyunkaiu and asked, Sister, you will be 26 in February next year? By the time I graduate, you will be 28. It will be too late to fall in love at that time. What do you think I am old? Qianqiu asked coldly. Of course not. Xiaoshu said quickly, my sister is also beautiful when she is older. You can talk. Kyunkaiu gave Xiaoshu a white look and said, I don't mind my age. But I mind. Natsuki said seriously, I can't bear my sister wasting the best time on me. You should have your own life. I can feed myself. Supply? Tired to support yourself like that, you are a college student, and studying is what you have to do. Kyunkaiu stared at him, and said seriously, also, this is not a waste of time. But what does Xiaoshu want to say? Qianqiu suddenly asked. Xiaoshu, I am in a relationship, so I can't put too much energy on you, are you okay? No. Xiaoshu said, I can already take care of myself. Kyunkaiu asked again, if I am in a relationship, if I am really satisfied with each other and move out after marriage, would you also be willing? Isn't that of course? Xiaoshu looked at her curiously. Having said that, Qianqiu sighed and asked, so you don't want to live with your sister anymore? Of course I do. Xiaoshu said quickly, and then said, I want to live with my sister, it's best to be together for the rest of my life. Speaking of this, Xiaoshu lowered her head and said, but it's no good. Sister Kyunkaiu has her own happiness to pursue, and sooner or later she has to form her own family. So, if sister really wants to separate from me, I will be very sad. But I can definitely take care of myself. Is it? Kyunkaiu looked at Xiaoshu, exhaled, looked at Xiaoshu and asked, since it is my happiness, let me decide, can I? Great. Xiaoshu heard this and said seriously, but no matter what my sister does, I will support my sister. Thank you. Kyunkaiu stretched out his hand and rubbed Xiaoshu's head, and said, go with your friend, there is nothing to do, I can do it myself. Great. Natsuki nodded, finished cutting the radish, washed his hands, and planned to leave the kitchen. Summer tree. Natsuki's hand just grabbed the doorknob, and Kyunkaiu's voice came from behind www.readaloud.com. Hey? Natsuki stood still and looked at her sister. Kyunkaiu said with a smile, I am very happy now, living a life that I like very much. This life may be a bit hard, but it is very fulfilling. I am very happy, so you don't have to worry about me. Is it? Hearing this, Xiaoshu laughed happily and said, if my sister is happy, then I am also very happy. Go ahead. Kyunkaiu smiled, waved his hand and said, you are too much in the way here. Okay. Natsuki opened the door and walked out. He returned to the bedroom. Just after sitting down, Saitama said angrily, it's dead again, I can't pass this level. Let me help you. Natsuki took the game console in his hand and said, this level is very simple. It turned out to be like this, I'll come later. Saitama took the game console from Xiaoshu, just about to play, looked at Xiaoshu, and asked, why do you look so happy? Happy? Xiaoshu touched her cheek and asked, is it obvious? Of course, you can clearly feel the difference, as if something has been resolved. Saitama frowned and said, where can I be worried? Xiaoshu smiled and said, I said I was happy because you came to my house to play, believe it or not. Ghosts believe. Saitama waved his hand, lowered his head to continue the game. Natsuki leaned back on the tatami, looked at the ceiling, and exhaled, I don't know why, it's so much easier. Xiaoshu turned over and lay there. New Year's Eve is here, I am really happy to be with my sister and friends. Chapter 44, New Year. Me, do I have to wear a kimono? Kyunkaiu stood in the bedroom, looking at Xiaoshu with a look of helplessness. Of course, New Year's worship, you have to dress more formally. Natsuki stood there and said grinning, and I want to see my sister in a kimono. What should I do if I meet a weird person? Running in a kimono is restricted. Qianqiu asked with some distress. Don't worry, many strong people participated in this visit, such as Silver Tusk, which has been commissioned by the Heroes Association, and the Tsukahara teacher, who has the tiger tooth cracked fist, goes to the shrine every year to help preside over and maintain safety, plus guards and other strong men. This visit will be the safest one. Xiaoshu said from the side. The Silver Fangs have been determined to go, and Tsukahara Master will also take his daughter and go there with the third brother, and several other brothers have also agreed to go there. And the Heroes Association promised to keep the activity safe from threats, such as contacting oneself to assist in the activity, but was rejected by oneself. But the power of gathering is not small, so this New Year visit is not too dangerous. So why not enjoy it? Xiaoshu said with a smile, if I really want to meet a weirdo, I can run with my sister. I am very powerful now. Okay. Kyunkaiu blushed and said, but it's very troublesome. It takes 2 or 3 hours for one person, right? Let me help you. Xiaoshu walked over, closed the door, walked to Qianqiu, and helped him pick up his clothes. Kyunkaiu glanced at Xiaoshu, stood there, and slowly took off his pajamas, revealing a beautiful carcass wearing a bra and underwear. Slender neck, delicate collarbone, flat lower abdomen, straight legs, a pair of delicate feet on the ground. Natsuki helped her tie her hair first, which was much thicker than usual. Then Xiaoshu took the foot bag, squatted on the ground, held up her sister's feet, and slowly helped her put it on. Her fingers accidentally ran across Kyunkaiu's soft feet, and her 5 lovely toes couldn't help but curl up. Put on the foot bag, stood behind her sister, and helped her take off her corset, revealing a large white naked back. Ahem! Natsuki lowered his eyes, picked up the long undergarment, put it on her elder sister, and then let her elder sister wear the undergarment, and then put on the kimono. Wearing a kimono has more detailed, complicated and precise steps, such as the position of the back seam, such as the height of the hem, whether the collar is flat, flat folds, etc., fixed with a tie and date belt, and the belt plate and waist belt are tied around the waist. The belt pillow is matched with the bag belt to make a taiko knot, and the belt knot must be tied. Fixed the hair accessories on his head, and with the help of Xiaoshu, it took more than an hour to finish. Too troublesome. Kyunkaiu whispered, if I knew it was so troublesome, I wouldn't do it. That's why I got up so early. Xiaoshu looked at Kyunkaiu with a smile, and then took her to the mirror next to the cupboard, and said, how does my sister look? Also, not bad. Kyunkaiu saw himself in the mirror, completely different from his usual manners, with a touch of dignity and elegance. Gone. Natsuki took Kyunkaiu's hand, walked out of the bedroom, looked at Saitama and asked, how is it? It's a long time, but... Saitama looked at Qianqiu, her eyes widened, is this Miss Qianqiu? Of course, my sister is pretty, right? Xiaoshu asked triumphantly. It's beautiful, Saitama said with a smile, it's like a different person. Let's go out. Natsuki said, helping her sister put on a shawl, carrying a handbag, and putting on her feet. The 3 of them left the house together and went to the shrine to pay respect. You guys are wearing ordinary clothes, it is really weird for me to wear them like this. Kyunkaiu looked at the surrounding eyes and couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Of course not. Xiaoshu glanced at the people around him and said, they look at you because you are beautiful, sister. Yes, is it? Kyunkaiu was a little embarrassed and walked forward with his head down. The location of shrine is not far away, it is in the southwest of Z City, diagonally below the school, which is close to the direction of Y City. This is the most heavily guarded area except for the city center. And this side borders City Y with a forest in the middle. This forest covers the west of City Z, and the northwest and west are large, but most of the southwest is in City Y. Walking into the road, more and more pedestrians on both sides walk towards this side. But there are very few people wearing kimonos, and one occasionally, mixed in the crowd, is not as conspicuous as Kyonkyu. Several streets not far from the shrine took advantage of this time to open the door to sell some items, and some people set up stalls to sell food and toys. This is good, give me one. Would you like it? Natsuki saw the mask in front of a shop, put on the mask, and looked at the two of them. No. Saitama shook his head. Are you still a kid? Qianqiu couldn't help but laugh. Looks nice. Xiaoshu picked up a fox mask and put it on his face, paid the bill, and walked slowly with Kyonkyu. I have to wear a mask. Master and brothers will come here. If you have an acquaintance, it will be no good. The two walked out of the street and came to the entrance of the shrine. Ruri Shrine enshrines the of Inari, who is responsible for harvest. As long as you pray sincerely, you can harvest countless seeds in the coming year. Let's go. The three people walked on the stone road, mixed in the crowd, and walked towards the inside of the shrine. Hey, Chiaki! Not a few steps away, a voice rang, and a figure ran to Kyonkyu's side and said with a grin, Kyonkyu, you are wearing beautiful clothes. It's Chun Xiang. Kyonkyu saw the person coming and shouted with a smile, you are here too. Well, come to visit the shrine. Haruka circled Kyunju and looked at her and said, it's so beautiful, why do you think of coming to the shrine in a kimono? My brother had to let it all. Kyonkyu said embarrassedly. Your brother? Haruka immediately looked at Saitama, her eyes lit up, and said, your brother is so handsome, no wonder you didn't want to fall in love. Chun Xiang, don't talk nonsense. Kyonkyu glared at Haruka, and then said, this is not my brother www.readaloud.com, this is my brother's friend Saitama. Speaking of this, Qianqiu pointed to Xiaoshu on the side and said, this is my brother. It's so tall. Chun Xiang looked surprised when she saw Xiaoshu. Natsuki's height is currently 1.85 meters, while Saitama's is 1.75 meters. Kyonkyu's height is 1.65 meters, which is relatively tall among girls. Chungxiang's height is probably less than 1.6 meters, which is much worse than Xiaoshu. Hello there. Natsuki waved to Chun Xiang. Hey, what are you doing with a mask? Take it off and let me see. Chun Xiang jumped in front of Xiaoshu, raised her face and looked at Xiaoshu, wondering what he looked like. Good. Xiaoshu said, just about to take off the mask, but she saw a figure in the corner of her eye, and immediately said, let's talk about it after visiting. Okay, let's go to the shrine, and then we will draw lots to see my New Year's fortune. Chun Xiang came in interest, and called the three of them to line up. Hurry up! It's so lively. Xiaoshu said while looking at Chun Xiang with a smile. It's more noisy than at the company. Kyonkyu shook his head, but still followed Chun Xiang. 4 people entered the sanctuary and lined up, and a voice sounded not far away. Father, Brother San, let's go too, and wait for them after worshipping. Tsukahara Sayori said to the 2 people around him. Great. Teacher Tsukahara nodded, and followed Sayori and Mitsuo Kagawa into the sanctuary, and also lined up in the line. Hearing the sound, Xiaoshu looked back and saw that Master and the others were separated by several positions. He exhaled, but still tightened his mask and stood in line. Chapter 45, Sign for Shipment. Divinatory Hexagram 27, Good luck, look up at the bright moon, look up at the mountain, when the 2 loves are happy, the bonus is happy. Chun Xiang stood there, reading the lottery she had drawn, walked to the master who knew the lottery, and asked, Master, what does this mean? The sign resolver took the note and said, the first sentence says, if you can see the moon, it proves that the clouds and mist have dissipated, and the time has come to show one's abilities, and it's time to show their abilities in life. It's like crossing mountains and overcoming hard and painful things, and you will soon be blessed by heaven. In love, you will have someone you like, and he loves you very much. At that time, your smile will be like a beautiful red flower blooming on your face full of joy. Hearing the words of the counselor, Chun Xiang said happily, this means that my job is going to a higher level, I will be blessed, and I will find a lover who is in love with me. That's right. The old Delter said with a smile and nodded. Great. Chun Xiang took the lottery and put it away patiently, then looked at Qin Kaiyu and the others, and said, look at yours too. Mr. Saitama, you come first. Qian Chu looked at Saitama. The latter stepped forward and handed the sign paper to the sign master. It said, Diagram 53, auspicious, for a long time to calm down, the glory will be clear again, the spring of FANFIC will be warm, and the residual flowers will end. The signer said slowly. This is saying that long-term hard work will eventually disappear and be transformed into a peaceful life. Good things happen again, and you can get better results than now. Warmth like spring, happiness comes. Like the remaining flowers bear fruit, love can also reap rich crystallization. Just after the sign dealer finished speaking, Chun Xiang couldn't help but yelled, you can also reap love, wow, I'm so jealous, I don't know who can get a handsome man like you. Thank you, master. Saitama coughed, and took the sign, with a look a little embarrassed, girlfriend or something, this kind of creature may never have appeared in my life. Sister, you come next. Xiaoshu pushed her elder sister to the front, and handed the lottery to the signer. It said, Hang 48, Ziaji, Si Huaji Kyungzi, I feel even more fascinated. Once we have a good crossing, the phoenix flies into the clouds. Master, what does this mean? Qian Chu asked gently, and Xiaoshu also pricked his ears. The interpreter thought for a while, and said, these few sentences probably mean that the beautiful flowers are right in front, but they are like a stream across, and they can't be obtained. What you barely want will make your heart more confused. Just follow your daily life with a normal heart. If the time comes, you will naturally get treasure. If you have someone at the top or someone you know to help you, you can fly to the sky and get ahead, and good things will come. The sign dealer finished speaking, and handed the sign paper to Qin Kaiyu, but Qin Kaiyu frowned slightly. Good things will come, it seems that my sister will be very happy this year. Xiaoshu said with a smile. But the things I want are alienated. Qin Kaiyu shook his head, looked at Xiaoshu, and said, what about your sign, let the master interpret it for you. I'll forget it. Natsuki turned his back and said, it's not Tsuyoshi, it's a very ordinary lottery. But he hadn't finished speaking, and grabbed the lottery from the palm of his hand with one hand. After opening it, his eyes were round, furious, fierce. Sister Chun Xiang, don't take other people's things without authorization. Xiaoshu said angrily. This is too scary, what do you mean? Chun Xiang immediately handed the sign to the signer. When the Dao industry is unsuccessful, when the two are unfavorable, things are disturbed, and there are many ghosts around the body. The sign dealer said, these few words mean that the strength of the heart and work is not yet mature, and it is still a period of learning. Whatever I want, I can't do it smoothly as I want. Because of all kinds of things, it causes all kinds of trouble, painful and confusing. There will be disasters around, so you need to be careful. When everyone heard this, they all felt that this hexagram was really terrible. It was immature, and it was impossible to accomplish what it thought and was upset, and it would suffer disaster. This is too bad, Chun Xiang shouted. Be quiet, Chun Xiang. Qin Kaiyu pulled Chun Xiang, and Chun Xiang immediately covered her mouth. The interpreter looked at Xiaoshu, who was frowning, and said, "This donor does not have to worry. You must know that man is conquering the sky. You only need to act carefully and be open and honest." "I remember, thank you master." Xiaoshu took the lottery and walked away with the other three, but his expression was still a little gloomy. This is a festive day, and it is really unhappy to get such a lottery. Moreover, there are some standards, such as the Tao is not yet complete. I am immature in my work and heart, so it looks like myself. My job is a hero task, but I am not strong enough. I am learning, and I have not performed the hero task firmly. The two sentences in the middle are more general, but the last sentence, there are many ghosts and fierce around the body. If the ghosts and fierce refers to weird people, it is also quite consistent. I can't do it by myself for the next year. Isn't it true? This is nothing. Qiankai saw that Xiaoshu was unhappy, and said, "Didn't the master also say it? It's human, don't take it to heart." "I see." Natsuki nodded, put the lottery in his pocket, looked at them, smiled and said, "Let's go shopping." "Are you going shopping?" Chunxiang came in interest immediately, staring at them with a pair of eyes. Qiankai nodded and said, "This is how we planned." "Then I will go too." Chunxiang said with a smile, "I'll find a place to eat at noon with you," and left. "Let's go." Qiankai shook his head helplessly, and said, "Go shopping, and then go to dinner together at noon." The four of them walked towards the distance, but after not taking a few steps, there was a buzzing sound in the distance. "Okay." Xiaoshu was immediately alert, stood still, and looked behind him. "What's happenin'?" Qiankai followed and stopped. Saitama and Haruka also stopped. At this time, the sound in the distance became more and more intense, clicking and booming. The sound of trees breaking and falling to the ground sounded in the distance. Natsuki and Saitama glanced at each other, and both saw the panic in each other's eyes. Saitama said, "Something has come down." "Weirdo, weird." There was a scream from behind, and many people ran to this side from the backyard. "Run!" Xiaoshu picked up her sister and was about to run away, but with a bang, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came, and a voice sounded in the distance, "You don't need to run anymore, the weird person has been solved. It's Silver Fangs. He killed the weirdo." There is also a martial artist helping, like a martial artist in a nearby dojo. Hearing the sound, Xiaoshu exhaled, stopped and put her sister down, and said to Saitama, "You take my sister and Haruka to the side of the road to wait. I'll see what the weirdo looks like." "Great." Saitama nodded. Qianqiu just wanted to stop him, but Xiaoshu had disappeared in the distance in a hurry and headed to the backyard. The trees in the distance fell down, the walls fell, and a house was knocked down. The slabs on the ground were cracked, and the claw prints stepped on the ground, and there were cracks around the claw prints spreading to the distance. The weird man is a huge tiger, more than 15 meters long and very huge. The head of the tiger alone is the size of a small house. The pattern on the body is red and black. The red fur seems to be dripping blood. It looks a little bit weird. But at this time, the tiger fell to the ground, with a big hole in the center of his eyebrows. Those who were already dead could no longer die. Such a big tiger, such a tyrannical destructive power, is at least a ghost-level weirdo. From approaching to being defeated, the time is not long. Was defeated so easily. Xiaoshu's gaze fell on the two figures in front of the tiger. One line with half-white hair, a strong body, about 1.8 meters tall, moving his arms, is the Tsukahara teacher. On the other side, there is a white-haired old man with his hands on his back. He is shorter than Tsukahara teacher, but exudes a powerful aura. The treasure of the martial arts world, the man on the highest peak of the martial arts world, the inheritor of the Liashui in Broken Fist, the Silver Tusk Bangwu. "Master Bangwu, you are so powerful, you will kill him in one blow." Shifen Tsukahara stood beside Bangwu, his expression full of admiration. You are not bad too, that blow is a bit of a real punch, even if I don't make a move, you can beat it alone. Bang Gu said with a smile. If you work hard, you may be able to overcome it. Tsukahara teacher said with a smile. While in the distance, looking at the two chatting, Xiaoshu slowly backed away, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the number of senior brother 3. This is a ghost-level weirdo, which contains powerful energy. If is dead, I wonder if I can leave some meat. Xiaoshu intends to ask senior brother San to ask for some. Chapter 46, Trap Tengu. The next day, Xiaoshu brought the pastry to the Tsukahara dojo, smiled and passed the pastry to Tsukahara teacher. Master, I wish you a happy new year. I'm interested. Shifen Tsukahara nodded with a smile, pointed to a table not far away, and said, let's put it there. Great. Natsuki put the pastry box on the table, and Sayori saw the box and said, this is the pastry from Rakatii. I like this one the most. Specially bought it at Liuhua Pavilion. Natsuki said with a smile. Sayori had already opened the box, took the small box inside and opened it, took out a piece of pastry and ate it. Her eyes widened. It's delicious. Senior sister likes it. Xiaoshu said quickly. Thank you, I took it away. Sayori carried the box and left the room. Sayori, you. Shifen Tsukahara yelled, but he sighed, this Sayori is too rude. It's okay, we are not outsiders. Xiaoshu said with a smile. That's a good point. Shifen Tsukahara nodded, looked at Xiaoshu, and asked, Xiaoshu, is it the tiger meat you asked senior brother San to ask for you? Okay. Natsuki said, I have a friend in the biological laboratory. I was playing at his house. I saw the news on the internet and saw the photo of Tsukahara Shifen. So I asked senior brother 3 for help. Shifen Tsukahara nodded, and asked, I have prepared it for you, about 40 to 50 catties, don't know if it's enough. Enough, enough. Xiaoshu quickly said, thank you so much, master. No need to thank me. Shifen Tsukahara smiled and said, because I have a condition, only if you complete it, I will give it to you. What conditions? Xiaoshu asked curiously. Shifen Tsukahara said, I will come to the martial arts field tomorrow morning, until the beginning of school, I will come here these few days. This. Xiaoshu was a little surprised. Tsukahara teacher looked at Xiaoshu and asked, why, is there something important? Nothing is too important. Xiaoshu quickly said, I can come tomorrow. I start school on the 7th, and I can stay here for about 4 days. Well, come here early tomorrow, and then you can go to the kitchen freezer and take the tiger meat. Shifen Tsukahara waved his hand, and then said, don't forget your homework when you go back today. Yes. After Natsuki answered, he left the house, and after meeting the third brother, he arrived in the freezer, took the tiger meat, and left and went to Saitama's house. I'm coming. Natsuki greeted Saitama, walked directly into the kitchen, cut apart and soaked in water, and frozen the rest in the refrigerator. I went to perform the task. Natsuki changed his uniform next to him, but Saitama only replied with a lack of interest, then lowered his head, continued to type on the phone, and deleted, thinking for a long time. Natsuki put on sports tights, a face mask, and began to wear armor, and curiously asked, Saitama, what are you doing? So serious. After Saitama clicked to send, he put his phone aside, scratched his head and said, I'm sending a message. Hey. Xiaoshu was a little surprised. He was rarely in contact with people before. Such serious contact is really rare. However, Xiaoshu didn't ask much, put on the armor-style fall protection suit, walked to the door, and left straight away, planning to perform the task. After more than half a month of promotion, Xiaoshu is now ranked 108th in the B level, and the entire B level is about 109, which is currently the second to last. Xiaoshu also only defeated a wolf-level monster and promoted one. The time in level B may be very long. There are less than one-third of the B-level people, but the scores are extremely high. The B1 Fuxu score is much higher than the second place. However, Fubuki will deliberately maintain his own score and distribute the extra points to other members of the Fubuki group, so that the entire Fubuki group will have an advantage in the B level. So I moved forward slowly, stayed in a higher position, accumulated strength, and passed through again in a hurry. A level is the same, but there is a more convenient way to promote from A level to S level, which is to fight ghosts alone. After all, the S level was established because someone could retire from the ghost level alone. To achieve this, even the mask would not refuse to be promoted, otherwise it would be difficult for the prisoners and the heroes who must be weaker than the mask to be promoted to the S level. Gone. Xiaoshu walked away and continued his mission career, patrolling the streets constantly. Black Mask, I wish you a B-level upgrade. Someone saw Xiaoshu and shouted loudly. Thank you. Natsuki raised his thumb and said to the other party. You must work hard to get into a level. A middle school student shouted towards Xiaoshu. I will. Xiaoshu said seriously. He continued to patrol outside until noon. He bought food outside. After eating, he continued to patrol and did what he could. Is there a weirdo? At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at this time, he suddenly received a message saying that there was a strange man in a certain street, and he was judged to be a wolf-level strange man. Hurry over. Xiaoshu rushed towards the destination immediately, but when he got there, there was a strange man standing. He is wearing a kimono, a tengu mask on his face, fluffy hair, and clogs on his feet. In front of him, there is an iron net. Inside the net is a huge grasshopper whose legs are clamped by a clip, which is more than half a meter long. I have been caught. Xiaoshu saw the grasshopper and looked at the hero curiously. You are the Black Mask of the B-class hero, right? The hero took the initiative to come over, stretched out his hand and said, I am a trap tengu with the 245th C level. It's him. Natsuki remembers this hero. He was one of the 5 heroes who performed the mission with the Saitama Wild Siren in the original book. In the original book, he was ranked B-level 70, but now only has C-level 245. But being able to kill wolf-level monsters independently, he also has at least B-level strength. Hello there. Natsuki took his hand and said with a smile, I didn't expect it to be solved so soon. I also happen to be around here. Trap Tengu said modestly. Oh. Xiaoshu nodded, took out his mobile phone, and said, would you like to add a friend? The heroes of Z City have the opportunity to perform joint missions together. I often perform missions with alloy drills and unlicensed knights. Okay, I will trouble you. Trap Tengu hurriedly took out his cell phone, and then said, I have the line number of Venerable Scent, and we sometimes perform tasks together. That's right. Xiaoshu has always maintained a good relationship with other heroes, just want to build a circle of friends, so if there is any problem, you can help. Trap Tengu is the most suitable hero to cooperate with. Arranging traps and catching weird people alive can double the result with half the effort. The smell venerable in his mouth is a hero who relies on smells to fight. He has weak combat power, but he can tune all kinds of smells to seduce weirdos. He is also a team member. Do you want to perform tasks together? After Zatsuki and the other party exchanged the line number, he looked at the Trap Tengu and said, Today I will keep patrolling until about 5 p.m. Yes, this is my honor. Trap Tengu said quickly. He respects the Black Mask very much. In terms of rank, he is a B-rank hero, and the first hero in Z City to be promoted from C rank to B rank. In terms of popularity, almost no one in Z City knows, no one knows. In terms of strength, he can easily defeat wolf-level monsters, and with alloy drills, he has also defeated tiger-level monsters several times. And unlike his own way of using traps, he fights directly and is much stronger than himself. What's more, his own traps are temporarily unable to control the tiger-level weirdos, and they need to be refined. The most important thing is his character. In order to save people from serious injuries, he was the second only to undocumented knights in patrol time in the city of Z. So the hero of Z City, few people don't know him. Where shall we go first? Trap Tengu asked enthusiastically. You haven't dealt with this weird person. Xiaoshu pointed to the grasshopper and said. Just kill it and throw it in the trash can. The Trap Tengu drew a short knife from his waist and was about to go over and give it a knife. But he was stopped by Xiaoshu, and said to him, Don't kill him, the value of life is higher, you can find the acquisition company to sell it. Is there anything else? Trap Tengu has just become a hero not long after he became a hero, and he is not mature enough to use traps to fight. Not much is known about these things. I'll give you a call. Xiaoshu told him the phone number of the company he often worked with, called the staff, and received a reward of 40,000 yen. There are so many, then those few. Trap Tengu said, crying while holding the banknotes. He didn't know that he could do this before, and wasted a lot. It's not too much, it's just a wolf-level weirdo. Xiaoshu said, the research value of wolf-level weirdos is very low. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also relatively difficult to capture, but tiger-level weirdos are different, at least 500,000 yen or more. So much. Trap Tengu was a little surprised, but then said, but I still can't catch the tiger-level weirdo. That's why we have to cooperate. Xiaoshu said with a smile, we work together to catch the weird. With you, call the scent master, it will be easier for us to catch the weird alive. Good, good. Trap Tengu couldn't wait to hear this. Let's go on patrol. Xiaoshu called to Trap Tengu, and the two patrolled Z City together. But an hour later, they received a warning message again. There is a tiger-class monster in Ermu Street. Please help nearby heroes. Trap Tengu looked at Xiaoshu. Let's go. Xiaoshu immediately stood up and ran to Ermu Street with the Trap Tengu. When they approached there, they found a group of figures escaping from there in a hurry. They entered the street and found the weird person. It was a huge group of rice cake people, about 2 meters and 5 meters tall, all the chest and arms were rice cakes, 2 human legs, and a human head. At this time, the left hand of the Niangao man is holding a familiar figure. He struggles constantly, but he can't get rid of the Niangao. Unlicensed knight. 2 more heroes. The rice cake man strode towards the 2 of them and laughed loudly, let you be a part of this, uncle. Said, the rice cake man stretched out his right hand and grabbed it here. His right arm suddenly extended, turning into a white shadow, and instantly arrived in front of the Trap Tengu. Chapter 47, Rice Cake Weirdo. Facing the attack of the rice cake weirdo, Trap Tengu didn't react at all, watching the rice cake arm shoot in front of the face. Be careful. But the moment he was shot, Xiaoshu rushed over, flexed her claws, and grabbed the rice cake arm. Boom! Natsuki's hand directly hit the side of the rice cake, and his claws plunged directly into the rice cake. You dare to reach into my arm, can you still get it back? The Niangao geek saw this scene with joy. The Niangao wrapped Xiaoshu's arms and then pulled it back. So sticky. Xiaoshu couldn't withdraw his hand. The next moment, he felt a huge force coming and pulled him towards the distance. Stop it for me. Suddenly, Xiaoshu took a stance with his legs, and stubbornly supported on the ground, and then pulled back with both fists. Under the tremendous power of Xiaoshu, the rice cake stranger's arm couldn't be pulled back unexpectedly. And as the 2 of them worked together, Natsuki's hand even broke away. The power is not small. The rice cake weirdo saw this scene, and was a little surprised, and continued to pull back. But at this moment, the Trap Tengu had already rushed up, his left hand raised, and a group of black shadows threw out and flew towards the rice cake weirdo. His short knife in his right hand had already slashed into the rice cake weird arm. The black shadow approached the rice cake weirdo and turned into a big net, but the blade went into his arm and cut straight down. But it did not cut immediately, only less than 1/3 of it was cut. "Come down to me." Seeing this scene, Xiaoshu poured strength and tore back. Amid his Li power and the strength of the rice cake weirdo pulling back, the arm of the rice cake weirdo was torn off along the incision. "You have a broken arm, can you still hit us?" Natsuki raised his hands, and the rice cake glued his hands into it, a big chunk. A cut off. The rice cake weirdo didn't care at all, his right hand squirmed, and the glutinous rice that was constantly in his chest entered his right hand, but it turned into a hand. "My glutinous rice can be supplemented." "Supplement?" Xiaoshu smiled mockingly, and said, "But your chest has less rice cakes. The total amount of rice cakes is limited, right? So what?" The rice cake monster raised his left hand and threw the unlicensed knight out, then his left hand returned to his arm, and both hands violently shot at Xiaoshu and Trap Tengu. "Wow!" Natsuki grasped the opponent's attack route, dodged and easily dodged. While the Trap Tengu fell directly on the ground, it was also able to escape the attack. Boom, boom. The rice cake arm swept across his body and fell on the ground, smashing a big hole directly in the ground. So powerful! Natsuki was a little surprised. Although the tiger-level monster can crush the ground, the rice cake monster's arm is so soft. How can this be done? Natsuki's question was just born, and 2 white shadows suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes. And also, Xiaoshu quickly dodges, but only dodged one way, and was hit by the second white shadow in the ribs. Not good. Xiaoshu tried his best to dodge, but was still drawn sideways by the white shadow, a pain in her waist and abdomen, and she took a few steps back. I saw Natsuki's abdomen, where the armor and tights were cut open, and the skin underneath was cracked open, and blood was bleeding outwards. What it is? Natsuki felt that the attack just now was very hard and sharp, and it was no longer full of stickiness. I said that I can control my body freely. The rice cake weirdo retracted his arms and saw that in addition to his arms, he had 2 relatively thin arms on the ribs, but they were also as thick as ordinary people's arms, and they had 2 sharp blades at the end. Moreover, I can control the moisture in the rice cake. The rice cake weird said, the ends of his hands are constantly changing, becoming soft and hard after a while. If the rice cake becomes hard, you know how hard it is. This weird man is so amazing. Trap Tengu saw this scene, and his expression was a bit ugly. Is this the strength of a tiger-level weirdo? Should be stronger among tiger-level monsters. Xiaoshu couldn't help but said, standing up slowly, his strength is very strong, at least the tiger-level monsters he encountered before are not his opponents. Are you okay? Trap Tengu looked at the bleeding Xiaoshu, and asked concerned. I'm fine, you should stay away and set up traps. Xiaoshu whispered. Great. Trap Tengu ran away and disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. You are the stronger of the 3. The Niangao geek looked at Xiaoshu and said, but your arms are wrapped in my Niangao, and there is no way to fight back. So the 3 of you, this time there is only one dead end. Is it? Natsuki stood upright, slowly raised her hands, pulled the rice cake apart, then opened her mouth, took a bite, and ate it. It tastes good. Natsuki's eyes lit up, and then she continued to eat, slowly separating her hands. You guy! The rice cake weirdo saw this scene, thought it was provocation, looked angry, and shot again with 4 arms. The 4 white shadows all attacked Xiaoshu, but Xiaoshu did not panic. Boom, boom. Xiaoshu dodged sideways, avoiding his 2 thickest arms, letting him hit the ground. Bang, bang, the ground cracked. But with the other two sword arms, he only avoided one blow. A knife arm cut his left abdomen, but at the moment of cutting, Xiaoshu pressed his left hand and hit the front end of the knife. Click! After the Niangao hardens, the adhesive force keeps its toughness still high, but when it turns into a knife arm, it becomes very weak, and it is very fragile when hit on the side of the knife. Therefore, the blade broke directly, and Xiaoshu held it in his hand. After breaking it, he put it in his mouth for chewing. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the rice cake stranger looked angry, his arm returned, water was injected again to soften, and then the water at the end was drawn out and turned into a hard knife, and he attacked Xiaoshu again. This time there are 4 sword arms. But the process of change takes a while. Xiaoshu directly retreated and pulled a distance away, and came out of his attack range. Although he can continuously control his body changes to form his arms, the total amount of rice cakes in his body is limited, and the length of elongation is limited. And the farther the distance, the weaker and weaker the adhesion between the glutinous rice flour, and the power of throwing out the arm will be weaker. Natsuki can easily dodge and even fight back. This guy. The rice cake weirdo retracted his arm, but he found it a little difficult to handle. He ran like this, but it really didn't work. But after avoiding in Xiaoshu and ran 7 or 8 meters away, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. I was cut twice by me, how could I kill you without injury? The rice cake weirdo saw this scene, with a happy expression, and chased directly towards Xiaoshu, while Xiaoshu clutched his abdomen and ran away. The rice cake weird kept getting closer, gathered his arms into 2, and planned to launch an attack. But as soon as he could meet him, Xiaoshu turned directly into another street. Catch up with him! The rice cake weirdo did not give up, and continued to chase after him. When he came to the corner of the street, he saw Xiaoshu running away, his movements were already very slow. Die! The rice cake stranger strode forward and was about to catch up, but a rope rose under his feet and stumbled on his foot. Hey, do you think I will be caught? The rice cake stranger stopped directly, turned his 4 arms into one, and threw it towards Xiaoshu's vest. Although the distance is still very far, there is only one arm that can extend to such a far place, and he has been injured, and he can definitely be hit. Boom! Facing this blow, Xiaoshu seemed to be unharmed. Stepping into the distance, the rice cake slashed towards the body and hit the ground. The rice cake weirdo wanted to retract his arm, but Xiaoshu leaped forward again, directly encircling his arm with his hands, and his legs firmly supporting the ground. Under the tremendous force, blood from Xiaoshu's wound kept pouring out, but he couldn't dodge at all. At this moment, a big net fell on the top of the rice cake stranger's head, covering it. At the same time, Xiaoshu suddenly took a step in the direction of the rice cake weirdo. The rice cake weird suddenly lost her strength, and her right foot couldn't help taking a step back. Click! The rice cake weirdo stepped on a clip and clamped the leg directly. What? The rice cake weirdo fell to the ground on one knee under the pain. Originally, with the power of the rice cake weirdo, Xiaoshu let go a step, and he would definitely be able to pull his arm back www.readaloud.com, but stepped on the clip, but his body became stagnant and his arm strength was lost. Xiaoshu immediately stepped on the ground with both feet, hugged his arms, and pulled back. He shook his body and lost his position, while the trap Tengu threw out from the wall and slashed to his head. Facing the attack of the trap Tengu, the Niangao was filled with Niangao, blocked his head, and then became tough. Click! The knife that trapped the Tengu pierced the rice cake, but it did not pierce his head. Die to me! And at this moment, the rice cake geek once again spread over the rice cake, covering the trap Tengu. Damn it! Xiaoshu stubbornly pulled his arm, but was unable to delay. Seeing that the trap Tengu was covered by rice cake, a figure appeared behind the rice cake stranger. He lifted a huge stone in his hand and slammed it against the dagger stuck in the head of the rice cake monster. The dagger went straight through the rice cake, pierced the head of the rice cake stranger, and squeezed into his brain. Click! The rice cake monster stiffened, his eyes showed unwillingness, and he fell to the ground heavily. Finally defeated. The undocumented knight stood there, panting and said, then looked at the two and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Trap Tengu tore off the rice cake from his body. Although a little embarrassed, he did not suffer any injuries. "Black Mask, your injury." The undocumented knight hurriedly supported Xiaoshu, who came over, and asked, "Sit down first, don't move, I'll contact the hospital." "No need." Xiaoshu waved his hand, came to the rice cake weirdo, tore off the rice cake, and then stuffed it into his mouth. Chi 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 chi. Chapter 48, Kamen Rider. After the battle, Xiaoshu came to the side of the rice cake monster, tore off the rice cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. Tiger-class monsters provide extremely impressive strengthening energy, which enters the abdomen and turns into a heat flow to the confluence of wounds, repairing the wounds. My skin was cut open, and the incision was not small. This kind of injury could not heal in a short time, but the blood stopped slowly and it was enough to move. After taking some more rice cakes, Xiaoshu called the unlicensed knight and Trap Tengu, and came to the cafeteria of the Heroes Association Z City branch. He also asked Trap Tengu to contact the scent master, and he also contacted Mr. Fujiwara, but he has something to do today and cannot come here. "Black Mask, how do you feel?" After they ordered the meal, they sat in the corner of the cafeteria. The undocumented knight was still looking at Xiaoshu and asked concerned, "Is your injury really okay?" "No problem." Xiaoshu was eating rice cakes. With the strengthening energy provided by the rice cakes, his injuries continued to heal and would only get better and better. Xiaoshu smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as I provide enough energy, I can recover my body." Xiaoshu exposed part of her abilities, did not mention that she could absorb extra power, but said that she could repair herself by eating. This is far inferior to the strength shown by the pig in the original work, but it is enough to show a certain talent. So smart! Trap Tengu's eyes lit up and said, "With this ability, Mr. Black Mask is very likely to be promoted to Grade A. My goal is Level A." Xiaoshu sat there and said with a smile, "I'll be satisfied if I can get to Level B." Venerable Smell said yearningly, "A grade." The undocumented knight shook his head and said, "That level is too far away for me, even the B level is a bit far-fetched, so the C level is enough. You can help others at any level." Xiaoshu said with a smile, put the rice cake into his mouth, and said, "And maybe each of us is weak and small, but together, we will be very strong." Venerable Odor nodded and said, "Yes, my ability is not suitable for fighting, so I need someone to cooperate." Trap Tengu was convinced, and said, "The same is true for me. Most of my traps are arranged, and the power of immediate release is too weak, so I often move with the venerable scent. So we have to unite." Xiaoshu snapped his fingers and said, "For example, today, tiger-level monsters originally needed 1A level or 5B levels to retreat, but today we killed a tiger-level weird in 1B2C. This is to cooperate. Function. This will not only prevent us from getting too much injury, but also help us gain more points and repel more weird people." Speaking of this, Xiaoshu looked around at the three and said, "So, I propose that we establish a small cooperative organization to help each other and perform tasks together." The reason why Natsuki brought them here was to unite these heroes. Although each other's strength is very weak, but together, the efficiency will be higher, and many weird people will be eliminated. As long as the weird crisis can be reduced to a certain extent, even if it is very weak, it is worth doing. Moreover, the Scent Master and Trap Tengu are cooperative heroes. Once they are united, they can play a role of 1+1 greater than 2. I agree. Scent Venerable directly agreed that he is the hero who needs the most cooperation, so naturally he will not refuse. I have no opinion. Trap Tengu also agreed. I would also like to join. The undocumented knight thought for a while and said, however, most of the tasks I perform are social activities, which may be more cumbersome. That's no problem. Xiaoshu took out his phone and said, since everyone agrees, let's create a line group first. Everyone can add it. If you want to patrol, you can post a message in the group and mark your location. Weirdos can also ask for help from each other. I will invite alloy drills in at that time, so that our group will have 5 people. By the way, we can also add staff from the Heroes Association. Xiaoshu quickly operated on the phone, and then hesitated, what should the group name be? Z City Heroes Mutual Aid Group. Trap Tengu thought for a while and said. The undocumented knight said, Justice League. Saint Venerable said with a smile, I think it's better to be called Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider. The 3 of them all looked at Venerable Saint. The name comes from our outfit. Venerable Oder said, needless to say, the black mask, with a mask and windshield. The Trap Tengu wears a Tengu mask, I also wear a mask, and the alloy drill also wears a half-covered mask, even if it is an unlicensed knight, we also wore glasses and helmets. So we all covered our faces and called them a mask. Moreover, the word knight also matched the knight of the undocumented knight. That's right. Trap Tengu nodded and said, we all covered our faces. But putting my name on it will make people misunderstand, right? Natsuki scratched his head, and the only 5 of them called Black Mask, it was easy for people to regard the other heroes of the group as their vassals. There is no problem. Vest said, first of all, our group leader is undoubtedly Mr. Black Mask. He is the only Class B among us, the strongest, and knowing everyone is our bond in a small group. It's better to have the group leader's name in the group name. For example, the Fubuki group and the Vest family are like this. Yes. Trap Tengu said, it fits our dress and is representative. I have no opinion either. The undocumented knight nodded, even if the word knight is removed, I can accept it. This is not necessary. Natsuki waved his hand, then thought for a moment, and typed the name of Kamen Rider into the group name, then call it this name. Great! Trap Tengu's face was joyful, and then said, this way, it will be much easier for us to do tasks in the future. We will perform justice better. The undocumented knight clenched his fists. That's right, that's right. Venerable Oder agreed, then looked at Xiaoshu, and asked cautiously, just now Mr. Black Mask said that you can invite members of the Heroes Association to join. That's right. Xiaoshu took out his mobile phone, operated it, and said, we can invite Miss Kyunkyu, the press officer of the branch. She has been in charge of contacting me and the alloy drill. Okay, the invitation has been sent out. I don't know if it will be. Accept an invitation. Press officer. Venerable Oder smiled and said, if we are really willing to join us, then we will have an advantage in publicity, and the promotion will be faster. That's right. Trap Tengu also feels so, and I look forward to the news officer to join. Added. Xiaoshu looked at the group's information, Qianqiu joined the line group. Counting the alloy drills, there are currently 6 people in this group. Although their group is still very weak, this is just the beginning. Office of the Minister of Planning, Miyuki Matsushiro looked at Kyunkyu in front of him, and curiously asked, you said that Black Mask has built a small organization. There are 5 heroes from Z City. That's right. Chiaki handed the phone to Miyuki Matsushiro, and said, the name of the group is Kamen Rider. In addition to the Black Mask, there are Scented Lords, Trap Tengu unlicensed knights, and alloy drill bits. Hey? Not bad. Matsushiro Miyuki looked at the phone, raised her eyebrows, and said, they are not high in strength, but when combined, they can have a lot of effect. And they also invited me to join, saying that they hope to get some help through me and the association. You reading www.yukansha.com, Qianqiu whispered. This is a good thing. Matsushiro Miyuki nodded, gave the phone to Kyunkaiu, and said, then you are responsible for contacting them, maintaining a good relationship, knowing their needs, and satisfying them as much as possible. I will. Qianqiu replied immediately. In addition, Miyuki Matsushiro tapped the desk with a slender finger, and then said, in a few days, I will make you the deputy chief of the propaganda department, and the salary will increase. Just follow the salary of the chief. Of course, the press officer is still you. So you may be busy in the future. Thank you, Minister. Kyunkaiu said with some excitement, now her monthly income is around 400,000 yen. If you can be promoted to deputy section chief, your income can be increased by at least 100,000 yen. Work hard. Matsushiro Miyuki smiled and said, there will be opportunities in the future. Yes. Qianqiu looked very excited. Matsushiro Miyuki waved her hand and said, go ahead. When Qianqiu left the house, Miyuki Matsushiro sat there with a look of surprise. This black mask is really capable. It is very useful to organize all the heroes in Z City. But what is the relationship between him and Qianqi, once? Taking care of her again? It's weird. Kyunkaiu went back to the office happily. After sitting down, he suddenly thought of yesterday's hexagram. The phoenix flew into the clouds and said that he would meet a noble person and help him soar into the sky. This is only the next day, and it has already begun to be fulfilled. It's just this noble man. Kyunkaiu shook her head and gathered up the papers. She glanced at Chunxiang on the table next door, smirking at the phone there. Who to text? So happy. Chapter 48, Masked Legion. After the battle, Xiaoshu came to the side of the rice cake monster, tore off the rice cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. Tiger-class monsters provide extremely impressive strengthening energy, which enters the abdomen and turns into a heat flow to the confluence of wounds, repairing the wounds. My skin was cut open, and the incision was not small. This kind of injury could not heal in a short time, but the blood stopped slowly and it was enough to move. After taking some more rice cakes, Xiaoshu called the unlicensed knight and Trap Tengu, and came to the cafeteria of the Heroes Association Z City branch. He also asked Trap Tengu to contact the Scent Master, and he also contacted Mr. Fujiwara, but he has something to do today and cannot come here. Black Mask, how do you feel? After they ordered the meal, they sat in the corner of the cafeteria. The undocumented knight was still looking at Xiaoshu and asked concerned, is your injury really okay? No problem. Xiaoshu was eating rice cakes. With the strengthening energy provided by the rice cakes, his injuries continued to heal and would only get better and better. Xiaoshu smiled and said, don't worry, as long as I provide enough energy, I can recover my body. Xiaoshu exposed part of her abilities, did not mention that she could absorb extra power, but said that she could repair herself by eating. This is far inferior to the strength shown by the pig in the original work, but it is enough to show a certain talent. So smart. Trap Tengu's eyes lit up and said, with this ability, Mr. Black Mask is very likely to be promoted to grade A. My goal is level A. Xiaoshu sat there and said with a smile. I'll be satisfied if I can get to level B. Venerable Smell said yearningly. A grade. The undocumented knight shook his head and said, that level is too far away for me, even the B level is a bit far-fetched, so the C level is enough. You can help others at any level. Xiaoshu said with a smile, put the rice cake into his mouth, and said, and maybe each of us is weak and small, but together, we will be very strong. Venerable Odor nodded and said, yes, my ability is not suitable for fighting, so I need someone to cooperate. Trap Tengu was convinced, and said, the same is true for me. Most of my traps are arranged, and the power of immediate release is too weak, so I often move with the venerable scent. So we have to unite. Xiaoshu snapped his fingers and said, for example, today, tiger-level monsters originally needed 1A level or 5B levels to retreat, but today we killed a tiger-level weird in 1B2C. This is to cooperate. Function. This will not only prevent us from getting too much injury, but also help us gain more points and repel more weird people. Speaking of this, Xiaoshu looked around at the three and said, so, I propose that we establish a small cooperative organization to help each other and perform tasks together. The reason why Natsuki brought them here was to unite these heroes. Although each other's strength is very weak, but together, the efficiency will be higher, and many weird people will be eliminated. As long as the weird crisis can be reduced to a certain extent, even if it is very weak, it is worth doing. Moreover, the Scent Master and Trap Tengu are cooperative heroes. Once they are united, they can play a role of 1 + 1 greater than 2. I agree. Scent Venerable directly agreed that he is the hero who needs the most cooperation, so naturally he will not refuse. I have no opinion. Trap Tengu also agreed. I would also like to join. The undocumented knight thought for a while and said, however, most of the tasks I perform are social activities, which may be more cumbersome. That's no problem. Xiaoshu took out his phone and said, since everyone agrees, let's create a line group first. Everyone can add it. If you want to patrol, you can post a message in the group and mark your location. Weirdos can also ask for help from each other. I will invite alloy drills in at that time, so that our group will have 5 people. By the way, we can also add staff from the Heroes Association. Xiaoshu quickly operated on the phone, and then hesitated, what should the group name be? Z City Heroes Mutual Aid Group. Trap Tengu thought for a while and said. The undocumented knight said, Justice League. Scent Venerable said with a smile, I think it's better to be called the Masked Legion. Masked Legion. All three of them looked at Venerable Scent. The name comes from our outfit. Venerable Odor said, needless to say, the black mask, with a mask and windshield. The Trap Tengu wears a Tengu mask, I also wear a mask, and the alloy drill also wears a half-covered mask. We also wore glasses and helmets. So we all covered our faces, and it would be more appropriate to call them masquerades. That's right. Trap Tengu nodded and said, we all covered our faces. But putting my name on it will make people misunderstand, right? Natsuki scratched his head. The only 5 of them are called Black Masks, and the group is called Masked Legion. It is easy for people to regard the other heroes of the group as their vassals. There is no problem. Venerable Smell said, first of all, the leader of our small group is Mr. Black Mask. He is the only Class B among us, the strongest, and knowing everyone is our bond in a small group. It's better to have the group leader's name in the group name. For example, the Fubuki group and the Vest family are like this. Yes. Trap Tengu said, it fits our dress and is representative. I have no opinion either. The undocumented knight nodded, this name is very good, an unsung hero. Okay then. Xiaoshu waved his hand, then thought for a moment, and typed the name of the Masked Legion into the group name, then call it this name. Great. Trap Tengu's face was joyful, and then said, this way, it will be much easier for us to do tasks in the future. We will perform justice better. The undocumented knight clenched his fists. That's right, that's right. Venerable Odor agreed, then looked at Xiaoshu, and asked cautiously, just now Mr. Black Mask said that you can invite members of the Heroes Association to join. That's right. Xiaoshu took out his mobile phone, operated it, and said, we can invite Miss Kyunkyu, the press officer of the branch. She has been in charge of contacting me and the alloy drill. Okay, the invitation has been sent out. I don't know if it will be. Accept an invitation. Press officer. Venerable Odor smiled and said, if we are really willing to join us, then we will have an advantage in publicity, and the promotion will be faster. That's right. Trap Tengu also feels so, and I look forward to the news officer to join. Added. Xiaoshu looked at the group's information. Qianqiu joined the line group. Counting the alloy drills, there are currently 6 people in this group. Although their group is still very weak, this is just the beginning. Office of the Minister of Planning, Miyuki Matsushiro looked at Kyunkyu in front of him, and curiously asked, you said that Black Mask has built a small organization. There are 5 heroes from Z City. That's right. Kyunkyu handed the phone to Miyuki Matsushiro and said, the name of the group is the Masked Legion. In addition to the Black Masks, there are Scented Venerables, Trap Tengu Unlicensed Knights, and Alloy Drills. Hey? Not bad. Matsushiro Miyuki looked at the phone, raised her eyebrows, and said, they are not high in strength, but when combined, they can have a lot of effect. And they also invited me to join, saying that they hope to get some help through me and the association. www.readaloud.com Kyunkyu said in a low voice. This is a good thing. Matsushiro Miyuki nodded, gave the phone to Kyunkyu, and said, then you are responsible for contacting them, maintaining a good relationship, knowing their needs, and satisfying them as much as possible. I will. Qianqiu replied immediately. In addition, Miyuki Matsushiro tapped the desk with a slender finger, and then said, in a few days, I will make you the deputy chief of the propaganda department, and the salary will increase. Just follow the salary of the chief. Of course, the press officer is still you. So you may be busy in the future. Thank you, Minister. Kyunkyu said with some excitement, now her monthly income is around 400,000 yen. If you can be promoted to deputy section chief, your income can be increased by at least 100,000 yen. Work hard. Matsushiro Miyuki smiled and said, there will be opportunities in the future. Yes. Qianqiu looked very excited. Matsushiro Miyuki waved her hand and said, go ahead. When Qianqiu left the house, Miyuki Matsushiro sat there with a look of surprise. This Black Mask is really capable. It is very useful to organize all the heroes in Z City. But what is the relationship between him and Qianqi, once? Taking care of her again? It's weird. Kyunkyu went back to the office happily. After sitting down, he suddenly thought of yesterday's hexagram. The phoenix flew into the clouds and said that he would meet a noble person and help him soar into the sky. This is only the next day, and it has already begun to be fulfilled. It's just this noble man. Kyunkyu shook her head and gathered up the papers. She glanced at Chunxiang on the table next door, smirking at the phone there. Who to text? So happy. Chapter 49, February. In the Tsukahara Dojo, Xiaoshu is in the martial arts field with a horse stance and doing a right fist. He is naked to the upper body, with well-defined muscles and beads of sweat hanging on it. About there. It was almost noon, and the third brother in Kawamitsu stopped him. Xiaoshu retracted his movement and exhaled, feeling that his body still had plenty of energy. Your stamina is really good. Patted Natsuki on the shoulder with Mitsuokawa, smiled and said, it looks like I will add some more for you next time. Great. Xiaoshu does not reject strengthening the training intensity, but he still asks, Senior brother, when can I officially learn tiger tooth cracking real boxing? It's already February, and it's been 2.5 months since I officially became a teacher, and I'm still in basic training, and I haven't learned one trick or one. It was supposed to be done when your training improvement slowed down, but you are still in the growth stage. Kazukawa Mitsuo said, so I plan to wait. Hold on. I'm afraid I can't wait. Your body is constantly strengthening, and the upper limit is getting higher and higher. In this way, it will take years of monkeys and horses to learn the real boxing of tiger tooth cracking. Xiaoshu just wanted to say something, Suddenly a figure walked over from a distance and shouted, "Kuangfu, Xiaoshu, come here for a minute." "Master." The person who came was Shifen Tsukahara, and Xiaoshu and the third brother immediately walked to him, and the third brother smiled and said, "Master, why are you here? I'll take a look at Xiaoshu's training, and then tell him something." Tsukahara teacher looked at Xiaoshu. "Master, don't know what's the matter?" Xiaoshu asked curiously. Teacher Tsukahara asked, "You should be on spring break soon, right?" "Okay." Natsuki nodded and said, "The holiday will start next Wednesday. When will it be put?" Tsukahara teacher asked again. Xiaoshu replied, "School starts on April 2nd, and I'm going to be a junior. Almost 2 months." Shifen Tsukahara thought for a while, and said, "This way, this time is very long. I plan to teach you how to practice tiger tooth cracking real boxing and how to play. It will take you a long time to train. I wonder if it can be done?" Senior brother San heard this and couldn't help asking, "Is it all right now?" "I don't think he has reached the limit yet. There is no need to wait any longer, the requirements for practice are already met, and other training can be carried out together." Tsukahara teacher looked at Xiaoshu and asked, "How about it, can you come for spring break? Do you need me to stay here every day?" Xiaoshu asked embarrassedly. "It's best to come every day, if you can live here, the best." Shifen Tsukahara said, "I will teach you personally, and within 2 months, there will be no problem for you to achieve something small. But I may not be able to spare so much time." Xiaoshu said with some distress. He wanted to stay here for 2 months of special training, but he needed to perform tasks and couldn't come every day. "You seem to be working part-time? If you are short of money, you can use it first if I have money. After you learn it, you can be a teacher and you can pay you regularly." Shifen Tsukahara looked at Xiaoshu and said, "If you want to really continue to learn, you'd better be mindful. It's really inconvenient for the time being." Xiaoshu thought about it, and said, "There are still more important things to do." Teacher Tsukahara nodded and said, "Then how long can you guarantee training?" "Come on every other day." Xiaoshu thought, it's a reasonable match to train and perform tasks one day. "This is fine too." Tsukahara teacher heard what Xiaoshu said, nodded, and said, "Then come every other day." "Thank you, Master." Natsuki said with a smile, was patted on the back by Tsukahara teacher, and said, "Let's go eat." Natsuki put on his clothes and ran to the cafeteria, but after he left, Mitsuo Kazuo couldn't help asking, "Master, do you want to teach yourself?" Shifen Tsukahara nodded and said, "Yes, I have observed him for a long time. He is a good seed. I plan to teach him personally." "Natsuki's luck is really good," said dissatisfiedly with Kawa Mitsuo, "I remember you didn't teach it yourself except for the senior brother and the second senior brother." "What? Blame me for being biased?" Tsukahara master glanced at him. No. And Mitsuo Kawa said with a smile, "Little junior brother is indeed worthy of your own teaching, and his qualifications are very good." "That's right." Shifen Tsukahara said, "So I plan to teach it myself. If it goes well, the martial arts meeting next summer. Wu Shengui." Hikawa Mitsuo's eyes lit up, and then couldn't help saying, "It seems that master really placed great hopes on Xiaoshu. I can only put hope on him." Shifen Tsukahara glanced at his right hand, sighed, and left here with his hands on his back. "I can finally learn how to practice and play." Xiaoshu was still a little excited when he heard the news. What she lacks now is actual combat. The current self, his hero ranking has reached B level 82. The Masked Legion was established for 2 months, and they performed several missions together, hunted down several tiger-level monsters, and improved each other's rankings. Xiaoshu has been promoted by 26 places. Mr. Fujiwara is already at C level 49, and has also been promoted by more than 20 places. However, At sea level, this ranking is not high. The main reason is that his mission time is too short. Most of them are support combat missions. It is already very good to be able to improve so much. 55 undocumented knights of sea level, he is the one with the least effect on combat missions but the one with the most mission time. Trap Tengu sea level 195, up 50. Smell Venerable sea rank 224 places, up 35 places. The speed of their rankings is extremely fast, which can ensure that they can be promoted to the B level within a year. During this period, Xiaoshu ate a lot of tiger-level monster meat, coupled with the meat of that ghost-level tiger, Xiaoshu's physical fitness improved a lot. Bench press reached 360 kg, squat 600 kg, deadlift 610 kg, and grip strength reached 240 kg. As far as grip strength is concerned, it has surpassed the black hole of the vest, and he is the strongest person in the B level, with a physical strength of 5, which can only be compared to Fuyuki. Natsuki's overall physical fitness is not weaker than the black hole of the vest, especially the endurance and explosive power. Xiaoshu is also excellent. This improvement is faster than Xiaoshu expected, especially in recent months. The improvement in physical fitness is greater than in previous months. This is not only due to eating ordinary food and weird people, but also martial arts training, and the superposition of the two. On the real rankings, UU reading www.uukonshu.com Summer Tree is not only B level 82, at least it can reach the top 10 of B level, or even higher. If it is physical fitness, it can be ranked first. But compared to grade A, it's still far worse. A-level physical fitness is very strong, the lowest stamina, endurance explosive power is 5, in addition, there are various fighting methods. Shooting, swordsmanship, boxing and other skills, all have reached a relatively high level. In the original work, if the comprehensive index of 10 data points is 80, most of the C level is below 30, and the undocumented knight of C1 is 41, of course, there are 10 sense of justice, 7 popularity and 6 record. The overall quality of grade B is mostly below 40, while Fuxu is 50. As for grade A, it hovered from 40 plus to 53, and the masked sweetheart was 64. An S level, the blasting data is unknown, the highest is 70 for tornado, and the lowest is 56 for prisoner and Tong Di. It can be basically found that each level crushes the next level except for the first value. And the first position of each level can reach the high position of the next level. So Xiaoshu now probably has the top physical fitness of B level, the bottom physical fitness of A level, and ordinary fighting skills. As long as you master the tiger teeth cracking true fist, reaching A level is a sure thing. Xiaoshu is looking forward to learning tiger tooth cracking Zhenchuan. Of course, the spring break will not be until next Wednesday. But tomorrow, it will be my sister's birthday. Happens to be Sunday. I changed my Sunday training to Saturday for my sister's birthday. At my own plea, my sister decided to hold a birthday party, so she had to carefully prepare a birthday present for her sister. What can I give you something? Chapter 50, A Lover Will End. Is it a bit too grand? In the bedroom, Jianqiu stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror, and said helplessly, "It's just a birthday, just celebrate it at home. How about that?" Natsuki stood behind her and put a windbreaker on to help her. "This is my sister's 26th birthday, so I should have a good time. This dress is not cheap, right?" Qianqiu looked at the windbreaker on her body and shook her body. "This windbreaker is really good looking. Money is not a problem, my income has increased a lot now." Natsuki smiled and said, "Didn't I tell my sister? I'm working with Mr. Fujiwara now, and I have produced several architectural drawings, and now I have saved a lot of money. That can't be messy." Qianqiu said irritably. "Didn't I say that? Spending money for my sister is not just spending money." Xiaoshu put her hands on Qianqiu's shoulders, and asked with a smile, "How is it, Isn't it pretty? Also, not bad. Kyunkyu looked at herself in the mirror and nodded. At this time, Kyunkyu is wearing a coral pink windbreaker. The upper body is a white sweater and the lower body is a black skirt. To an inch above the knee, his 2 legs are wrapped in delicate black bottoming socks, and 1 foot is stepped on. On the ground, the heel of the other foot stood up and his body was shaking. The weather is still a bit cool now, this outfit is warm enough, but not bloated. You can take off your coat when you enter the room. The white fleece on the upper body is dignified and elegant, and the black skirt on the lower body represents conservativeness, but the bottoming stockings reveal a touch of sexiness, and the black and white color contrast is strong enough, but the coral pink windbreaker combines this opposition. The color of the windbreaker did not choose pink, but coral pink, which not only kept the girlish feeling, but was not too sweet. For my 26-year-old sister, this suit is very suitable. Of course, the clothes are not matched by Xiaoshu, but seen in the Fashion Girl magazine. They are suitable for my sister. Let's go. Xiaoshu and her sister left the bedroom. After the sister took the handbag, the two came to the hallway. Sister, let me help you wear shoes. Natsuki squatted down and picked up the high heels. Okay. Kyunkyu coughed, and slowly raised his feet, and put the feet wrapped in black socks into the shoes. Xiaoshu pressed the heels with her fingers to help her lift them up. Kyunkyu stepped on the ground and put on his shoes. All right. Xiaoshu stood up and smiled at Qianqiu, and then left the house with her sister, went downstairs, and walked away. Take a car. Natsuki stood on the side of the road waiting for a taxi, but Qianqiu said, I remember there was a bus coming nearby. How nice to take the bus directly, it is too expensive to take a taxi. It's okay, a taxi is not expensive. Xiaoshu looked at her sister, and said helplessly, and sister, you can't always think about saving. Now our income has increased a lot, and we have to live a good life. My sister's monthly income can reach 500,000 yen after being promoted. With the year-end bonus, the annual income is 7 million yen, which is already very high. And in order to spend more money, Xiaoshu compiled a reason to follow Mr. Fujiwara's drawing, and the monthly income is 300,000 yen. To hide the extra food and consumption of oneself, each month is calculated according to the balance of 200,000 yen. With the income of the brothers and sisters, there is no problem with tens of millions of yen a year. Even in the chaotic city, you can survive in abundance. It doesn't work if there are too many. My sister couldn't help but said, if we have that money, it's better to save. We still have to buy a house. We can't always rent a house, right? If you want to buy a house, you must be in a good location, preferably in the city center. You say, the Heroes Association is planning to build a refuge, we'd better buy a house near the refuge, so I've been asking for news recently. As long as I plan to build, I'll buy a house nearby with a loan, otherwise the house price will rise. That's amazing. Okay, bye. Xiaoshu was funny and warm in her heart, and quickly said, I will save more later, but I won't need it today. The car is here, let's get in. Natsuki and her sister Kyunkyu got in a taxi, and then headed towards the destination. The car stopped in front of a KTV. We booked a private room, Xiaoshu. After paying the bill, Xiaoshu entered KTV and asked at the front desk. There is this birthday celebration package service. The waiter smiled and said, I'll take you there. Xiaoshu and Qianqiu's sister, led by the waiter, entered the box, which has been newly decorated. Balloons, bouquets, ribbons, and cards. This is it. Natsuki and her sister entered the box. The waiter pointed to the table and asked, should I start champagne for you? No, we will come by ourselves in a while. Xiaoshu took her sister to sit down, and the waiter exited the box. This place is so big, there are so many decorations. My sister looked around, her expression a little excited, Her eyes fell on the champagne on the table. There is also champagne, which is very expensive at first sight. Like it? Xiaoshu asked triumphantly. This is what I looked for carefully. This birthday set meal is very good. Too expensive, too expensive. Before Xiaoshu finished speaking, Qianqiu raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder a few times, staring at him fiercely. Just this time, Natsuki grabbed her sister's hand, looked at her and said, "Moreover, the money has been paid, and there is no way to get it back." Really? Qianqiu looked at Xiaoshu, gave him a blank look, and then set his eyes on the tightly held hand, coughing, and just about to speak, the door opened with a creak. "We are here." Two figures appeared at the door and shouted loudly. Natsuki immediately released Sister Qianqiu's hand, then stood up and said, "Sister Chun Xiang, hey? Saitama? Why did you come together?" The figure that appeared at the door was Saitama and Haruka, and they entered the door together. We. Saitama pointed to herself, and just about to speak, Haruka said, "I went to buy a birthday present for Chiaki with Saitama, and also helped Saitama go to the digital plaza to buy a mobile phone." Together. Xiaoshu raised his eyebrows, but the relationship between the two of them was so good. Yes. After sitting down, Chun Xiang took off the scarf and said, "I asked him if he was free, so I came out together www.readaloud.com and helped him buy a smartphone." Chun Xiang said grimly, "I still use the feature phone now, and I can't even install the line, so chatting is inconvenient. I am not used to using smartphones." Saitama coughed. "So, you two often contact each other in private?" Qianqiu asked gently with her arms around her chest. "Of course." Haruka nodded, hesitated, and said, "And we are dating, Saitama and I." "What?" His voice fell, and Qianqiu and Xiaoshu shouted together. "Just yesterday." Haruka smiled shyly, grabbed Saitama's hand, and said, "I just decided to date, so today? Correct." Saitama also held Chungxiang's hand, scratching his head and said, "Yesterday we formally dated. It's hidden deep enough. I'll be together silently." Qianqiu folded her arms around her chest and looked at the two of them. "Especially Chun Xiang, who works together for 5 or 6 days a week, why didn't you tell me?" During this period of time, the person who often sends text messages is Saitama, right? I ask you not to say, you really are. That's right. Natsuki also said, "Saitama, don't we see each other often? As a good friend, if you don't tell me, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Haruka and Saitama were a little embarrassed to lower their heads. "Of course, these are not important. Quick! Tell me about when you started and the process of the relationship. Who is chasing whom? Where is it? Holding hands? Kissing, or home base?" Natsuki and Chiaki crossed their bodies, staring at them, with a kind smile on their faces.